yesterday. Quick little recap in your eyes of what really stood out to you from yesterday's action.
Actually, I did mess up on day 2. That's why I wasn't there on the 3rd day. So actually, I do mess up quite a bit, Jason, apparently. But no, it was a great first day for the Super Weekend. We saw some teams actually rise up a little bit more. One team that I'm really happy with is Infinity. I can talk a little bit more about them in depth. But Infinity especially has been a team that stood out to me a lot. I played some really good macro playstyle. So I want to see more today because they made me hungry for some more good playstyle on this team.
See, Max, this is why I'm so harsh on you when it comes to your curse, because the time when you don't curse a team and actually you predict one of the top teams in the whole event, you don't grab that opportunity and rub it in our faces. Stalwart Esports,
I was waiting for the
man.
rankings. I was waiting.
Oh, you're waiting for the rankings. All right, okay,
Yes.
my bad. Let's reverse that. Pull it back. Professor Tarzan, what was your
Yes.
quick recap of yesterday then?
Ooh, quick recap. Can we do a quick recap? I think Infinity's there as, you know, the team to really please us based on the aggression. We've been waiting for that, so that's great. But disappointment from, I'd say, Enigma Galaxy and Reject in particular, and kind of a 3-way split from the Chinese teams, right? One on top, one in the middle, and one at the bottom.
Oh, you gotta bring that up. I mean, hey, at least I'm not being the harsh one, but you're very right indeed. But I am surprised and slightly disappointed. Neither of you mentioned the man of the day, Pika, with his phenomenal performance in a couple of different matches, especially coming down to that Car 98 on that final airing go we had yesterday. Was ridiculous. I mean, Professor Tarzan, we got to watch it. Max Ben, you didn't get to analyze it, but did you have any thoughts on how he played that position out? I mean, that was ridiculous. It was insane.
I mean, the fact that he wins that clutch almost with a Car 98 is just insane. Gets a nade shot, gets also a headshot on the Car 98, almost able to give himself that final 1v1 clutch. Like, Pika is just, you just found that perfect Pokemon with perfect IVs in your Pokemon games, and that is exactly what you get. You just need to find a shiny version, and you're pretty much golden. So if they can keep performing this well, this is a team that is aiming for the grand finals of the entirety of this PMGC, but it's a long tournament. Can they remain consistent throughout these 3 weeks of league stage? That's the big question to answer here, Jason.
Yeah, it really is the big question. And for me, I feel like they're one of the teams that has a lot of weight, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And maybe create diamonds, who knows? Because they are replacing Zeus Esports from last year, who were the Mongolian representative. Now they're coming in as the Mongolian representative, and they've been able to, I guess, really impress so far, to be completely fair. And I do wonder, like you just said, is this something to be able to maintain? It's going to be very difficult to do so, but with $6 million on the line, as you can see here, throughout the entire event, it's a lot of money to win here, Tarzan, for this team and for any team out there.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how am I going to spend this amount of money. I'd probably invest in myself some gear or whatnot. But for this team, I actually want to talk about them more, Stalwart Esports. We can't forget that they started from online qualifiers of the PMCO, and that is absolutely insane. Like, the growth within a year to play this way right now is just so nice to see. I feel like there's some difference between them and some of these more established teams, like quote unquote, because they've got everything to prove, and these other teams have a huge thing on their back, right? There's a lot of expectations even before the year started, and I think that sets the scene pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about kind of pressure, I mean, Stalwart Esports able to rise up through the ranks, like you mentioned. You have obviously the other side of that coin. Well, you got Nova, right? They're coming in as the reigning champions. They're coming in as the best team in the world, looking to defend their title. But I'm curious, maybe Max, on your thoughts. I think honestly, they're not showing their final form just yet. I don't think they're really fully trying too hard until we get into those finals, until we get into those, all right, we got to get top 9, we got to make it into the PMGC Grand Finals.
Well, if you look back at last PMGC, is a really good example of that, actually, that happened. They didn't qualify to a Super Weekend, and they still became the world champions at the end in the Grand Finals in Dubai. So this is a team that can be a little bit topsy-turvy because they tend to try and test things out during the entirety of the league stage because they are a team that are very confident, I would say, Jason, that they know they're going to be part of that top 16. They know they can perform really well into the finals. So they're trying out play styles. I think sometimes being a little bit ballsy about how they approach it. They got these wide splits in the middle of the map that I'm still impressed that teams have not been trying to contest that heavily. So, I mean, they're trying things out. They're trying to set a pace for themselves in this lobby for the league stage. And so far it's been working out. So, I mean, if they make it into the finals, that's when they're really going to show their teeth to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of good point too, because they're kind of middle of the pack, right? I believe they're on 8th place at the moment. Yeah. And I think that's such a good way and a strategic way to actually play out the entire Super Weekends, right? You don't want to stand out and have people realize, oh, we need to look out for them and really focus on the rotations, though obviously teams will be doing that. But then, if you look at in comparison to Stalwart Esports, who have come out extremely well in league play, extremely well in the Super Weekend day 1 so far, I feel like they hit a lot of teams' radar now, Tarzan.
Oh, for sure, you have to, right? Because they're not just playing a game of PUBG where you rely on luck or whatnot. They've been put in different situations, like different type of playing path circles. They try to enter it in different ways and actually engage in fights in a very dynamic manner as well. We talk about knowing when to play loud and quiet, opportunistic, and all that stuff. We've seen a great range of repertoire from this team. I think that is why we've been rating them so high.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's a 3-point difference from 8th to 4th place, Max. So they're not really that far behind. That 8th place is really misleading.
Yeah, man, oh no, we're not on the first page anymore. I wanted to say, look, Star Wars, I didn't curse them, but okay. I missed my window of time now. What's going on?
Well, you know what, Max? Instead, move on to talking about Reject, Enigma Galaxy. These teams really stood out in league play. But then going into Super Weekend, they pulled a little bit of a footballist.
Yeah, especially for Reject, right? We talked about this point about how it is always going to be a really big risk if the map on which you perform the best is, for example, a Sanhok, or for them, in their case, a Miramar map. And there's only one, and that Miramar game even didn't go that well for them. They got a 10th place with 1 kill on top of that one. So Reject, they've got to make sure they can get those points on, especially Erangel, because those Super Weekends, you've got 3 Erangels every single day. That must be the map where you bring in a lot of those points. And as we said, Enigma Galaxy just not able to get to the late game, weirdly enough. They haven't changed anything to their playstyle. It's the exact same strats that they had from the league play into these Super Weekends, but it seemed like teams have been adapting heavily entering the Super Weekends, so they also now need to adapt to the lobby to make sure they can get access to the late game.
Yeah, and I will say this, like, I mean, maybe we're being a little bit harsh on some of the teams down towards the bottom, but to be fair, again, being at the bottom isn't really a horrible thing, right? Because you're still building points at the moment that'll help carry you into the 2nd Super Weekend, into the 3rd Super Weekend, obviously if you do qualify. But all they need to really focus on is just being top 16 to get into league finals. As long as you build up some sort of buffer here in these next 2 days, you're going to have an advantage over other teams who have not qualified in this very first Super Weekend. So yeah, being a little bit harsh on them, but again, we want to see all teams do a little bit better, especially towards the bottom, to kind of replicate that performance from before, Tarzan.
I think that is something that comes with experience, right? Like, you filter off what doesn't matter when it comes to comments. You talked about testing earlier, right, Max? Like, teams, when they have the experience, they dare to test things, and if it doesn't go too well, it doesn't really make them feel like hurt or personal or anything. They know exactly the reason why, and they were able to just use that. Like, when people can't see, you even almost feel better when people don't understand what you're trying to achieve. Like, I think that is a next level, but a lot of these teams are not there yet, I feel like, especially when you don't only have yourself to disappoint. Like, for the East especially, the sense of community is so huge, right, guys?
Yeah, the one thing that I would say for the teams that are trying things out, especially at the bottom of the table, is if you don't get a lot of points this first Super Weekend, that's fine. It happens to have 1 poor Super Weekend. But your main focus for the next few weeks should be to make sure you re-qualify to the bare minimum. If you don't, that's going to be a big opportunity, especially for BTR and FaZe. I mean, we don't expect this team to not qualify for 2 Super Weekend, potentially even 3 Super Weekends. So I think there's a big chance that they're going to make it in eventually. So if you're looking at MS Chonburi, Tong Jiao Bao, Reject, Enigma Galaxy, and even Deadeye's guys, they need to make sure that even if they don't have a good first Super Weekend, they re-qualify 100%. Otherwise, this one, the finals is going to be contested.
Exactly, right? That's what the battle's about. If you're the likes of FaZe Clan, BC, Swell, Bigatron, like, you need to really regroup over these 3 days, really take this time off, and not really even make it time off, to be fair. Actually, like, looking at every single match, watching every single match happen in Super Weekend, go back and watch what went right, what went wrong for you. I think the downside, as we discussed before, is you can't really practice during this time, right? Because the teams you want to be scrimming with, well, they're playing in the Super Weekend.
I can feel that's an awkward conversation. Like, hey guys, want to scrim? No, we're kind of playing Super Weekend. Like, oh, okay, fair enough. I think scrims are pretty good for experience to see how things are going to work out, but not now for the teams that didn't qualify. Should have made in the first place. But as always, Jason's going to be the same schedule. And I mean, Miramar only got 1 as always, so we need to see that Miramar count for Reject. But I want to see more from Reject, especially on Erangel. It's a map that you just need to be good on. Otherwise, you're losing half of the points every single day on this map. Like, Erangel needs to be your bread and butter for these teams.
Yeah, well, we can see here our schedule today. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. We're going to have a second Sanhok finally, Tarzan, but sorry, continue your thought.
Yeah, you know what? Other than the fact that Erangel is so important, Sanhok cannot be overlooked right now, because for next league week, we're going to be rotating between Erangel and Sanhok. So this is where people need to start, like, getting a lot of data. I think, like, they need to pinpoint into very fine details, because that may translate into a huge thing. And teams, especially those who are watching, don't get to test it on the field, on the battlegrounds this time around in Super Weekend. The type of preparation will be very kind of hard to do, but quite unique. I think they have the time to prepare for that, and we get to see how they play that next week.
Yeah, and preparation is, well, I feel like I always say this phrase, but it's going to be key. Consistency is key, preparation's key, getting eliminations key, everything is key. But also, having the right device to play on is definitely key. OnePlus, our sponsor here at the PMGC, have to, of course, give them a massive shout out here, and I'm glad to not have James here on the desk to brag about how he has one. With flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro is your best shot at climbing those leaderboards. And honestly, some teams might need to do so here in the Super Weekend and definitely into the Super Weekend. But Max, again, obviously we got to touch on your thoughts about what happened yesterday. It was really focused on Stalwart Esports, really focused on Pika. But I'm curious about a couple of other teams, maybe towards the middle of the pack. Any of the teams that maybe just kind of maybe, I don't know, fell a little flat in your eyes, maybe teams that stepped up a little bit that you expected, maybe some change-ups and some play styles out of some teams. I want to leave it completely open to you because you had the opportunity to sit back and really focus in on some things.
I mean, before coming on the show today, I had the chance to talk with Kalaris a little bit about what happened yesterday, and he brought up that last game from Rick Infinity, and I fully agree with this point. So I'm going to bring up and steal his point actually on this desk right now. It's good to finally see a team play Cube well with Rick Infinity. They were holding on to that 5th game on Erangel to Cube when all the teams had to cross from the southern side into the northern side of that river. And teams tend to not be that aggressive, and they normally, when you have a position like that in such a strong position because of that circle shift, you should be picking up double-digit kill counts so easily. And they did it so well, got 10 kills on that game, were able to actually get the chicken dinner, got close with that clutch up Pika, but even though a lot of the points from Rick Infinity came out from that one game alone, them playing Cube that well had me really impressed. So I want to see a lot more from Rick Infinity. Hopefully a little bit more consistency throughout these next 2 days of Super Weekend, but Rick Infinity has been a team that I was happy to see play on that 5th game.
Yeah, and Tarzan, I mean, you got to cover, I believe, PMPL Arabia throughout the year. We got to cover PMPL Western Europe, and I said this yesterday on the show with Kalaris as well. It feels like every team in these lobbies, whether it's League Play or Super Weekend, they just don't make mistakes. They just play so damn well. And it's really refreshing to see, and I feel like a lot of teams out there, if you guys are obviously watching, you want to get into playing competitive, make sure you do, obviously, with PMCOs coming up next year and a ton of other tournaments as well. But every team is playing things pretty much perfectly, and it's kind of frustrating from an analysis side to like pinpoint any mistakes from teams because they just don't really exist too often.
I mean, there's always ways to kind of elevate and improve. Like you do something with a bit less effort, maybe. But of course, you're right. They do survive very well into phases like 4 and 5, and that's what we want to see. Like survival is key. After all, it's a battle royale, and of course, it's about the growth and mentality. We will tap on that. I will sound like a broken record like towards the end of this, but mentality is good. Bounce back's important. So DRS has been good as well.
And consistency is key. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our first match. But before we do that, we're going to bring in our commentators to give a quick little hello. We've got Imperium and Bleh to take you through our action.
Well, thank you for that again, Jason, and of course a wonderful desk as well. It's day 2, as our desk pointed out. Imperium, I'm more than ready. I'm more than raring to go because yesterday was a hell of a day.
It was a wonderful day, right? It was the first day of the first Super Weekend. We saw a bit of how teams have adapted from the league play. We're also seeing teams loosen up a lot more, right? A good bit more action unfolding. We had a couple of crazy circles in play. So I think with today's games, we're going to see that excitement build up. I do believe, I don't know if you'd agree, the standard is extremely high and teams have really shown their worth, specifically individual players.
Oh yeah, individual players, and one team does stick out, obviously that being STE, the Chinese one, 628, getting a couple of chicken dinners yesterday. But we also saw, as you pointed out, the individuals. I'm still, listen man, I had dreams of that almost clutch coming in from Stalwart Esports in the 1v3. Incredible stuff coming out from the individuals of that lineup, but you can't forget anyone else either. As we take a look at a playing path of the first game here of day 2 of the Super Weekend. Now, there are a few teams, I remember Jason pointing out as well on the desk, there are a few teams who have kind of not really lived up to the expectations, so to speak, on day 1. But again, it's only day 1. And you can, again, you got to remember, these are the points you accrue over the course of 3 weeks, right? So even though you might have a bad couple of days, you're never really going to be out.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's a good... I'm kind of glad you brought it up, because looking roughly at other PMPLs and stuff, because it's a very similar format, I'm looking at 60 points per Super Weekend. if you're in all 3 Super Weekends and you use 60 points per Super Weekend, I think you're on a really good, you're in a really good spot to qualify for the finals. So that's something that, yes, you're dead right. That works out at about 4 points per game at 60 points per Super Weekend. So even if you do have a bad day, a bad couple of games, you can very much bounce that bad boy back into play. The Phase 1, though, Blah has popped up. It's down on the southwest side. It kind of complements the playing path, but it is going to automatically cause possibly a little bit more traffic up on towards that northeastern side. I'm looking primarily at MS Chambori and DRS. The question is always there, are they going to engage on each other or are they going to disengage quietly?
And both these teams, they refuse to blink Imperium, and we've seen MS Chonburi come out on top a couple of times, and we've seen DRS dominate them in the city of Yasnaya. So an interesting battle. I feel like it's a very cool mini storyline within the entirety of this tournament, which is fun. Meantime, of course, we have the Xavier, who have looked quite deadly.
Different.
And this is a bit of a different approach coming in, especially from Genesis Dogma, who look like they're kind of gonna fade away into the distance. The spread quite thin, while for the Xavier, they're kind of grouped together, at least 3 of them.
But this is a different drop spot from the Xavier. They've normally held on to a prison shelter 2-2 split. So I don't know if this is in any way form targeted. I'm very curious about this, or whether it's just a kind of thing of both teams thought that Milton was going to be free. They committed for it. Now we have a little bit of a fight breaking out. It is on the very edge of the circle. So technically both of these teams can take their time, have a little bit of a fight and engagement. And if you want to go hard off the back of an initial knock, go for it. The one thing that both teams do need to consider is Stalwart down in Nova. If they make their way across and they hear a couple of gunshots and they sniff an opportunity to third party, Stalwart will certainly go for it.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess it also, I don't know if they're purposely targeting the side of Genesis Dogma, but with the absence of Swell in the Super Weekend, like BC Swell, they're a team who do like dropping towards military power, right? And the fact that they're not there, it's kind of like free real estate, so to speak. So maybe both these teams were like, okay, there's a chance for us to get it, and unfortunately, they both find themselves having to go up against each other. But Daybot, who was looking like he was getting hunted down, is going to get the knock onto Rabbiz. But these are multiple fights breaking out on multiple fronts here.
Frankie is the one that's really in the hardest position for Xavier, but also has the opportunity to create a bit of a distraction. It's easier said than done. Satar gets knocked with the but like I said, it was always going to be difficult for Frankie, but I do credit Genesis Dogman smelling out that opportunity that Frankie was all alone in that area. Now it's going to be 4 against 3, and look at this from Genesis Dogma. Pushing across the road, they want to try and create a blanket effect. They want to suppress and close the Xavier. I really appreciate this from Genesis Dogma. Remember what I talked about yesterday with this team? That they will push in. They do not waste any time if they get an opportunity to fight. That's exactly what they're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I love it. You love to see Genesis Dogma team who has definitely impressed us thus far in the Super Weekend and is looking to continue that trend. Also love the way they took out that one member of the Xavier, which is Frankie, right? It was a combination of not just the bullets, but they also timed the HE as well. Lamborghini on a sliver of HP, gonna try and drive away, try and find some cover. It's still a pretty big town, Milton. Not as big as Isnaya, obviously, that being a full-on city, but yeah. Genesis Dogma, they are hunting on the Xavier, and by the looks of things, driving them out of town, but oh no, Daybot could find a double here, the M249 shredding into Duck. The res might come in, but this is a fantastic opportunity for Genesis Dogma, and if you look at the minimap, look at them just swarming around the Xavier like a pack of wolves.
Like, the Genesis Dogma are just like the puppet masters, right? It's beautiful what they're doing. Yeah, thank you. I was hoping you'd get that reference. But it's absolutely, look at Satar hanging around, going on that flank as well. The initial knock, they went for the revive. This is all time for Genesis Dogma to close in and get the squad wipe onto the Xavier.
Yeah, this is looking very grim, but that nade from Rabis could potentially turn things around. But bear in mind, these two players for the Exhibit is so very low, and as I say, that Duck will be knocked down. Rabis, good opportunity to try and push in and maybe catch one player off guard, but they're working in pairs. The trade potential is definitely favoring Genesis Dogma. Two players downstairs protecting Daybot, ensuring he doesn't get taken down. And they're looking to take down Rabis. Rabis trying to find at least one knock, but he will instead be taken down by Satar, leaving Lamborghini all by his lonesome in a 1 versus 4. And I don't think he's even got any health kits to work with, so he's going to try and escape while all the commotion has bought himself a few minutes, and it looks like he will indeed be able to evacuate the premises. But my oh my, Imperium, they have suffered a number of casualties.
Yeah, and I have a lot of love for Xavier. I really do. I've been very impressed with this team throughout the second half of the year. But Genesis Dogma just made them look so, like, they just, you know, perspectively, it was just like a whole different class. It was like a superweight, a heavyweight going up against a lightweight right there in that engagement. Really clean and concise from Genesis Dogma. Moving on as the Blue Zone is starting to close in. We are 7.5 minutes in. The teams are located and starting to rotate deeper into this phase 1 circle. Tong Jiao Bao have a bit of a 2-2 split either side of Everest. You have Nova holding on to their 2-2 split. Nigma just starting to make their way outside of Pachinki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams are wrapped around them with the likes of 4 rivals. Helicopter! Helicopter!
Well, listen, I don't know what sort of helicopters you've seen in your time, Imperium, but you know what? I'll give it to you. It's fine. I'll give him 7 and 10. Great air, but didn't quite nail the landing. But you did point out, all jokes aside, Stalwart Esports crossing pretty preemptively up the bridge, right? So now they're going to be waiting just east of Farm, between Milta and Farm. And now for Genesis Dogma, they will be making their way into the zone eventually. The question is, are Stalwart Esports going to be just holding the line, playing the edge, or are they going to be moving in a little bit deeper to where maybe towards Farm, maybe just south of school?
It's a good question. They could go towards Potato Hill. I think that'd be a fantastic start inside this phase 1. However, they've got to think, because we know where all the other teams are located, whereas they don't. So maybe Potato Hill is a little bit of a deep spot. Nobody primarily like focuses on holding on to Potato Hill, so if the research is there, they could also be aware that that's an open space. And with this phase 2 shifting over to the east, they're in an absolutely fantastic spot already. So Stalwart have been gifted a little bit of luck inside this phase 2. We're also seeing Reject Scarlet in a bit of a good position, but I think they need to settle themselves into one core spot and then try and hold that down, because if they continue to kind of get in their vehicles, rotate, move around, not really sure where they want to go, they could get punished for that.
In fact, looking at the map, there is a real possibility that Stalwart Esports could be going up against Reject on the cliffs. But for the time being, we're going to be taking a look at Enigma Galaxy, who, as you pointed out, you know, they really haven't had to move much, but their position, it's slowly but surely attracting a number of teams. We have 4 rivals as well into the little compound, and in the distance we have Dead-Eyes guys. Taking a look at the way yesterday played out, like day 1 played out. The Xavier, sure, today was a rough start, but they looked very solid yesterday. And this is a point you made at the end of the day as well, Imperium, on Friday, was the gap between the teams placed 4th to, I think, the 10th. Just, what, 8 points? That's nothing.
It is so close. Yeah, okay, you do have 6 to 8 and Stalwart kind of at the top along with Infinity, but after that it is incredibly close from 4th place onwards. So the opportunity is there for you to get up there in terms of the standings in this first Super Weekend. For me, I'm really looking to see who's going to be that little bit more consistent across these games, who's really going to take the opportunities to turn something around, or at least grab a little bit more control in these games. Cushion is the most important aspect in terms of teams that are around the 11th, 12th spot in the overall standings currently, because they've got to consider next week, if they don't make it through to the Super Weekend, and the likes of BTR and FaZe do, you gotta know that BTR and FaZe are going to take that next Super Weekend seriously, right? So that's why I talk about the cushion. Create the heavy gap, make it a little bit tougher, just that little bit tougher for the teams who didn't make it to the first Super Weekend to get past you in the overall standings on going forward.
Oh yeah, for sure. And for the 4 teams sitting out the first Super Weekend, their worst fear is if all the 16 teams, sure, you're going to have teams like Stalwart Esports and 628 and perhaps even Infinity kind of being at the tippity top.
Yes.
But if the remaining teams have kind of like are able to accrue enough points where they're kind of equal. Let's say, for example, you know, if TJB, MS Sean Burry, and Reject, and even Nick McGallis are able to have a great day, that means there's no one team straggling behind, and that means the 4 teams who the pressure's going to be even more intense, right? Now they don't just have to qualify for the second Super Weekend, but they need to ensure that they really deliver. Of course, right now those 4 teams, a couple of them being very big names, especially, you know, BTR and FaZe, are going to be watching this and trying to figure out how they're going to be approaching week number 2. But that's, of course, next week. Right now, as the circle continues to shrink, most of these teams are just keeping an eye out. And there we go. It's going to be shrinking it onto Pachinki. So we could potentially have a hell
don't say it. Don't
here.
say it. Yeah, I was just going to say, don't jinx it. Well, I'm glad you just said hell of a battle. I was afraid you were going to mention the word that shall not be named. Let's continue on forward. We'll see how it rolls in the next circle.
It's going to come out at one point.
I know, but I was like, please don't say it straight away. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. But MS Chambori, they did go on towards that Potato Hill area, which I really appreciated in the previous circle, and it's fared off pretty well for them in this next phase. Just joining up together as a unit is really going to work out for them. The one thing they need to consider is Potato Hill is a vast land, so controlling onto the whole of it is going to be difficult.
Oh, and right now, TJB are driving between 2 well-entrenched teams, one being Dead Eyes Guys, and on the other side, you have 4 rivals. And because of that, H-Sir is going to be caught out and taken down. They're all going individually, hoping that, you know, we have the numbers, so at least a couple of them might escape unscathed. But this is looking kind of grim for TJB. Attacker taking quite a lot of bullets, and finally, he will be knocked down by Frag Boy and should be finished off as well. That's 2 members down already for Tang Bao. And we thought make that 3, and we thought maybe they'd be able to turn things around come day 2, but it is looking quite grim in Imperium. And I gotta say, this rotation from them kind of felt a little foolhardy.
I'm gonna be really harsh. There's a reason why they're currently 15th in the overall standings. That rotation was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. The circle shifts.
Just brutal, honesty.
No, sometimes you got to be harsh, and yes, they don't see what we see, but common sense and a little bit of awareness comes into play. When you go from one circle shift to the next, you got to know that kind of church and outside the Pachinki area, the hillside and in between school and Pachinki is a really solid area to hold on to. And you have one circle that then prioritizes that area in the next phase, and you want to go right through it without getting targeted. Come on, it isn't going to happen, not in this level of competition. So that rotation from Tongja Bao, incredibly poor.
Also considering how, I mean, considering how many players are alive as well, right? And what does, I wouldn't say boggle my mind, but what has confused me a little bit as well is they had the zone. I know there was no real fortification they could call home for the time being, but that felt like just a desperate rotation where there was no real pressure for them to go for that play, right?
Yeah, there's no real panic. So you're dead right about that kind of panic desperation play, and they'll learn from it. Of course, they're by no means a bad team. They're an absolutely amazing team. So that's why I have to be a little bit harsher, because I know they're damn capable of so much better. Team Secret still hold on to school and apartments in terms of the split of the circle. I don't mind. However, the next phase has not worked out for them. It shifted down south. We're still not going to say anything about it, but this game is ramping up to be very, very spicy.
I think at this point, I think you can say it, Imperium. I don't think you can jinx it anymore.
I mean,
I think you can. You can. I'm not gonna say it. You can say it. But it's Enigma Galaxy now. They're gonna be suddenly faced with some new neighbors. It was an empty little house there, and Infinity have now called it their home as Order. He's kind of been straggling behind it because of that. He's isolated in a 1 versus 4, and it is going to be Prestigo to get the knock and a quick finish. I'm not too sure why we're still staying behind, but a little bit of... I don't know what really happened there. So Nova, they could have kept all 4 alive there, but unfortunately a member of theirs will fall to the ground. But it's okay, they still have 3 alive, as the town of Pochinki is not even slowly, but very quickly getting populated by a number of teams.
That's because we're looking at a Pachinki finish, baby. Let's go.
There we go.
Finally, it feels good to say it, but I gotta give credit to Rico on that push, because we credit Nova on the splits and how they're able to use that to their advantage. But there's a timing and place for shifts, for splits, should I say. And that circle shift, unfortunately, was not the situation for a split, and they got caught with their pants down. It was only 1 player lost, but that's where the push as a full squad from Rico was really strong.
5 teams right now in Pochinki as Stalwart Esports trying to make their push, but first they have to contend with Cryptics on the watchtower. Cryptics are getting sandwiched as Logan's keeping them at bay with a little bit of a nice little hole for him to rattle off a few shots in. And I like this from Infinity, mind you. They're just taking fights on multiple fronts, but they're doing a good job of it, not overextending. As Cryptics, 1 by 1, they are starting to drop, and eventually they will lose every single one. And now, Stalwart Esports, they have a free path into the direction of Infinity, but are they going to take it? They still have time to work with here.
They really shouldn't. They're better off staying where they are outside in the fields of Pachinki. They have good hard cover. They have a lot of information around them. This is really good, but I got to give credit once again to the Infinity. They played that perfectly against Cryptics. They're being proactive against Enigma, and even that position inside Pachinki on the very edge is the best spot to be, because if you're too deep in the center and the circle shifts away, you ain't getting out of there cleanly. So really good play by the Infinity on that position across the previous phases, as Team Secret now going to be pushing in. They're going to be taking a fight against Deadeye.
Okay then, Fragboy, live up to your name. He's got to go up against 2 members, switching at the worst time possible. That is so unfortunate for him, and he should be finished off real quickly. AJ getting knocked by Pika, mind you, from the distance. That is, of course, with DRS. Got a little confused there, but a couple of knocks going back and forth. Fragboy taken down, and Fredo has a lot of work to do. He's got to keep the remaining members at bay. That nade could be disastrous, and it is going to find a member. The rest is going to be coming in the meantime for both Deadeyes as well as Team Secret. In Team Secret, they're going to be thanking the Lucky Stars and that particular rock for keeping at least Jumper alive. So right now, a 3v3, and I'll make that a 2v3. And I'm going to say this, only 1 team is going to be walking away from this particular skirmish.
We're also about to see the next circle popping up, and that does once again go towards Pachinki. On top is left on his own in a 1v3. This ain't going well. The blue zone is also damaging him very heavily. Only has 1 first aid. Getting down he goes. Jumper finishes the job.
Good night, sweet prince, as Deadeye's guys will be knocked out of the server by Team Secret. In the meantime, Nova now an opportunity to get some revenge for the fallen comrade, and they're going to get a knock onto 1 member of Genesis Dogma. Paraboy, all eyes on him. And Nova, they have suffered a casualty as well. QCL has been knocked down. Tongja will get it finished as Tongja Bao, okay, out of nowhere. Longs, he is on a sliver of health and just trying to stay alive in the smoke, but he will eventually fall to a wild spray by Fredo through the smoke, and that is going to be it for TJB as well. A rough start for a few of these teams, as action out in the open is going to be slowly tapped away to death.
And it's only 4 kills from the Infinity, but I'd love to know how much damage they have currently in this game, because they've been absolutely non-stop with the sprays, with the bullet here, with the bullet there, with the suppression. Been really strong from the Infinity so far. I also really like MS Trombori's position in the gutter strips of Pachinki. I think it works out for them in this kind of circle, as DRS now going to be pushing in, try and find a space on the edge of this circle. They're going to have to go past Stalwart and avoid the Infinity.
Classic South Asian style of a multitude of smokes getting deployed. And for Stalwart Esports, they might be afraid that this is where they took down Cryptics, and this could be their grave as well. They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught. Now, a knock has taken place. Mafia Ninja is going to be crawling on up. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no! Nima takes down his own teammate, and now it's a 3v2. AJ's able to burn Pika alive, and that is going to be it for Starwood Esports. They meet a fury end, but at least they are able to, well, they don't get the kill. Rather, DRS is like, you kill us, I kill us.
It's like, we'll kill everybody. Don't care if it's you and our teammate, but good play by DRS. I think to only lose one player in that situation is incredibly good, so I gotta give credit to DRS. Genesis Dogma, Daybot's knocked down. Nova's feeling the brunt. They're gonna be making it into the shack of doom as the next circle is about to pop up. Please shift north. I'm begging you, please shift north on phase 6. You currently have a hotbed of teams inside Pachinki. 4 rivals, Nigma, the Infinity, Rico Infinity, 628. It's all going down inside the Pachinki area, and this is what classics are made of, right? This is what these players prepare for when they first start playing PUBG Mobile. It's wonderful.
I don't think even DRS can be prepared for this. They're getting shot at from every single direction, leaving AJ, the lone man standing for DRS. They're able to get a few kills, but never mind. He's also been taken down, and with that, we say goodbye to a heavy hitter from South Asia. And it looks like you've kind of had your wish. Look at the zone shift.
Oh, Rico, I feel sorry for you guys because you're kind of the focus of the circle. It's really not a good place to be. Yu Yang gets a lovely knock on the Fidan. It's going to be more pressure being laid down onto Rico. Infinity shots being fired up by Sickle. Teams are just really going wild, brass and bold in the circle. TJ13 of MS Chambori gets knocked from some kind of angle. It's hard to tell who's knocking who because there's so many players around.
Look at this. This is ridiculous. It's a kaleidoscope of colors of players. And of course, eventually, one particular color is going to be drenching the fields of Pachinki. Is going to be red as Enigma Galaxy coming under heavy fire. Rolf just barely alive on 1 point of health, but he will still be standing. They still have 2 players in contention, so they're fine for the time being. No one is safe right now. And you did point out, Rico Infinity, that everyone's going to be kind of grouping up, but for the time being, they do seem to be a bit isolated. As I say that, though, SK Ton will be knocked down.
Team Secret, 4 rivals. Reject Scarlet, they're all on that very north side. Reject are currently outside the circle. Team Secret are pushing in and knock either side. Frago's gonna get knocked, so just Jumper that's left on his own. Let's see if he can jump to victory and kickstart another winning fight for the side of Team Secret before rivals trying to avoid. And Reject Starter are gonna make their way through the buildings. Pachinki, they actually take advantage of that, and they're like, okay, you guys fight, I'll get into the circle.
Like you said, Jumper has a lot of work to do. 4 rivals, I think they have an inkling. They know where they are. Oh, this could be huge from Lappy. And there is no res taking place here. A follow-up nade could take down Jumper and shots as well. Is he going to be lobbing it is the question. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy down to the 2-man squad. They know they could potentially win this duel. If he turns the corner, turn the corner. He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him. And Pops is going to save his teammate, leaving Rob all by his lonesome in a 1v3 against MS Chonburi and the world. They know exactly where he is. And for Rolf right now, it's all about trying to stay alive for as long as possible. But considering his position is compromised, a couple of nades sailing in could completely ruin his day.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Lord. I really think he did a good job there. Tried his best, but didn't succeed. Reject have been able to join up as a 2-man team. Who got taken out?
Secret.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So much bloodshed as Pop makes it across the road. It's a miracle, but I can't see him survive it. No. TG13 is taken down.
1v3 Imperium. Can he pull this one off? Pops on sliver of health, somehow surviving. They went for a desperate dash. And not to forget Tunny. God Tunny on top of the little roof. He's lying prone. No one can see him yet. So he has an opportunity to kind of wreck a lot of people's hopes. And that Molotov pop, he goes down as flames. He goes under flames. Everything is on fire. And Pop's just burning alive. MS Chonburi are getting harassed by every single one in the server.
Fight fire with fire. Mollies are so powerful in buildings, and it's working very well for Genesis Dogma. I said Rico Infinity were going to be the center of attention, but because every single team are picking each other off as they try to push into the circle, Rico Infinity have been able to hold on as a full squad.
They're the only team who have every single player alive, and right now they're going up against 628. And 628 don't have a single kill. I find that hard to believe, as it is going to be Genesis Dogma as well, the final member, trying to make a mad dash in from the blue, but he will be found out as Anas with a nade is going to finish off 33Z, and Rico Infinity, they're looking charged up. They're looking fantastic. 6 kills for them, all 4 alive. And right now, I gotta say, Imperium, it looks like the only team who could potentially go up against Rico Infinity, it is going to have to be 4 rivals, where they do have 3 members alive, and for the time being, as long as it can contend with Reject, they're going to be good. And this position from Lappy is just beautiful.
It is fantastic roof positioning for Lappy. It's the perfect time to pull it out. It's not too early in the game. It's at the right moment. The elevated position is perfect. But if one player can cause an upset, it's Yu Yang from 628. This is the player that ended up getting a beautiful 2 1v3s in the last game of the PEL Season 4 to grab that spot for 628 in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Oh, Tunny! How did they know? Did he show himself? He hadn't moved an inch for what felt like a lifetime on top of the roof, but it is going to be a Rico Infinity. They just seem to be aware. 7 kills now, all 4 alive and standing. And Reject, the Xavier, and 628 are still in contention with 2, 1, and 1 player respectively alive. But Appy's position from atop, and I'm sure Reject can hear all this commotion, and they're like, could that be Santa Claus? No, it is not Santa Claus. It's Appy, and he's here for all of you.
But they do have to move across the road for rivals. And if anything, I think Lappy should stay on the roof and be that crossfire, be that level of support, that sniper, so to speak, cause that distraction. That's the only way 4 rivals are going to make it across the road.
Yu Yang can be a problem. Lamborghini's still alive. He's been spotted. The Flames forcing him out of position. And it is going to be Rico Infinity. Sorry, it's going to be 4 rivals. Penumbra just pushing on in and getting the finish onto the 1 player standing from Reject. And Appy's been spotted out. He thought he was comfortable there. He thought it was safe there with Prestigo. He held onto the trigger for as long as possible. And finally, he struck. And he knows Yu Yang's nearby. He knows he's around the corner. He's been provided a lot of covering fire from his teammates as well. With Yu Yang up close and personal on a sliver of
no way!
He's about to stay alive. And finally, SK Tun will find him. And that is going to be it for 628. We're down to the final 4 teams and only 7 left alive.
It's 4v1v1. Roof, he's going to step up, going to try that Roof play. Mina versus Mina. It's going to be a difficult challenge for Roof, but let's see what he can do. Maybe cause a bit of a distraction, a bit of an upset. Rico Infinity push in. They take him down. SK Tun with the kill.
It's a 1 versus 4. Xavier Lamborghini. Bear in mind, they were the team to lose 3 members at the very beginning of the game, Imperium. And somehow Lamborghini has managed to get them at the very least a 2nd position. I will never count anyone out. That is a lesson I've learned from yesterday. And yes, it's a 1v4. Yes, it's very, very unlikely.
Come on!
But it could still happen. He's going to find 1. He knows where Prestigo is, and Prestigo is very low. But then Lamborghini finds another kill. This is almost impossible. He's going to confirm the kill. Gets another kill point. Now the 1v2. Lamborghini sliver of HP. Has he got time to heal himself? Is a question. Prestigo, he's got eyes on him. 1 bullet, 1 nade is all he needs to find Lamborghini. But Lamborghini, though, SK Tun is the only one he needs to contend with. He's gonna not heal himself, still looking for the fight, still looking to get a knock on the Prestigo. He's gonna try and patch himself up, but only bandages remaining for Lamborghini. He is battling against everything, against Rico Infinity, against the server, against Fate itself, and the blue tickling his bottom. And Pan is also gonna get lobbed into his direction. SK Tun is doing everything he can to get the final kill, but somehow he's dodging everything, Imperium. He's dodging everything, but eventually the blue zone will claim him. What a valiant last stand coming in from Lamborghini, but Rico Infinity will steal the chicken dinner away from everyone.
Oh my god. First game of the day, a shot of adrenaline right to the blood veins with the Pachinki finish. Rico Infinity deserving win. They played it very nicely. It was, of course, a little bit of circle look that has shifted down the south side of Pachinki. They were able to control Nova from the field, for example. They were able to shut down Genesis Dogma and those other teams, and they were able to play around the gutter strip down on the south side of Pachinki. But they nearly threw it. Let's be honest. Right, I was kind of getting shades of the last game of yesterday, where Stalwart Pika nearly took down the whole of Rico. I was like, is this going to happen again? Or is this going to happen? Is this going to be Rico throwing the win? But in the end, they got it. Lamborghini pulled it all out. And as you correctly pointed out, he was the last player standing right from like this 6-minute mark in the game when his 3 teammates were taken out by Genesis Dogma. And he's able to get his team into second place. Incredible.
The fact that he's not able to just get to the second place, but get 2 confirmed kills on Rico Infinity at the very end, incredible stuff. He didn't have any more first aid kits with him. 1 health kit?
Yeah.
Maybe a nade? That would have been a 1v1, and from then on, it's anyone's game, anyone's chicken dinner to take. So a little bit of luck not going his way, but a valiant, a beautiful attempt coming in from Lamborghini. But Rico Infinity, what a showing from them, you know, getting the chicken dinner. There was no point where they looked like they were going to be struggling, and you did set it up that way, Imperium, right? You said there are going to be so many teams slowly kind of surrounding them, just kind of, you know, coming onto their position, but they were able to hold their own. And the only team they had to contend against, my memory is failing me, was of course the team who was on top of the house,
4
right
rivals.
above Reject. 4 rivals. There we go. My brain's failing me. Old age, you know how it is. But yeah, 4 rivals are the only team who could potentially have contested with them. But then the moment they get the knock on the player above, that's all they needed.
Yeah, exactly. Lappy getting knocked on top of the roof was probably the thing that stopped 4 rivals making a big push. Now, of course, there was kind of third parties from Roof. Roof actually from Nigma got the kills onto Reject, believe it or not. So he took Reject down, and that's what allowed him to get third place for his team. So it was always going to be difficult, right? When you're at the late stages of the game, anyone can be hiding in these buildings. But like we said, Rico Infinity put it all out there, and they won the first game of the day. I'm kind of like, I'm not going to say I'm speechless, but I'm low-key a little bit speechless just at how amazing this first game was. Is it going to get better?
It is going to get better because, I mean, in the end, you got his circle. You got a Pachinki circle, and I know you're a very, very happy camper because of that Imperium. And I'm sure a gentleman on the desk is as well. So without much further ado, Jason, take it away.
Lambo! That's what we all have to say about that game. What a fantastic performance out of him in particular, somehow surviving as the last man alive for his team, as you guys have mentioned there in the cast. Able to sneak his way into Pachinki and hold things down. Not to mention, as we saw at the very end, closing out and flushing out 2 very important eliminations, Maxman and Professor Tarzan. That was a very crazy game. We had everything in it. We had solos, we had snakes, we had Pachinki, we had a city finish. It doesn't get better than that.
This is peak PUBG Mobile Esport, I have to say here, Jason. This is what we come to watch at the end of the day. But I mean, Rico Infinity, this is twice in a row. They almost get clutched towards the end. Luckily enough, it didn't happen, so they get another win this time.
Back-to-back, though.
Yes, back-to-back, though.
First back-to-back.
Hell yeah, you're right, actually. I was thinking of the clutch fact.
Wow.
I got so scared, I didn't even think about that, Jason. So good point. But
The 2-timer.
Lamborghini, I mean, he was down to a solo play for the longest time, Tarzan. And the fact that he gets a second place, we're seeing a Ralph 2.0 right now.
I mean, like, that's the thing. When it comes to solo play, you have to read them out very well. There's certain types of circle that you play that solo game in a very different way. You almost need to heal out a little bit, strategically tank the circle a little bit to wait for the edge to open up. But they read that very well. Lamborghini found a good building, right? With a little bit of luck, knowing how to stay quiet was the key there, but with those extra 2 kills towards the end, well, that was phenomenal. They really, really need that boost.
Yeah, and the thing is to me, right, and I'm glad you brought up Rico initially, Max, because that is a little bit scary for Rico to be able to close out games efficiently. Yesterday, when it came to Erangel, they almost lost. I mean, it came down to a 1v1 when they had a 3-on-1 advantage. Here, it comes down to a 4-on-1 advantage, if I'm not mistaken, and they lose 2 players. It's not giving me a lot of confidence in them to close out a game cleanly, but I will say this, they still won. They still got another chicken dinner. They got 25 points in total, so I don't want to knock them too hard, but I think there are some little things maybe they need to work on.
I think especially known that when they have the advantage to not potentially push their luck, which is what they did here. They didn't do that versus Pika yesterday on the final game. Pika just played that really well with the sniper, able to get himself a headshot, then a really good nade at the end of the day. But I think this is a point we brought up a lot while watching that game, Tarzan, is that Rico Infinity played that mid-game to transition into the late game so well. They went 4-2-2 split during mid-circle transition to try and potentially cover as much land as possible to facilitate the rotation for the next shift. And it worked out so well. They held onto the dip. They chucked some really good nades onto 628, but they played that mid-game just to almost perfection, I would say.
It's really good to see teams knowing how to keep options open in city finishes like that. And a lot of these preparation was before a shift happens, right? Sometimes at the lower tier, you see teams, still thinking about what to do after the new circle appears, takes them, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds. But no, that team was very proactive, and they were very good at using utilities.
Yeah, we can see here on our second page as well, Cryptics, unfortunately, the first team to go out. Stalwart Esports as well, down to just only 1 point in that match. You can see Nova at 2 points. While we're watching that match, I don't remember which one of the two of you said it, but Nova were a little bit confused. Like, what? No, we should be like 4-man spread here. Why is everyone fighting us?
Yeah, I think it was Rick Infinity just pushed in. They're like, okay, we're not taking that fight at all, which is really weird, but it seemed like teams are ready to contest Nova given the opportunity. So we'll see. And happy from 4 rivals. Are we surprised to see him being the potential MVP of this game? Not really, because he was playing a really strong rooftop position up north and the circle just kept shifting south. So he had a really strong overview of the entire situation on Rick Infinity, on 628. I believe they were maybe even one of the teams that spotted out Lamborghini, but because they died, that information was lost and Lamborghini could do his magic on the side. I think Satar gave him a few tricks up his sleeve to try and potentially get himself some good magic tricks at the end of these games. But yeah, happy from that rooftop position. Being the MVP is not too big a surprise.
But for rivals, like, to be fair, like the macro of that game is actually very interesting. I would draw a parallel between that and what they did on shooting range yesterday. They have very early commit around phase 2 to somewhere that's quite hard to get out of, but they were able to make it work and push quite a lot of teams away, Jason.
Yeah, and we can see here in a quick little head-to-head Appy between him and Prestigio. We can see a little bit of a difference in eliminations, but again, some pretty decent damage. And again, the team contribution percent. I find this kind of interesting, actually, the difference between the two when it comes to that, because obviously Appy with the Overwatch position on top of the building can get a lot of damage in, can get a lot of assists and a lot of flushes, I would say, with the angles he's given. But Prestigio able to only maintain 60% of his contribution, but still be the standout from the team is an interesting sight.
I think the reason why, especially for Prestigio, you're seeing that team contribution being a little bit lower is because the entirety of Rick Infinity will put a lot of work into the nades, especially, and the elims. He's only got 1 elim there, so of course you can expect the rest of the team to get a lot more of those elims. But they were nading so much to make sure that teams were not able to close that gap. And one of the teams that comes to mind in that scenario was 628. They were the big threat of this game, in my opinion, to the position of Rick Infinity, and having Anna serve as the overlook position, getting that information for his team, and then you had Fidan getting some good nades, Prestigio getting some good nades. They were the reason why you could not see 628 actually contest that late game. So yeah, Prestige and Fidan, especially this game, would be the reason why they're actually able to convert that chicken dinner at the end.
Ooh, Tarzan, look at second place.
Woo. I mean, that is very pleasing to see, right? Like, mathematically very pleasant when you see that ratio as well coming through. Rika Infinity, that game was amazing. We talked about those pre-shift stuff, but also the use of utilities, not very blindly. That's the thing. We saw them throwing some nades pretty early on, right, Max? But the key ones came in when they used the blue to their advantage, right? The blue's moving, they are nading where these other teams need to move into, through those gaps and through those routes that they need to go through. That is the key thing there, I think.
Yeah, if they would have maybe held on to just 1 nade or 2, Lamborghini would have been a little bit of a rougher spot to be in to take that fight towards the end, because they actually felt like they needed to push it. But hey, when I'm looking at this right now, I talked about the potential of 628 to potentially contest that late game versus Rick Infinity. There's a very big disparity between their placement points and kills, so I would like to see that maybe even out a little bit as the tournament goes on, because that can be a pretty scary prospect if you potentially lack out a long kills to qualify for the grand finals of January, especially. That's where things could get a little bit dicey.
And speaking of scary, one thing that is a little bit worrying for me is for Enigma Galaxy. We see now 2 matches where Roof has to be the person to just stay alive for his team, to try to get them as many placement points as possible. We saw that yet again here. We saw that yesterday on Sandhawk. We actually got a second place finish. But to give credit to them, they have moved up from the bottom of the rankings, currently sitting in 11th place with 39 points.
That is the importance of huge games, right? We talk about that again and again. And that game yesterday, actually, I do want to pull up some stats. That Sandhawk game where they really heavily rely on heal strat was 16 out of 24 points that they got yesterday. So sometimes when you see this is how they get points, and I think I want to really illustrate that one more time and reiterate. You need to see how teams get those points. And sometimes, although they may not have really good results when it comes to, I don't know, the points for that game, they've tried a lot of good things. The good thinking are there. So, like, this is a different angle that sometimes we need to utilize.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing is, maybe that's the kind of style you enjoy. Like maybe you like being that solo player for your team and try to keep them alive as long as possible, get every single point as possible, because you realize like it's all in your hands. You don't have to depend on some teammates in the situation unless they're feeding you information. But if that's your favorite style, maybe you want to vote for him as your favorite player here in PMGC, which we do have currently the fan favorite vote still going on at the moment up until December. And you guys can go and vote and get a ticket in game by logging in and doing that. You can do it within the esports center, and you get some amazing rewards as well. So make sure you guys are checking that out. Make sure you're voting for your favorite players. For me, it's probably still towards Pika after yesterday's performance, but you know what? My mind can still be changed. I'm holding on to my vote for a little bit of time. We'll see who I do decide to give it towards. But honestly, there's so many fantastic players. I would assume Pairboy probably gonna make it up there, right, Max? You're probably gonna vote for him.
It's Paraboy. This man is too successful, okay? My brain cannot even comprehend how successful this guy is. So he could be, but I would have to agree. I would potentially go with Pika. I think me and Tarzan have been big advocates of Star Wars so far, so it would probably be a Pika for me.
Okay. Well, Max, man, you know what time it is?
It's break time. Is it break time?
It's time to take a look at our overall. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's time to take a look at a recap. What do you have for us here this time, Max?
Okay, I thought it was break time. I don't know, man. You know you can't throw that to me, Jason. I am never ready for you to try and catch me off guard like that. But yeah, we had some very interesting prospects in this game for a lot of the teams, but one in particular that we want to talk about how there's still always a chance for you to make it work out towards the end, even if you're a solo player. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but in a city finish, it can work out. Is D, Xavier, and Tarzan. They lost 3 players really early versus Genesis Dogma that is trying to take those fights a little bit more earlier. Normally they drop towards farm, but they really wanted to take that fight towards Milta. But in a city finish, if you're solo and you don't want teams to really look at you, just go in the center of the compound. Just go in the middle of the city of Pachinki. And that's exactly what Lamborghini was able to do. And nobody just spotted him out. And he just chilled there until the late game to snatch away that second place.
Like, this is the pacing, right? This is the transition. He's been looking at these, open compounds first, like secondary spots.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, like when he's got the chance, like this, like is a Pachinki finish. I need to go now or never. And he actually made small rotations as well from there. So, like, what I like about this is they were that team that we initially thought could drop in Pachinki from their previous, like, the MPLs, whatnot. So they should know this well. I think that might be to a certain extent, like, helped the South Lamborghini to make that work.
Yeah,
because Max.
Sorry. Yeah.
What's scary? Oh no, yeah. Be sorry, Max. No, I'm kidding. Well, I think what's crazy is though, like you saw him transition to a couple different buildings within Pachinki, and there's like only a window of time he has to work with because the zone had already centered on Pachinki, knowing all teams are coming in from the blue to immediately crash into some of these buildings. So I feel like he used his time really well to get him in a proper position.
Yeah, I mean, he was listening to the footsteps really well, and when he saw an opportunity, especially to cross the road, that was the pivotal play for him to be able to snatch away that second place. He just made it work out instantly because he heard all the fights happening, can hear the footsteps because the fights are so close quarter, and he was trying to potentially make sure that his timing was on point so he could avoid the 6-8, avoid the 4 rivals, avoid the rejects, and it worked out perfectly towards the end to cross that road, and just after that, remain completely undetected. But when you got towards the end of that fight, I would say here, Tarzan especially, 6-8 had a really good position for a big portion of that game because they were holding on to the 2 angles of the road, trying to slow down those rotations, but it got hard at the end because those nades from Rick Infinity were just too damn good at the end.
I mean, it's almost the anatomy of the town of Pachinki, right? Like, you can't go more north because there's the road. But you just keep going that way, then it's gone. But, like, this is the last fight. We talk about the trading potential that needs to be there, but they were not close enough to do that. But when you two come, you're a bit scared of nades as well. So that was a little bit of a choke under pressure. But after all, it's Lamborghini taking those two. And it was great. Good try with the pan, but it's going out to the blue towards the end with the last try of maybe getting a headshot as well. Like, those fine details is where you can see the quality of that player.
See, him dying to blue there, I think we should really reiterate, is so important because every point's going to matter. Look what happened between Bigatron and Deadeye's guys. One point separated the two teams of getting the Super Weekend and not getting in. And, I mean, long term, maybe it won't really affect them too much when it comes to that one point of like if they qualify into top 16 into the league finals or not. But you want to play every situation like it's your last, right? Yeah. You want to get every single point, deny every single point you possibly can. And it was really well played out of him. And again, to be like the solo player to stay alive that long, to continue going that long, and play the situation perfectly is not easy for a lot of players.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky towards the end, but I think it's a very important point you just bring up there, Jason, because that 1 point difference could make a big difference, not only in where you're placing it at the end, but especially in the prize pool distribution, because don't forget, first place right now is $362,000, and second place is $145,000. So I'm not going to do the math of exactly what kind of difference that is, but it's a really big drop-off, and I think you would feel bad about potentially losing out on more than $100,000 because of that one kill you didn't confirm a few days ago. So every kill is important, and if you can deny it away from a team that you know are going to take the win eventually, like, just die to the blue. There's nothing wrong about that.
Just knowing you're like 1 point away from like losing $100,000 would kill me, to be honest. But while you're here watching PMGC, you don't have to worry about the stress of worrying about that 1 point. But also, you get a little bit of an upside. You get little giveaways going towards your side. We have a PMGC exclusive, the treasure box going on for you guys at home. Permanent rewards. We get to choose one of the 3, and all you need to do is make sure to watch PMGC on YouTube or in-game in the Esports Center. You get this PMGC token, you redeem it for permanent items, and you guys will have a, well, hopefully a good luck and good time. But also, there's 2 more chances and 2 more treasure boxes coming up during the PMGC, and you'll find out all that information here in the in-game Esports Center. Max Ben, keep your eyes on the screen. I want to see your hands. You cannot do this right now. You cannot cheat because we have the ability to know when it's coming in. I'm trusting Tarzan, though. That look he's giving me right now, I don't know if I should be. But Max Ben, good on you. Me, on the other hand, I'm going to be busy in about 10 seconds.
Wait, what? What is busy? Wait, what's happening? Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. What's happening? It's happening. Right.
We're clean.
I'm just doing it. I just don't want you to. I don't want you to go into the Esports Center right now and go redeem.
Oh, okay, that's what we're talking
You're
about.
very threatening right now.
Okay.
Polaris, where are you? Can you come back?
I was genuinely like, what are we talking about? Hey, bro, I've already tried many times, okay, to claim stuff, but I'm just always so unlucky. I never win what I want, okay? I have potentially some of the worst skins in the game right now, so, I mean,
Did you ever get the Tesla?
I never got anything, Jason. I've got nothing. I tried to pull for some of the things. I never get it. And I don't know. I just feel bad, man.
Don't worry, Max. You got us. You got us, okay? You can see we have about 15 minutes. Well, you have one of us. It's your dad who's watching the show right now, actually. No, it's not any of us here on the show. It's his dad who's watching. We got Miramar. Why am I so mean to you, Max? We got Miramar coming up next. We got Erangel thereafter, and of course, Sandhawk a little bit later on today when we close things out on Erangel in our final match with about 14 minutes until we get into this next game. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. You know, I feel like we've talked a lot about Miramar. We talked a lot about particular teams who do exceptionally well on it, like your Rejects, who, when they're given that opportunity, right? If like Sandhawk is your best map, if Miramar is your best map, if you have a limited amount of times, which is 3 times every Super Weekend, you better capitalize off of that. And unfortunately, Tarzan, yesterday, Reject was not able to whatsoever. I believe they had a 10th place finish with 1 elimination.
Yeah, so speaking of breaking patterns, that's not one that you want to break, right? But they did something that's very, how should I say, like reasonable in a way, but wouldn't work in that situation. They try to, this is how I'm going to phrase it. They try to threat the needle when there's nothing for them. Like there's no needles to be thread. Like in certain rotations, they keep going wide and wide. They've done it multiple times yesterday. You just need to fight for a spot sometimes. And yesterday that happened more than once, even like 3 times for Reject on 3 different maps, and I was a little bit frustrated to say the least.
I'm sorry, I'm just staring at Max Ben, and it's like in my head, I think he's thinking like, just don't cry, Max, just keep smiling.
I'm holding it.
It's a break.
Fine, the break is soon.
Well, speaking of that, Max Ben, it is time to go to the break, so we're going to head to that. When we come back, we're going to have our next match of the day ready for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching for some more PMGC.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Danny, ready for extract.
Lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Riz. Mungkin akan berharapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang oleh gangguan daripada jumper.
The wrong direction, Zaxi aiming out for the grenade, and he gets it all team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, that's right. Rule that through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting Tony K. MR5 is down as well. That is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from damn root. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Man, he goes down.
Much early on as compared to Yango Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken now.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal saja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat, dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari BGMI.
โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาดที่ต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนไปสิ BDR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงมาที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงโดนไฟ2เลยมิลาตอนนี้น้องรักมีเรื่องซูเปอร์มาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้ปอนไฟหนามเป็นเครียดแล้วตอนนี้โดนท้องอย่างไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้โหวันนี้ทั้ง3ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2แต้ม
Mari kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim Secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu. Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm Secret pula. Bomba Malaysia punya rumah daripada tim EVOS.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
She is the 1+9, and we are the PMGC 2021 East League desk heroes. Are coming back now with the second match over onto Miramar, Jason Kaplan, Maxman, and on the far end, Professor Tarzan. Looks like our names do rhyme. Kaplan, Maxman, Tarzan, Kalaris. Come on, man.
Calm down, Eminem.
Kalaran? I don't know. Eminem. All right. I mean, I wish I was as rich as him. But guys, we're gonna be heading into Miramar here, and normally we don't do predictions, so we're not gonna do any here. So we'll move on. Actually, no, we are going to do them. I'm going to drop it straight on to you guys here about Miramar. But I'm going to change things up, okay?
Okay.
We're not predicting the winner. We're predicting the first team
to go out.
I
knew it. Okay.
Why? I'd rather do the other one.
We're going to stress test the curse, right? If this team wins that I choose, then we know that it just does the opposite of what I say. We said we're going to test it eventually during the show, but who would go out first?
Me. I'll pick.
Okay, go for it.
Dead Eyes guys. Ooh, but yes, I feel like they would. I don't know. It's like about like because it stings. Like you want to be wrong, but they have been showing some issues, and I think one thing that doesn't help is them always being a little bit reserved, just because they got hot dropped against around Power Grid against X628 from the start, and they seem to have been a little bit off since then on this map.
Okay. If I had to go for one, I would personally go for Team Secret. I think that they get some rotations that just don't work for them. Sometimes weird. So yeah, I don't know. Team Secret would be one that I haven't been heavily impressed with on their Miramar performances. So there you go.
Okay, well, if anyone out there watching works on Team Secret's social media posts, please clip this.
I forgot the
meme some way for a meme, because Max just set himself up for awesomeness. We'll see if they see if they're watching here as well. We'd love to see them put some stuff up about you. They did, I think, last PMGC. We even had Stalwart talk about a curse, but they didn't tag you. And to be fair, you didn't curse them at all when it came to so far in this event. But gentlemen, I mean, looking at the first match, obviously a city finish, very, very tough to analyze and really break down because of the chaos that's involved. But the funny thing is, we're going to have another city finish. I've looked forward into the future. I've seen the script, and I know we're going to be focusing on Picado here. It's going to drop straight onto that. It's going to stay there, and we have a Picado finish. But I am really curious, though, obviously, the difference in maps. Miramar a lot more spread out. How do you feel like teams really deal with these rotations because of how big this map is, because of how these rotations can happen? Like, what's the ideal way to go about it here, Tarzan, if you want to put yourself up for success?
Leapfrogging. I would say that is the way to rotate. Cover to cover, always have an overwatch, and avoid very blind point-to-point rotations. I think like it has not worked out for any team like so far in the past competitive year, to be fair. Like those who know how to set those rotations up a little bit earlier, even before the shift happens, those teams tend to do quite well.
Maxman, what's your thoughts?
I was just thinking that since you taught Jason to Tarzan what leapfrogging is, he's just using it. Oh, that's a leapfrog right there. I think that's
true. That is very true.
It's a good term.
That is a good point.
It is a good term. Yeah, he's taking your point, Jason. Be careful. I know, but yeah, I mean,
that's
leapfrog's a perfect one. Yeah, exactly.
And now I'm tempted to teach him. I'm tempted to teach you a phrase, but teach you like the wrong meaning of it, and then just see you use it on air and just giggle to myself every time that it gets used. But then I could probably get in trouble, and I probably shouldn't do that. Okay, so we talked about teams going out first. Maybe we'll just go for it since we have about 2 minutes till the next match of who you think's can actually take it.
Yeah, I mean, while we talk about leapfrogging, right? One team that I think's done it well, especially on yesterday's Miramar game, I think was Infinity. They did kind of have a hard time towards the end. They gave a great opportunity to Dead Eyes guys, and I think that should have been their win in my opinion, but they played that game really well. They had a 2-2 split across the road to facilitate a rotation towards that. I think it was phase 5 or 6. It was really good. They cleared most of the south. So yeah, because of that playstyle that I saw, I was impressed with Infinity on that first game. I wanted to see a big step up from them from the league play into the Super Weekend. They did it on Miramar, so yeah, Infinity would be my team that I would like to see potentially take a win here.
Come on, you know where it's going, Tarzan.
Come on, Tarzan. It's your turn.
6-2.
We're going to leapfrog to you.
6-2-8. I'm going to pick 6-2-8. I feel like they've made some very interesting... Oh, God, Max.
He's going to leapfrog
Help
you,
me.
Max,
Like,
and
how-
go with 6-2-8.
How does that work?
I don't know.
6-2-8. I feel like they've done me well, like when I picked them yesterday. But that was on Sandhawk. But on this map, because they've been terrorizing a lot of teams, I feel like shoving them around, like forcing them away from drop spots, surprising them when they make some changes. So yes, I'm going to vote for them.
See, I'm going for TJB. You want to know why?
Ooh.
Because I want to see them step up. They were bottom of the table at the start of the day at 17 points. But I want to see them really show again, like China has a lot of strong teams. Like they were really good in league play. Again, they've fallen off extremely hard when it's come to the Super Weekend. Now, obviously, I can't really go into why that is. I'm not sure we're at all sure why that is. And we're not sure why teams have fall-offs or rise-ups through Super Weekends or between league plays and Super Weekends. But we're only about a minute out here, and I feel like a lot of teams, again, really need to show the work they're putting in between days. I feel like for me, that's one of the most key parts is like, are you using your coach properly? Are you using your analyst properly? If you do have them, obviously. Are you breaking down these rotations? We've got to see, I feel like Lamborghini in match 1 really be methodical about the way he wants to enter the zone. And I'm assuming right, that he was kind of sure of how teams would come into that zone, and of course what teams would be coming from where to really kind of find that wiggle room in, which is so important to do, especially if the last person left alive.
Yeah, I mean, man, you're doing a little analyst segment sometimes, and you're on point, Jason. I just want to say, but it is true. I mean, you know that when you go towards those city finishes, that's something that Kalaris and Imperium bring up quite a few times when they talk about it, is teams tend to play on the outskirts to make sure they can move away if the city is not in the circle at the end. So he just knew they're all going to be in the edge. No one's going to play center. I'll just go center and chill, and that's what he did, and he got second place. So he was very good at understanding how teams are going to react to that type of circle. So big heads up to Lamborghini.
Okay, well, since Max spent, I was doing some analysis work here. Why don't you do the host work?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Tarzan and Jason, for the analysis there. But it's ready for our second game of the day over on Miramar. So we're going to send it to our beautiful casters. It's going to be Bleh and Imperium taking you through our second game.
Well, thank you very much for that, Max. Oh my lord, Max is so much better at hosting than Jason is. Who would have thought?
You know what?
Anyway,
Like,
you agree?
yeah, I agree. He's the best. He's totally way better than Jason.
No, I mean, jokes aside, I have to agree with Max. I mean, Jason can do everything. He can host,
Yeah.
he can analyze, he can cast, he can interview. He can act. No, he can't act. He cannot act. Jason can't act, but he can do everything else. Everyone's fantastic. But yes, here we are. Game 2 of day 2 of the first Super Weekend. It is going to be in Miramar. Jason said TJB. He's going to be rooting for them. At this point, though, Imperium, I don't want to say the F word, you know that other word. I don't want to use it, but I kind of feel like their performance in day 1 of the league stage, it might have been a bit of an outlier. Let's put it that way.
Is it the word fluke? Do you want to say the word
fluke? That's what I was going for. That is what I was going for, not the other one.
I was just going to say, it's only the first week, Blair. I can't have you leave me now. But I don't think it's a fluke, but I do think, again, it comes back to teams in the Super Weekend are going to be putting in a little bit more effort and work compared to league stage. So making mistakes is a little bit more forgivable in the league play, and I think that helped Tong Jiao Bao perform pretty well in the league play, whereas Super Weekend, we haven't seen them really step up. Now, looking at where teams have dropped, it was an Eastern playing path. A couple of teams in Los Leones. It's a massive city. It is well able to hold 2 teams, even 3 teams, but with a couple landing on the outskirts, 6-2-8. There you go, Rejoso. He gets caught out with his pants down. He's knocked and taken down.
Early first blood being drawn by Yu Yang, 6-2-8. Bit of a quiet game earlier by their standards, of course. I'm sure TJB would have been happy to get the points they got in the previous game. And as to take a look at the overall standings, we have, of course, 6-2-8 at the tippity top at 69. Rico Infinity able to get that second place, just 1 point behind STE, followed by Infinity and 4 rivals and Stalwart Esports in the 5th position. The gap is minuscule. First place to the 5th, just 10 points separating them, considering we are right now in game 7 out of the 15 of the first Super Weekend here in Imperium.
And that's what I love when you look at the overall standings coming into today's games. Okay, we've only had 1 game today, but there was like 3 teams in the kind of, the top 3 But now it's kind of extended to more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter, it was now. Lazy Boy pulling out the glider. It's gonna crash. I think someone should take away his pilot's license, because that was terrible.
I was enjoying it till the final few seconds, and yeah, shout out to the Observer production for cutting away from what would be an ugly mishap there for Cryptix. But shout out to Cryptix for taking the glider. A lot of teams would usually not bother with it, but you know, it is Miramar. It's a very big map, and it does enable you to go for some quick rotations. Daoshi, you need to be careful there, buddy. He waltzes in like it's his own apartment, and Jasper reminds him why you should be very wary of all your corners. And that is going to be 6-8, getting a kill and losing one as well in a span of a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Good opportunistic play from MS Chambori. By the way, Cryptix rotating as they are to go to Valdemar is very intelligent, because it was a very heavily eastern playing path, and that phase 1 circle is a little bit more to the west in comparison as well. It allows that Valdemar position to be spot on for the phase 1 circle, because all they have to do then is shift a little bit up north to the Valdemar hillside in between there and La Drolera, and they'll be in pretty much a prime spot for phase 1, avoiding a lot of the early rotations, avoiding any kind of interaction. So I really appreciate that from Cryptix inside the first couple of minutes of this game. As Infinity, they've looted up around the Tumasera area, held onto the church side. This is a great spot for them to hold on to, but again, 5 minutes in, they should be possibly a little bit more heavily looted, because I see no meds on one of the players there.
And we all know how meds can be the difference maker between getting the chicken dinner or not, as we saw on Orangle earlier. Lamborghini going up against the entirety of Rico Infinity. That the memory is still in my mind. Very, very fresh. So, as ST8, 628, now aware that they do have some neighbors in this massive city of Los Leones. And you are indeed correct. I mean, it's a city that can easily accommodate 3, maybe 4 teams. But if you take a look at the minimap, at the map rather, you can see that the majority of the teams are just kind of concentrated down to the south, like we have these 2 teams over here, or even further down south towards the extremities of the city. So interestingly, quite a lot of teams opting not to head there. Instead, we have a lot of them gravitating towards, you know, the Power Grid, Picado area, maybe towards Monte Nuevo, which is why do you think that's the case, Imperium?
Well, Power Grid Monte Nuevo is just outside of being normalized drop spots, it just gives great entry point into like most circles, and they're big areas, so they're able to move around. So I really appreciate those kind of like areas being held onto by like Stalwart, Rico Infinity, Monte Nuevo. They're good spots to hold on to and rotate from, especially. So we'll have to wait and see as the game goes on. One thing that MS Chambori and 628 do need to consider is DeXavier. Now, DeXavier rotating like a little bit closer to Los Leones than I kind of thought they would, but maybe that's a targeted rotation. Maybe they want to get involved. It's something we'll have to wait and see. Never mind the fact that Genesis Dogma are coming from Porto Priso, so this eastern side of the circle, or the southeastern side, is pretty heavily congested 7 minutes in.
Yeah, quite a number of teams slowly grouping up as MS Chonburi. They managed to kind of extricate themselves from getting pinned down by their opposition. Oh yeah, that is of course from 628, but now they're going to have to go up against Genesis Dogma, who are in a comfortable spot. But again, multiple teams, as you pointed out, down southeast of Los Leones, so it could really go any way. One thing I will never ever question is going to be the Xavier and their ability to rotate, despite the odds being against them. Jasper will be found in MSC. It's almost like just getting picked apart one by one. In NC2, I don't really fancy his chances. There's no cover, barely any, and one bullet is all they need to land on him. In fact, it is going to be a multitude of bullets, and he is going to meet a fiery grave inside of that, well, just blown up vehicle. Just an unfortunate start for MSC.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Hate to see it happen, but it is what it is. The game goes on. Looking at Nova, they have themselves.
I'm glad you're not a good singer, Imperium, or else you might have got copyright struck there.
Yeah, of course. If I sing, I sound like a dying cat. Trust me. So you don't want to hear that.
So black metal.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. I love the fact that we can both relate to that. Yeah, Nova in a really nice spread between Picado and Los Leones. They do need to consider that this is a little bit of a hot rotational area for a few of the teams. Luckily for them, there's less teams coming from the east because they're in their own cluster. So for the time being, the owner really need to worry about Tong Jiao Bao and possibly Reject. But again, the spread is there. Deadeye's guys still in Picado. They need to start making their way out of there. The next circle has popped up and it's gone down to southwest.
Yeah, Valle del Mar, we still have one member of Cryptics over there, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, I think. Oh no, is that Cryptics or is that?
Yeah, Lazy Boy Cryptics.
Yeah, there we go. Lazy Boy from
yeah.
Cryptics, indeed. Yeah, and they have a lot of real estate to work with, right? Like you pointed out, it's a good position for them to move on in. But right now, they can have control of the extremity, just keeping one player over there. And if they need to, the circle is shift further in that direction, they can easily fall back, not having to worry about the fact that it could be a potential team lying in wait. So, yeah, I think you called it perfectly there.
Well, they did go a little bit closer to the south edge of Chumacera than I expected. I don't hate it on phase 2 because, again, you're spreading your wings, you're pulling out that Chinese meta of spreading out to grab as much information as possible. But I don't want to see them go too close to Chumacera on the next phase, or at least before the next phase. Grab the information they can leading into the end of this phase 2. For now, Genesis Dogma have been able to disengage away from that fight. They've joined back up. They're rotating into the southern edge of the circle. We still have Xavier and MS. Xavier, MS Chambori and 628 in Los Leones, but Xavier are much closer to exiting that city as a 4-person team. While the Infinity, I question their movements towards the tail end of phase 1 when they were looting up the church side and Chumacera, and they still have a big spread. God Tunney is much further away from the rest of his team. That kind of worries me.
What worries me for the Chinese side is Tang Jiabao having to go up against their Chinese brethren in the form of Nova. Don't really want to face off against them right now this early in the game. TJB have a lot of work to do. Still have a number of opportunities, but you can see they're 17 points to their name at the end of 6 games. That's an average of like 2 points a game, if my math serves me right. Sorry, 3 points a game. So kind of a quiet start considering how solid they were in the league stage. As Infinity's melee, he's being hunted down by Marshall. Marshall really wants to get this knock, and why the hell not? He can't see anyone else nearby, but it looks like somehow a little too far away, unless something goes really wrong. But the Marshall's being very optimistic, hoping to get that knock. He had a chance. He had a window of opportunity. Unfortunately, it has been shut.
But that's what I don't get about the Infinity, right? You know, you've been here since pretty much phase 1. You had prime opportunity 11 and a half minutes in, and you still haven't found a solidified spot to go to. That's really poor. So Mela was very lucky to dodge the bullets of that Cryptics player and keep himself alive. We did see Team Seeker lose a player at the hands of DRS. This is a bit of a pattern between these two teams. They seem to, go against each other on the northern edge of these circles in Miramar, DRS and Team Secret, and they've both got to be careful because it could be the case where none of them really kind of gains a massive victory. Even if they win the battle, they might not win the war that is Miramar. We'll have to wait and see how phase 3 does pop up. 4 rivals outside of Picado. It's going to be an E-shift. It's great for a lot of teams, but it's unfortunately a little bit frustrating for Genesis Dogma because they made a great rotation on phase 2.
Oh yeah, they did. And for Cryptics, I'm just going to keep an eye on them. The fact that they haven't just been stagnant, right, like you pointed out, in the southwestern side, but the fact that they moved on in, they were sneaking into the edges of Chumacera, that means they're in a very comfortable spot. They already have a player inside of the zone. Now they have to potentially contend against Infinity, though. In the meantime, Prestigo from Rico Infinity, fresh off the chicken dinner, knocked down. Now he's got Vidhan. with the Mini 14, and unfortunately, the decision whether to go for the res or to go for the trade has been made by Stalwart Esports. They get the knock, they get the finish, and they know Rico Infinity are somewhere nearby. Now, both these two teams are right next to the zone. So I'm assuming here, Imperium, that they're just going to be going for this duel. Although that being said, how do you really confirm any of your kills here? It's kind of going to be a bit of a war of attrition where no one really comes out on top.
It's a little bit easier for Stalwart. Overall, they made a better rotation than Rico. You can see the separation from Rico hurt them, and that's how they lost Preciso. Now, they do have one much closer to the edge of the circle, so they have a little bit of a pincer effect. But Stalwart are in a little bit of a better position to push should they get another knock on board. We see Nova losing a player, and this is where, and I'm not saying Nova aren't trying, but this is where Nova maybe need to recognize, hey, we cannot always pull out these separations, this splits. Maxman highlighted how they've been able to get away with some big splits. Teams are learning. Teams are looking at the VODs, are recognizing that if you come across a player that looks like one of the Nova boys, he's most likely going to be on his own. That's an opportunity for a free kill.
Free kill was what El Chapo was looking for, but he's gonna have to zig and zag his way out from that position as Tunny from the distance getting a knock. Now, of course, the kill confirmation is not going to be possible, but for Infinity, I have to agree with you. You pointed out how 11 minutes into the game, they still hadn't really solidified the position, so maybe they were overthinking things, Imperium, but they managed to regroup now, and they're in a very good spot. Right now, who's not in a good spot is Rico Infinity out in the open, as it is going to be Cryptics just keeping them at bay. But bear in mind, the one player Cryptics have inside of the safe zone has been knocked down. The res has taken place, however, but that's going to leave these two players up against the remaining members of Rico Infinity. Great nade, though, to find Anas, and Marshall pushing on in. Fidan might not be expecting this.
SK Ton, are you joining up with this fight, or are you not joining up with this fight? That's something that I'm a little bit curious about, because if he's not joining up with that fight, to me, Fidan should just completely look to disengage. And I respect that from Cryptics. They're prioritizing their circle. They're prioritizing as a team, joining back up as a full squad, because the circle shifted down south, the editor Tumis area is in play, and the Infinity couldn't ask for a better gift than this shift. Right in the center, a lovely spread on board. All the teams are going to have to come around them. However, another team that's looking very nice is Reject. They're in the Churchill. They have a lot of information. The teams coming from the east, it's not going to be easy for them.
For sure. Like, for Reject that position, I've seen games won and lost from that very hill. And right now, Team Secret, they can see for Rival just going on past, but they're going to hold on their trigger finger. No one in the vehicle, so they're just going to make sure they make their way into... For Rebels are playing a very dangerous game. You're just driving around, and after the number of vehicles I've seen blown up on in Miramar, I mean, I've lost track. They're very fortunate, though, that Deadeye's guys are seemingly going up against Infinity up top.
It's too early.
For the time being, for the time being, they're going to find some cover, but this doesn't look like great cover at all.
It's good cover, but as I alluded to, it's far too early to pull off that kind of rotation. I worry about them because Deadeye's guys, barrage and nades, they're going to go down.
Oh, Imperium. Oh, Imperium, I feel like his days are numbered, and eventually he might just, well, just, you know, out of fade to black or ride the lightning, whichever is going to happen. Well, it's going to be a nade. It's not going to be poetic. It's just going to be brutal, brute force from the Mongolians as they make quick work of SK Ton. And for Rico Infinity, the way they've just hemorrhaged players throughout this entire map, there's no trade, no res is possible. The spacing between the players have seemed a little off. I'm not too sure. They're feeling lethargic after the chicken dinner, but we're going to be heading into yet another fight, and it is going to be MS Chonburi 2 alive going up against a very dangerous Xavier, but Ponzai just peering around the corner gets the knock, and he's going to get a finish as well. And the Xavier, not quite able to do anything. They're getting wiped out. They do get a few kills to their name, but great work for MS Chonburi. Sure to lose a couple of players, but they're going to be happy with that.
Very good indeed. Stalwart turning their attention over towards DRS. They get a knock on the northern edge of the circle. DRS being put under pressure. Nigma, Galaxy's in front of them. This dip is a pretty good dip for Nigma. If you think of Arango, it's that kind of similar dip outside of the museum building. In Arango, it's a very good spot for Nigma because compared to 4 Rivals, it's a much more kind of, not necessarily like open space, but it's less at risk of nades while still holding on to that kind of lovely protection where they're able to peek up and shoot. So I really like that for Enigma. We'll have to wait and see, of course, if they're still going to be inside the circle of phase number 5. DRS still trying to apply a good bit of pressure. Nobody's tempted fate on a fight against 4 rivals, so they're still holding on to their little dip inside the side of the road.
No one's able to res Marshall for Cryptix. He's so far away. There was Fidan getting the knock, so at least have confirmed where Fidan is, but he's gonna get a confirmed kill eventually. So everyone's just waiting for the next zone to shift. Rough for Enigma Galaxy. It's hunkered down inside the shelter. Team Secret have a much more solid position to play from. And for DRS, AJ by the roadside all alone. And TJB, they're hoping, they're praying the zone's going to favor them, but unfortunately, they will be forced to move up from what is a very nice position initially, but now they'll have to cross the road, and that's not going to be comfortable for them. For Infinity, though, it is looking fantastic. They haven't had to move for the past, I think, what, 10 minutes now?
Yep. Despite it taking them a good kind of 10, 11 minutes to join up as a full squad, indeed, for the second half of this game so far, they haven't had to move an inch. However, Deadeye's guys, they need to start puffing up their chest. They need to start making some noise and getting some kills. One of their players is knocked, but the revive should come through. Reject gonna try and punish Nova. The shots are laid down. Nearly there. Duello gets a knock.
What does Jimmy do? Because you gotta look on the other side of that little Valley Uzis there as well. And Nova, oh man, it just looks so rough for them. While everyone's battling it out, Nova just running around. It's like a bunch of rabbits just getting assaulted by wolves, jackals, coyotes, all the dogs. All the dogs in Paradise.
What have you got against rabbits?
Nothing. I'm just saying they usually get eaten by, you know, coyotes and wolves and dogs. Oh, Pika. This is a little confusing. He's going to go for the res, but the nade's getting lobbed in. He decides that it's not really worth going for the res. As Cry, the decision being made for Pika. He will be taken out. So Stalwart Esports, top has been knocked down as well. And this is a mad dash for safety. And 4 rivals are doing a great job trying to keep TJB at bay. The problem is they need to make a move eventually, as well as AJ finally gets knocked down. His teammates are nearby though, and Deadeye's guys from this position, they're in a great spot to gatekeep almost every single team coming on in, and they are just completely obliterating everyone downhill.
They're doing exactly what I said they needed to do. Make some noise, puff up your chest, be a little bit aggressive, get those shots off, and suppress those teams around them. That's the end of Enigma Galaxy. You are out of here. 4 rivals are being put under massive pressure by Team Secret, but until that knock comes out, Team Secret can really do nothing about that push across the road, especially because of the fact they're down to 2 players, so they don't really have the bodies to help themselves. Across the buggy they go, and 4 rivals get 2 free kills. Good effort from Team Secret, but good protection from 4 rivals.
Yeah, that cross the road was going to be brutal in any case, and unfortunately for Team Secret, they will fall without a single kill. And amongst all the commotion, you might have missed out on the fact that Stalwart Esports as well have been eliminated. They did lose a number of players on the rotation one by one, not quite able to get the reses going and getting third-partied and fourth-partied at times. As 4 rivals now going for an uphill climb. Fortunately for them, there's no one right above, but Deadeye's guys are nearby. Shifu will be taken down by Appy, and 4 rivals looking to make quick work of Deadeye's guys. Because Deadeye's guys are, you know, they have to take a fight on 2 fronts. One against Infinity, where they have to move on up. And then at the same... Oh, Mela gets spotted out. That's a huge spot from on top. How does he even spot him out?
Yeah, but here's the thing. They didn't need to take fights on 2 fronts. They split their focus and they paid the price. They're lucky to stay up as a 3-person team, but in my eyes, they needed to focus on one direction and head in that one direction. Instead, they tried to split their focus and they got burnt a little bit. Yes, the knock from Fragboy came out very nice indeed because it slows Infinity down, allows the revive to come out, but Deadeye's got to have that coordination a little bit better executed in future games. Infinity, they've got to focus on what's behind them before they focus on what's in front of them. Is 4 rivals going up against Nova.
Four Rivals took that opportunity to just make their way into the zone where they're going up now against Nova, right? And Nova, unfortunately, I like how he was trying to keep them at bay, but eventually 1 against 4, it was never going to be favoring him, and he will get taken down. And with that, Nova is out as 33Z trying his desperate best to pull off the great escape, but he gets taken down by Cryptics, who are on a bit of a warpath. They're down to 3 members, but they have 5 kills to name. But the final boss, seemingly, thus far, it looks like it is going to be either Infinity, Four Rivals, or maybe Reject, who have been kind of quiet thus far.
Yeah, they still have 3 players up, so it's important that they use that to their advantage. The high ground of the church is, of course, allowing them to maybe do a little bit more in terms of gathering information while the other teams around them share the bloodshed. Deadeye's guys pushes forward off the back of getting a knock on the 4 Rivals. This is good, and if the revive can come out on top, it could fare even better for Deadeye's guys. In yesterday's Miramar game, by the way, they got 16 points, so this is probably their kind of best match so far in the PMGC.
Let's see if they can continue to deliver. As Four Rivals, it's a bloody, brutal battle against Deadeye's guys, and they are not looking good at the moment. One survives. Appy gonna try and sneak his way in. He hasn't been spotted. Never mind. Reject will strike. And that is going to be it for Four Rivals. They do manage to find 5 kills, but they will be knocked out. And simultaneously, we bid goodbye to Cryptics as well. We're down to the final 5 teams, 14 left alive. Infinity with all 4 still alive and kicking. As TJB are pinched. They are trapped between a multitude of teams. And I don't think they're going to be staying alive for much more longer.
They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. 6-8 still holding on as a duo. The circle shifts up north. Tongja Bao are out of here, and we're left with our final 4 teams. Infinity, Deadeye's guys, Reject, and 6-8.
6-8 are dangerous, Imperium. You can never, ever, ever count them out. Sarl, maybe getting a little too ahead of himself. Very, very fortunate to survive that. But now Infinity, their attention will be diverted by Deadeye's guys on top, trying to find something. But Tunny will instantly put a bullet in his head, and he's going to knock him down. Res is possible, though, as Uzi will be knocked by Shifu. So at least a trade will take place, buying them at least a few precious seconds to get the res. But they need to be wary of Divine's position, and Divine, he's got an angle. He's going to try and finish off Deadeye's guys. They are looking very grim, but Frag Boy, no man left behind for Deadeye's guys. They are still going to be going for the res.
But that's what I'm saying. Deadeye's guys focus on one team. Yes, be aware, Reject, but focus on the Infinity. Sunan with a lovely knock onto Nuzi. It's going to put the Infinity under a lot more pressure. A second knock onto the Infinity.
Not a third. Not a third. Come on, for the love of God. Oh, he's got to finish one off. Logan not even able to get the rest, so all he can do is just loot his dead teammate's body. As Divine and Sal, they're going in. They're pushing in right now, but the res has taken place. Deadeye's guys back to a 3-man squad, and this is... I'm not too sure about this. Reject taking fight with multiple teams. That's on top with a perfect nade. Finds another knock into Infinity. Infinity from a 4-man squad down to just a 2-man squad still standing. The rest can't take place, though, as Reject, you're just trying to push everyone, and I'm too sure about this, but Divine from the sidelines alongside Sarl. They're gonna find 1, 2, 3. Good night, Deadeye's guys.
Divine with some absolutely divine plays. Reject Scarlet stepping up as Sarah comes in. 6-8 are knocked down. They're left with just 1. And how have the Infinity been able to stay alive as a duo? I do not know.
I have no clue, but they're getting mowed down. A sliver of HP is what separates Reject from getting that chicken dinner out of nowhere. With 7 teams alive, they had 1 kill, Imperium, 1 kill, and right now they're sitting on 12 and what should be 14 kills and a chicken dinner, unless Mela does something truly ludicrous. Divine going for the res duello, keeping Mela at bay, out in the open, gets caught out, and Team Reject, they get their chicken dinner.
Oh my god, Reject! Beautiful, glorious, all on the church side hill. They made that elevation point stand out. They were picking off a player here, picking off a team there. It was genuinely, like, kind of perfection overall. Yeah, okay, there was a couple of risks taken. There definitely was. There's one point where they were kind of doing what Deadeyes were doing, and taking multiple fights at once, but because their area wasn't really the focus, they were able to do that. Whereas Deadeyes in the bottom of the hill, their position was a little bit more a focus, so that's why I worried about them taking too many fights at once compared to Reject. But I couldn't ask for a better win from Reject. That game alone was very, very proactive in the end game, because the Infinity, like, they got one player knocked, followed by another, one confirmed, and they still weren't finished off. They still got a knock. Then, like, a second later, onto one of the Deadeyes guys' players. That is such good resilience from a team. And that's why the Infinity are looking so strong in the Super Weekend, because a lot of teams, they will kind of go passive. They will shut down off the back of one of their players get knocked. Not the Infinity. They're like, okay, we're going to fight fire with fire. And that's what they did, and it got them second place.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we can get this stat, but I would love to see the amount of damage tanked by Infinity in that particular game. And for Reject, like you did say, they're in a great position in that Church Hill. They didn't have to move. They were watching all the commotion all around them. But when they struck Imperium, they were like an unstoppable force of nature.
Yes.
Like we said, they were taking fights on multiple fronts, but at no point were they able to be, where they did it look like they might have made a mistake. They're sure, they took the fight with Deadeyes guys. We saw one member of them just taking a fight single-handedly against 6 to 8.
Yes.
But the timing for them to strike when everyone was tunnel vision on each other, that was just magnificent from the Japanese side.
Now, the circle shifts were definitely tricky. We had a couple of bad hard shifts when it was initially looking to be on that kind of southwestern side, and we saw that massive shift onto the northeast. I feel sorry for a good few teams, specifically Genesis Dogma, Stalwart, kind of Cryptics as well. It was never going to be easy for them. And then it shifted down kind of south away from the roadside, which kind of 4 rivals, DRS, Elonte, Team Seeker. So some of these shifts were definitely quite difficult. Props to Tongja Bao. Wasn't like the prettiest, most controlling game in the world, but compared to how they've looked in most of these games, it was pretty good from them to get, I believe, top 5.
Yeah, top 5, something they desperately need. What they also desperately need is probably, one of those big games, a pop-off game of 30 points, right? This is the fight being taken by Divine and Yu Yang. Again, the way they were somehow able to not just, play isolated,
So
they were
clean.
still kind of like a loosey-goosey 3-man unit. And I want to wait to see the analyst test to see how they're going to break it down. And speaking of the analyst test, of course, we have them ready. Gentlemen, that was a hell of a game. Please break it down for us.
Maxman, are you gonna?
I'm a host. Is that how?
I'm kidding. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to see if I can throw him off guard, and you know what? Successful. We are back now, obviously, to break down the last match, and we obviously had questions at the start of yesterday about how Reject would do on Miramar when it's their best performing map. They've had such phenomenal performances on it when it came to league play, and then we were a little bit let down. We were a little bit sad when we saw their Miramar yesterday, but today they finally do come back into the mix. They show us Miramar is where we come to play, and funny enough, this is like around exactly what I said. If you're going to have one of those maps that's your best map, your Miramar, your Sandhawk, and you only see it 3 times at a Super Weekend, you better perform on it. And Reject did, gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the Reject we want to see on a map like this on Miramar. And it's just their typical playstyle, I would say, Tarzan, right? Because they're a team that get in a strong position that gives them a lot of information. And you also, I think you brought it up at one point, right? That normally playing that church position, it's not the easiest thing to do, but how they were playing their splits, especially to make sure they had the information given by Divine, and also how they kept information and teams at bay over to the western edge. It was just so well played to make sure they had that space to not only get to the late game, but also be able to rotate later on.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, people underestimate how hard it is to hold high ground when you have every side coming in. Like, you need to know which side's weak and know when to get down from those high ground. But it's not just that, right, gentlemen? We saw them transition into opportunistic third partying. Like, you see the kill feed pop off, you hear some, like, gunshots on one side, they use the ridge rotate in and add pressure. And that was great. I think the Kings of the Desert is back.
Well, we can see Reject's 29 points with 14 eliminations, but Infinity, woo! Again, another team that's proven to be pretty damn consistent, to be completely honest. They get themselves 8 eliminations and 20 points. They also had a fantastic position to really punish quite a few different teams. And really quickly, I know you guys want to talk about them, but Deadeyes guys, as we heard Imperium and Bled talk about it, probably one of their best performances they've had yet.
Yeah, that was the team that you potentially called out, Tarzan. It's going out early, but you were wrong. I'm not the curse guy anymore. It's you now.
But Max, 14th place. You did say they would go out early.
Sorry, I need glasses. I can't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. But no, Xavier also went out pretty early in this game too. So we got a few teams that typically I think we would say are strong on Miramar, like Xavier, not able to get himself a really good position. But if we're going to have an MVP, it's going to be Sarah of Reject. And Sarah and Divine were the deadly duo, Tarzan, of this game. Divine especially was like, I'm going to do it myself at the end, pushing on that position. Like, that was just nutty.
True. Like the thing with Reject is they actually have other rosters before they brought these gentlemen in, right? So Sarah actually got some really long synergy before on Reject Scarlet, I believe, but you know, Divine was not one of those older players. So it's great to see that they bring these power duos. Maybe that is one idea in creating teams, and they've been doing well. Of course, you can say it's an outlier so far for the Super Weekend because they've been a little bit asleep and off yesterday, but this is great. I mean, the way that they played it, pretty clean.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not gonna say that I'm a genius, but I did have a good point about how they finished things off at the very end there. But you know, we don't need to really go too deep into it. But again, like teams from Japan, you know, Maxman, we were covering PMGC last year. We knew what Bluebees had to bring to the table. We saw glimpses of awesomeness, I'll say it. And we talk about the likes of Mina and how this year has done exceptionally well for them. We talk about Star Wars Esports and how Mongolian Esports, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, has obviously increased, but so has Japan. And I feel like Rejects, you know, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but I feel like they're living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, the next thing would be to see BC Swell potentially make it into a Super Weekend and perform well, but Reject, not only have they had, you know, that big change in the Japanese esports scene in their ecosystem to try and potentially have more training and more preparation for global events such as PMGC, but also they have that PMGC experience from last year from players such as, once again, you got Divine, you got Sara, all these guys coming back into it. They know how this lobby tends to play, and they feel comfortable if they have a game-closing opportunity, but though we are seeing Godtoni again from Infinity. This guy's just insane when it comes to it for Infinity, but I still have one thing that I'm a little bit scared for Reject here, Jason, is that their map where they get most of their points is only Miramar. Super Weekend, you have 3 Erangels every single day. If I can see some really strong results from Reject on Erangel, I'm going to be hoping for them to make it right to the Grand Finals in January. But right now, I need a little bit more. Miramar is not going to cut it for me.
Exactly, that's kind of the problem, right? Is even when we get into next week in league play, it's Erangel and Sandhawks. So they don't even have Miramar to play to try to qualify to be top 16. So hopefully for them, they can really work on those individual maps. But as we now get an idea of the updated overall standings, you can see Infinity, the Infinity, in the first place position with 85 points. But we do have China's team of 628 currently sitting in second at 82. And there's starting to be a little bit of a gap developing here, guys, between second and third place.
Yeah, and a little bit of a slip, to be fair. We've been hyping up Star Esports. They have not really gone much further today. I mean, like, Infinity was the team to watch just now. I mean, from the selection of compounds, to be fair, like, this game was a little bit similar to yesterday when it comes to the position of the ending circles, and they are that Chumisera team, right? But they picked a very, very good compound to hold. And their splits going into the later phase, we talked about that, right, Max? Like, they were very prepared, and it's about that 2-step forward thinking that worked out for them.
Yeah, they were just trying to maximize the information input to make sure they could make the best educated decision later on in the game. So yeah, I don't know how I was getting on that one, but they did a smart play. So that was at least the intent they were going for. But though, looking onto the second page, we need to see some teams definitely step up. Nova has been slowly but steadily slipping down currently onto the second page. We'll see if they can jump back up. But I mean, I'm looking at Nigma Galaxy here, currently in 14th place with 41 points. And there's a big disparity, I would say, right now, a really visible one between their placement points and their elimination points, which is right now 15 eliminations. I want to see them taking more fights because they were in situations where they had some very easy fights they could have picked throughout yesterday's games and even potentially, I would say, the first game of today. But they just, I wouldn't say scared, but they're hesitant, and that hesitancy hurts them in the long run. So I want to see them be a little bit more confident to take those fights. If they do so, not only by default are they going to get more kills, but also they'll get stronger positions because they clear that space around themselves. So Nigma would be the team that I would like to see step up a little bit throughout the day.
Yeah, I think it's also something we should mention for everyone at home. Like when we do criticize, we also have to keep in mind of it's not necessarily the team playing worse. It also could be everyone else playing better. Like everyone else realizing, oh, okay, they're one of the contenders, right? Let's see how they rotate. Let's put more focus on how they're playing out their game and start to punish them on this. So not only do you have to kind of maintain your performance from League Play to Super Weekend, you actually need to improve your performance if you want to keep matching the level of the lobby, because you know every team that has a coach, every team that has an analyst is sitting up all night looking at what they can do better, what they can improve on, feeding that information to their team, and then trying to capitalize off of that. And Tarzan, you can even talk about that a little bit since you have been coaching teams in the past.
This is a very, very hard topic, actually, because you can have all the points laid out, but the brain can only take in so much. We're talking about the digestible amount and info that is of a particular nature. Like sometimes you can't change certain habits in a day. Like you need to fix those things that can be implemented within a day and have a balance between, those hard facts, data, as well as the mentality of a team. And that is where these infrastructures come in. I think that's why we sometimes put some focus or faith behind the Japanese teams. Like with that franchise league coming in, they have those resources. They could use that very well, but the players need to have the mentality to reciprocate the supports that's being put in. Sometimes they don't believe in these stuff.
Yeah, and I find that always, if we talk like the broader spectrum of esports, always so hard for someone who's not like an ex-pro player to join a team as an analyst or join a team as a coach, to kind of have that respect from your players to listen to you, to like listen to the ideas you're giving out, because maybe they don't respect you as a player because you never play at the same level they're playing. And then that's obviously a bigger story when it comes to egos and the likes. But you know what, speaking of egos, no team here is going to be having an ego, as we're taking a look at potentially your favorite players that you want to vote for, as we do have our fan favorite vote currently still going on. You guys can just go and make sure to log into the game and vote your favorite ones, and you guys get your rewards for yourself. You get a voting ticket when you log into the game. You get to watch live on the Esports Center and share the voting page with your friends. And you can also potentially get some various pink level permanent items. So make sure you guys check that out as much as possible. Make sure you guys are voting for the favorite. Maybe I can get you guys to vote for my favorite, but you know what? I won't. I'm gonna let you guys vote for your individual favorite players out there, because obviously you're gonna have a lot of individual choices when it comes to it. Maxman, you know what time it is?
It's time for clips. Okay, I'm ready this time.
Time to head to a break.
No, you're always trying, Jason. I swear. It's fine. You made me host earlier. I was not even ready. And okay, we'll have to have a little bit of a chat, Jason, later on. But yeah, we're going to be talking especially about this entire game on Miramon, how Infinity approached it. It was a really good one, but the one thing, Tarzan, I think that's very interesting is not their early game, despite them going for a pretty widespread, and I have the impression a few teams are inspiring themselves from what we've seen from 628 and especially potentially Nova Esport, where they go for these wide splits. But here, especially, this 2-2 split, they instantly regroup onto that position. But that compound, especially, Tarzan, was so valuable. But Newsy just was there to set up the team to get to the late game, to potentially convert that into a win. Newsy was a big pivotal position for the rest of his team.
Yeah, this is key, right? Like first off, it was a very good selection of compound, has huge threat against all the Western teams. Here is where we find that magic. Like he has that balance between maybe coming back to help a little bit, but will always just go back to take that center spot to play that 1-3 as the entry spot player and already grabbing info from here. Like, so that would allow their team to maybe take a little bit more time to wrap up what's outside, and then they just work the ridges and work the edges in from there.
Yeah, and they're just, unfortunately for the side of Infinity, is that they were mainly waiting into a position that's a little bit elevated, and it was also a dip. So you're looking at 628, they had a really strong position to be able to chuck a few nades in that position. So it got a little bit tricky for them. But this is a clip I found very interesting, especially towards the end of that game, was 4 rivals versus Deadeye's guys. And Deadeye's guys were not in the easiest position, but I really had the impression 4 rivals should have waited a little bit closer to the edge of the circle to be able to noticeably gatekeep Deadeye's guys away from that spot. Not doing so, you allowed Deadeye's guys to get access not only to the circle, but also a very strong position to contest you away from that circle. So I think for Rivals, it had an opportunity to not only get kills, but clear the north, and unfortunately by not doing so, kind of caused their own demise. So I would have liked to see a little bit more aggressiveness from this team potentially.
Yeah, I mean, look at the landscape there just now. Like, there's no... You just allow Deadeye's guys to peek and shoot, right? Like, allows yourself to get sandwiched. Those landscape does not really allow you to reset. And it's into this late game, we thought like these crazy nades coming through. We talk about info, right? Just look at those beautiful buses. But no, it was about this side, Divine, knowing the gunshots coming off and just use that ridge and just clear out a whole team. And those are the opportunistic aggression that we're talking about.
Yeah, and even towards the end of that game, and that's the point that you brought up, Jason. I'm giving you credit. There you go. Okay, your analyst brain is actually on point for this one. Was Duello holding on to that rock while they actually had one player get knocked down below? There was Sora. Divine was going to try and potentially buy some time by having Duello towards that little bit of terrain position, that bit of elevation. If they do lose Duello, that could have been a game going to well of Infinity, but Duello was just there to try and buy that time, allow Divine to get himself that res. So given a little bit more time, that could have been an Infinity win, but Duello was there to twist the game in their favor.
Reminds me of that, was it 16-second rule you called it, I believe, Tarzan?
Yeah, I that's what I call it. There's like 16-second optimization window. Like, I don't know whether that sounds good, but it makes sense. I kind of tested it, and yeah, 10 seconds from the revive.
16 ow. 16 second optimization window. Or 16 sow. I don't know.
16.
Maybe I'm just ruining it.
You guys get the point, right? Like, it's just
yeah.
If you play the game
of course.
And but when it comes to applying it, it's really just a sense. But it takes someone to be in those moments to say that like it's time to push, and I think it goes without saying that like it really showed in the small micros, I would say, from these teams.
Yeah, well, either way, Infinity still come out with second place. They still come out with a decent amount of points. They're still sitting towards the top of the table, and they should be very happy about the potential reward of maybe getting enough points to solidify themselves into top 16. And speaking of rewards, you guys at home, we still have the treasure box going on for you guys to pick up within the Esports Center. All you need to be doing, just watching live here, the PMGC on YouTube or in-games Esports Center, and you get this PMGC token that you can redeem for permanent items within PMGC. And there'll be 2 more coming out later on during PMGC, so make sure to check it out. Make sure to check it out maybe now if you guys have the chance. Max Fan and Tarzan, I was mean last time, but you know what? You can check it out whenever you want to, just not right now. Maybe when we head to a break and you guys can pick up some permanent items for yourself. You saw obviously the time window down there as well, so limited in time a bit, so make sure to do that as soon as possible. And speaking as soon as possible, match 8 will be coming up as soon as possible, as we have Aaron Gill hitting us next. And you know, gentlemen, again, we talk about the adaptation from day to day, but Tarzan, what about the adaptation match to match? I feel like most teams, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like most teams within the day, you're not going to adapt from match to match. What you're going to do is you're going to focus on playing what you set out to do in that day and then go back that night and figure out what you can do differently.
You can say so, right? Like, of course, the massive game plan, you need to see how to adjust. For example, like Milter that we've seen, right, in game 1. Like, the way that Genesis Dogma dropped on Dick Xavier, that is something that needs to be addressed, right? So you still need to do that a little bit. But other than that, I do agree. Like, grand scheme would be set beforehand. There's a small tweaks in between to maybe mentally reset. Like, I know players who want to do something like wash their face with some cold water to stimulate the right nerves or whatnot. So I think those structures are more important, arguably. And say, okay, I don't know what I did there, but yes, one thought, one trick, and then one good game, and hopefully they will be able to do that.
Well, we're going to head to a break. Maybe I'll go stimulate some right nerves, splash some cold water on my face, and hopefully you guys do as well. As we're not done with the day just yet. We still have 3 more matches to come, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
They had to lock horns, and that's why they witnessed a bloodbath with Marshall.
Door here very shortly. Marshall on the front lines looking to make the breach here. Nice volley.
They were kind of stuck in that position. So look at this. What's going on, Yola?
Oh my lord, he's been knocked out from elsewhere, maybe from the backlines, and on top he's definitely going to capitalize on it, but instead gets traded off right back. There you go, Lord. Siege, does he have his headphones on? Because now the push is definitely coming on towards him, and Honest, really dicey position. Honest and Prestige, two players surviving, does have the SKS.
Quick scope, there you have it. Some bold action for you.
Oh man, I'm looking at the minimap too, and it looks like they're going to be clashing with DRS. I don't know how long they'll be able to survive.
Goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Norwood Esports action is going to be the amount of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a first kill on Mercy. And there you have it, LIT. Lit Esports down to one man.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMGC 2021 East League. We're about to head into almost our halfway point, our third match of the day, as we're going back on over to Erangel. We did get to see a Pachinki finish in our first Erangel of the day, gentlemen, and that was a awesome finish, to say the least. But we did see a little bit of a lack of performance out of some teams we expected a bit more of, Maxman. And I'm sorry to call them out, but Stalwart Esports is the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, because I didn't rub it in your face when we were looking at the rankings at the start of the show, man. That's why it's not going well after that one. But yeah, Stalwart are having a little bit of a struggle so far. They've been slipping down slowly but surely, and I think that the one main thing I spotted for this team that's not been going right is that they struggle to clear out behind themselves before entering circles, and I saw a lot of backstabs situations happening on Stalwart, especially for that first game of the day, but that second game also happened to them. So I want them to be a little bit more cautious how they approach that mid-game segment where you need to clear out behind you, otherwise teams are going to get those strong positions and it's going to get pretty rough. I think it happened, Tarzan, with DRS in that first game, and they got into that Harry Potter tower. Like, there's clearly more this team can do to solidify their positions here.
There's really a point maybe for mid-game and later, right? Reading the surrounding landscape and knowing what it means. I think this is a very important phrase or idea for teams like knowing what does it mean for yourself later if you do this now. I think that is what happened kind of in that first game, but otherwise early game there shouldn't be much teams like behind them because they were that Novo team. Jason, take it away. I don't know what we're going.
No, I just laughed because it made me think of like procrastination. You know, like you don't realize how much frustration you'll save later if you just do those things now and get them out of the way. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry for laughing. I'm sorry for throwing you off. But one thing that doesn't throw me off is the performance of 1+9, our sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers. Yes, all of you out there, the 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially maybe one day qualify for PMGC. And if you do, right now, next year, if you're like, you know what, Jason, if you reach out to me over on social medias, you can see down below my name, and like, Jason, I heard you talking about the 1+9, I picked up that bad boy, and I'm here in PMGC, I will give you 100 euros, all right? Just for doing it, just for that callback 1 year later. Or maybe some cookie dough ice cream. I don't know. Maybe we'll see Max playing at PMGC next year instead of on the desk. But yeah, we talked about Star Wars esports. I'm curious, is there any other teams you want to talk about in particular? Not necessarily when it comes to this map. It could be about the whole Super Weekend. It could be teams who didn't qualify. I kind of leave the floor open to you guys. I do. Maxman.
I feel like I'm in class right now. Please, I do have the answer. But yeah, one team that I'm actually really happy was their performances of today, and I don't know if you agree, Tarzan, on that one, would be for Rivals. Yeah, that city finish, which is very unorthodox. You don't see those finishes happen really often, but they done the complete opposite of Stalwart, where they cleared out all of the northern side, made sure no teams had that opportunity to go for the backstab, and then they had Appy play onto that rooftop position, getting ample opportunities to get that information, and then to not get the win, unfortunately, got a little bit tricky towards the end to cross that road, and that's really hard to pull off, but they are trying to set themselves up towards the late game to have as many players as possible to hopefully go for chicken dinner. So even that Miramar game was very impressive for them, going for a very strong spot above the road to make sure, I think it was Mingma Galaxy, Team Secret, Nova could not contest their rotation in the circle itself. So for Rivals have been very impressive in their map
Miramar
today. I'd say a little bit higher risk, to be fair. It's not really my cup of tea when you commit to a city quite early on, but they made it work. I think that's the thing. If you know how to reset up for every circle to know the function of your spot, you should be okay most of the time. But I'm looking actually at Genesis Dogma. They are that team who are very relentless in changing drop spots and adding, unexpected pressure.
Was there anything like super interesting that I might have missed?
I feel like they
in game 1 and 2
could be a little bit of a
that I should do like
around that area. I
think it's going to spice things
up
analyze.
Once again. And maybe it would be very fun if Stalwart, being the Novo team, would join in with that party.
I think they need to splash their face with some water right now. I think that's the play.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
That's the analysis.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
I was expecting to go a little bit harder there, Mac, to be perfectly honest. But you know who does go hard every single time they're on camera and they're casting? It's John on a Blanker to be covering the final 3 matches of the day. Gentlemen,
yeah, I'm up
on
now.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. I mean, we do. Yeah, we do. We go hard. We go home. After the broadcast, we go home. Tend to keep going hard for on the show. Have you tracked? Oh, well, that's a good point. We are home. Maybe we go hard and we go home. That's what it's all about, right?
I saw the Pachinki game.
But yeah, we're going to be getting into this Erangel.
I commented in the chat that STE was going to win, and then they got killed. Oh no!
I believe my co-caster has been muted this whole time.
I have been. I've been zinging off the walls with 8 coffees though. Look, let's be real with it. Okay, so I'm ready to go. Unfortunately, I was not ready to go here. I'm ready to go right now as we head into Erangel. Like I said, we go home and we go hard at the same time. So do these players in game. You can see the top 5 Olymps in Erangel over here on the right side of your map. And Nas putting on a nasty show for us here. 18 Olymps so far on Rico Infinity team. Looking solid, looking nice. 121 points total. Damn, that is one sizable lead coming through from Rico Infinity team.
Yeah, they've absolutely been cracking it during these last couple of games. Their day is going well so far. But
volume up a bit.
Drop out towards Severny for them. Everybody else spreading out as they are wont to do. At the moment, not too much to be going off of. It's a very central playing path here, Black.
Yeah, very, very central, coming right down
Is that
from
better?
the northeast side down towards southwest. And Primos, you know, 6 to 8 could be dropping out very late here, so rotations might be a little bit finicky for them. We'll see if they actually have a secondary drop spot for themselves, but I think they are just going to drop out here towards the end of things. Team Secret,
okay, there.
Got that 4-man split going with eye shots on top of Snalba, providing that scout lookout. This time, though, a lot of teams going for these heavy splits. Stick Xavier, once again, they're on a heavy split over towards the Pubg side of the map. Genesis Dogma just underneath them. They're heading
okay, is the volume okay? Game sound and my voice.
For good reason. They just did not really step up towards that league play. Very unfortunate.
Yes, bucket hat. ZooTay is here.
Where they were just 1 point away from actually making it.
Make sure that you guys are all subscribing and hitting that notification bell to keep up to date with just how big a draw they're going to be able to do next week, of course. Genesis Dogma taking that position around farm. And going to be looking at, as you say. But in general, the southeast side of this map, fairly barren right now.
Dang, TJB's still last place?
Yeah,
Infinity's first place now?
Just 6 to 8 down there, sat towards Primos side.
Sorry.
I've been seeing God Tunny has been like popping
That's
off.
That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, I mean the southwest side, southeast side, of course. Like you said, damn, you're confusing me. You're sending me all over the place. That's all right. The way this man's driving this bike is also confusing.
How am I feeling? I'm feeling okay. Thank you for asking.
Nice, though. Well, Chapo.
My stream is slow.
Milter really occupied for the time being. Most teams.
Maybe I'm watching. Hold on.
You got Deadeye guys towards Rosso. Need to get a bit of a hurry on, perhaps propel themselves upwards towards the top of that standings, but I don't think it's likely. I think the way they're currently just sending.
Well, I don't know. This is.
Center of the
Did you wash your face?
They're not getting a lot done.
Lower my mic now.
Yes, they find that central spot, and then they're beset upon by like 5 other teams.
Am I too loud now?
Because they know it's dangerous.
All right, okay then. If they're going to send central this game, Black.
I'm doing okay though. I got some extra sleep in.
Given this current
yesterday, I woke up at 12 a.m. So yesterday, I went to sleep at like 8 p.m., woke up at 12 a.m., just stayed awake, watched all of PMGC East, and then I and then I did analytics for PMGC West up until like 5 p.m.
Especially with this kind of circle.
And so I was awake for like,
tales will be told as we see our next
I don't know. Yesterday was a really long day, so I needed more sleep today.
I will have to give a new prediction, unfortunately, as that one will be thrown in the trash, as it is no longer useful.
It's unfortunate.
PMGC, okay, sure.
Journey in life. It's not ideal.
All right.
I'm not throwing Tom Jabal in the trash,
testing.
by the way. Just my prediction.
Testing.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, still, unfortunate terminuses. As Tong Jabal have met most times so far during these Super Weekends. They haven't had the best performance so far. Right in the middle, you've got Enigma Galaxy on Pachinki, playing around and about the houses. They will be having to probably leave there fairly soon. They won't want to stick in there too long for these next rotational paths. But in general, everybody fairly spread out right now. Probably the closest teams that we have are Tong Jabal and Cryptics in South and North Georgia.
Okay, what about now?
Yep, I mean, Rico Infinity team there, 85 points towards the top side. You got 6 to 8, 82.
I'm back at my parents' place.
It's looking pretty close for the time being. 6 to 8, I've had a good run of it. I've been happy with them. Last game, particularly Sunan, some amazing nades.
Put the stream on 2x speed, and then I'll catch up.
It's pretty amazing. You'd love to see it. Looking forward, though, I am excited for the rest of the match. Deadeye guys towards the central side of one. Rozok John. And again, people yet to move. What I am quite surprised about is Dig Xavier did. Look at that. You got 2 players that was mentioned in prison. And then over on the western side, right towards Deadeye, you've got number 2, Frankie and Rabbit. So very, very split at the moment with DRS starting to move in between their split. It could get a little bit hairy.
They actually started even more spread out than this. I mean, I think it was Frankie, or either Frankie or Rabbit, all the way down pretty close to farm, actually. That's where they control that empty southeast side, and they have a lot of information for that. They'll be pretty happy.
You could actually go quite a bit ahead.
Which means that they're going to be worried more about their north and south rather than worrying about their backstop.
Okay, well, we're a little bit sped up now.
All the way far back near prison, so he can give them info if someone's trying to be sneaky beaky and swing around the back.
Yeah, it's one of
Thoughts on Nova's performance so far?
Stalwart though been very strong at the moment. I mean, losing this player here, I think it's just an unfortunate incident, to be honest with you. But I'm excited to see a little bit more from this team. They do have a long way to go, though, coming up from Nova. But the Eastern side
Nova's a very rotational-based team, so maybe they're still just figuring out rotations in a newer lobby
They've caused
like
them
this.
a lot of problems throughout most of the games. I mean, even on Miramar,
I'll remove
they're
the
causing
pin
them
message.
issues over there. But we're still waiting for this next circle shift to hit.
Oh, okay, you got
MS Chonburi by themselves up towards Yesnaya. DRS have actually decided to head up back that way themselves. I don't know if this is the greatest idea, but they're getting a little bit overconfident. They've taken MS Chonburi in this location a fair few
16s from the west? Which are the top 16s from the west?
Reject on some pretty decent
I
results
can't
over these
decide
last
yet.
Couple of days. Sat in 7th right now, as you can see on the side of your screens, with 54 points.
Maybe after like a
fairly
full.
consistent, a good result so far. I think
Maybe
they're,
after a full week's worth.
Doing fairly well, I would say. I think that they are looking good in terms of getting enough points on board to be looking good for
Full week's worth of
finals.
Super Weekend games, and
Still
I'll have a better
long way to
idea.
go early in the day. A lot can change. DRS and MS Chonburi not losing a player either.
Oh, they don't need to lose a player just yet. I mean, it's very calm, collected throughout the entirety of the map at the moment.
I haven't talked much about PMGC West. Well, I mean, I'm literally
in particular for me, it's Genesis
on the
Dogma and
analyst desk for
Xavier,
PMGC
DRS
West.
and Team Secret. Those guys are constantly clashing over towards
Miramar. I
very similar
don't talk about it
rotational
much on this
paths for
stream
a lot
because
of these
we're
teams,
watching
like,
East.
respectively between their little groups. And I think that's causing a lot of problems. And to be honest with you, if I was one of these teams, I'm starting to want to throw some rivalries out there on the socials, John.
I mean, it's good fun, isn't it? If nothing else, you're just trying to start something, trying to get it going.
I'm clicking the pin message. It's not letting me.
We'll be able to drop those in the future. It is a
I don't have a
mess.
I don't have an option to remove it for some reason. I don't know why.
Develop and these strategies evolve.
Let me refresh my stream.
Nova, they started out on this Gatka split with 6 to 8 pushing in towards the Gatka field. They've moved up and actually with order on the outpost near Reject. Looking for some shots to Divine, but not quite landing.
Yeah, it's not letting me do anything.
It's just him, though, in order versus Reject, so not many players around him to support. But then again, Regioso and Duello.
You know, I'm just going to put a different message up and pin that instead. So,
running from Genesis
what I'm going to do is
keeping an eye out for the
I
time
actually have
being.
a video
so I don't think
to
Reject
upload.
going to go for anything too crazy. Situation.
There is no
Sarah
pin
starts to
message.
Move on back to the rest of the
Some
team.
people see a pin message, some people
team,
don't.
though. Take a knock from Cryptix. That's over towards Box Compound here. See what they can make happen with it.
There's actually 2 knocks that came through. So 2 players from Rico Infinity team just died to the Crasher and Cryptix coming from North George. Rico Infinity team moving down from Severny, get curtailed. They both try and get to this compound at similar times. It's Cryptix who win out the day. With the circle shrinking as it is, Blank, it's going to move pretty much slap bang on top of Rozok right now. And we're going to be looking at a fairly central circle. I do not like these river cut circles. I've told you this so many times, Blank, but it makes it so hard for teams they have to make that decision.
Okay, I'm going to be uploading a video right now.
On the flip of the coin as to which side it's going to go. And it's such a hard position to try and take hold of.
Yeah, I mean, with this being such a hard shift as well, we're having hard shifts throughout this entire tournament. It's making it very difficult for these teams to make any definitive decisions of where they want to actually position themselves around the map. Restabilizing is very hard in these scenarios because you get yourself a decent spot and then you realize you need to head up towards the north side. Not only that, you need to start thinking about playing on the north side of the river or the south side of the river. Do you play within Rozok? Do you play outside of Rozok? It's all quite a bit rough. And I mean, Tongjabao, they've picked up Sunken City at the moment.
I'm making my Instagram post right
just
now.
a little while. You know, there's a lot of good sightlines you can play there. Quite difficult to wade your way into Sunken City as well without being spotted out early on. 628. Attempting to get their way into the circle as well. That's all the way on the western side. You know, they're trying to get across the bridge, but Cryptix got it locked down.
They have got a lot of that bridge locked down, but 628, they've managed to get their foothold on that south side established. The crossing can be done in the water as well. You don't have to go right over that bridge. At the moment, Cryptix don't really have the sightlines down the river to cover that one off.
I think that going across the bridge, the main reason it's good is because you want to get your vehicles across, right? And they won't pass through that water. You know, sometimes they'll just be like an unwilling horse and sniff at that water instead and just send on backwards. But for the UAZ, it likes to go across that road. That's where it wants to be. Instead, they're going to leave that one alone. It's probably going to have the tires popped at some point anyway, and they get away with it. They can rotate down towards the south side. It wouldn't be a bad idea. It would just mean that the rotational paths are a little bit scuffed at the moment, purely because the scouting capabilities from 6 to 8 is just a little bit lacking. But we know this team's flexible. They know they can run on the fly. And even with little to no scouting capability down towards the south side, they should be able to make it work. But they are heading towards Nova. Honestly, though, Nova's not been having the best time of it. 10th place with 45 points. You know, it's not what we expect from this team. 6 to 8 coming in as kind of that wild card. And you're loving to see it from China.
I want to talk a little bit about MS Chonburi's position right now, because they are 2-2 split, both north and south of the river. There's no one really behind them. They're on the Yasnaya Bridge currently. Well, sort of in a vague sense on the Yasnaya Bridge, right? That's the ground they're controlling. But they have options now. Are they going to regroup south? Are they going to just try and hold those compounds?
Did I change cities? No.
For crossing?
I'm still in the same city.
I feel like MS Chonburi's position.
How many days Super Weekend? It's a total of 3.
In terms of assuaging that volatility, and with the
tips on controlling M7 recoil. Anything regarding to recoil, just practicing the shooting range.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice spot to play it. I mean, you play in that compound.
Thank you for the donation.
And with MS Chonburi's NC2 as well as Jasper.
Thank you for the dono.
Wizard Tower. Right, they're absolutely fine. It's a great position to hold from. Now the rest of your team can kind of
any updates on coaching? No.
Side. The only issue is like, do you want to go towards the north or do you want to go towards the south?
Everyone's like very busy right now.
We really don't have a
in regards to like the India
teams.
The
circle's going to end. So many teams towards the south side. If we get a hard shift towards the north, it's going to be
the first Erangel game was like yesterday's PMGC West game.
Shots being rattled off. Isn't doing too much at the moment. Mello though in a position to maybe receive the guests with open arms. Reiji in a battle of his own around the broken wall does get dunked on. Will get downed. Really too much to do, but the backup from Duello is there, out of the vehicle fast and down on the ground.
Oh my gosh, this guy's
Sarah,
like.
in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up, but it's the whole
DE split. This guy's going off
straight through the window. Lands some rounds in there, but that's going to be reject going down, being wiped out by the hold. The front man doing good news for Deadeye's guys.
Wow, that was.
I mean, you're just looking for any position to go to
ballsy.
Right now. For Reject, you know, they'd found a spot, but Deadeye guys, they've been towards the center of the circle for so long at the moment. It's been a nice position for them in Rozhok. They started here, and now they're just living it free, living it carefree over on this side of the map. No one's really being able to get towards them.
Super chat from
paid
AF.
The price for it, at least.
A fifth? Yeah,
DRS,
I already thanked him. I caught it already.
A little bit west. They've not gone too far in. They don't want to make the same mistakes as Reject and just send it too central.
Thanks,
they'll bide their time. They might not have the best position within the circle, but at least they do have a position within the circle. MS Chonburi actually headed up towards the north side. They regrouped with Jasper and NC2. And they're going to slowly regroup over there. I mean, Team Secret, realistically, the only other team that has a decent base of operations on the north side of the circle. So it's all going to be very, very exciting when we see this next circle pop jump, because that, I think, is when the game
to upload a video
is
right now.
To start to speed up.
The fuse has been lit, but it's not quite going to be as bombastic as maybe it will be in the next couple of minutes, as you say. Infinity's moving in from the south side. Xavier currently holding in school, with the apartments being held by Infinities, and that is most likely going to have to be left. Those two teams will probably come into conflict in the next couple of minutes as well. Tongjibao and Sunken City, they're holding out. They have a little bit of an outpost towards Rozhok, but they're still not going to move just yet.
Yeah, planting the flag just a little bit further out from Sunken. Not a bad idea, you know, it gives you a little bit of advantage because they're holding 2 compounds essentially at once. So they're covering a little bit more ground at the moment. Tongjibao not so much under fire this game, purely because people haven't really been able to get down here. Yeah, planting the flag just a little bit further out from Sunken. Not a bad idea, you know, it gives you a little bit of advantage because they're holding 2 compounds essentially at once. So they're covering a little bit more ground at the moment. Tongjibao not so much under fire this game, purely because people haven't really been able to get down here. You know, it's been more of a case of, do we head towards shooting range and kind of swiftly send over that top side? Tongjibao hitting up this position early on has been very fortuitous to them. We do get a next circle on the screen though. Centers up on Rozhok. Now, Deadeye guys, this is a real opportunity to get some points on the board for this team. Yes, they just barely made into this super weekend.
Oh, why did the quality get so bad?
I really don't want to see these guys go home empty-handed this Super Weekend going back into league
Oh,
play.
what
this is probably one of their
this
biggest
song's gonna
opportunities.
be so annoying
and
to
they
play
need to
in.
really take the bull by the horns here and grab some points.
Control that center zone, but everybody sends immediately in, and Deadeye's guys' advantage is, I mean, kind of lost here, really. They haven't stopped anyone from getting in, and finally they're able to find a knock over to some of the Infinities. Enigma Galaxy coming close to Nova as well on that southwestern edge, as in come plenty of other teams as well. Just everybody trying to move through this open ground. Freak has been knocked. That will slow them down just a little bit. Nova is a little bit further ahead of them, as are Genesis Dogma.
I gotta say one thing, Team Secret were fast on the money there.
Wow.
Immediately down on that northern bridge towards Rozhok into the circle. They didn't mess around whatsoever, and they've actually got a very, very good position here. Jumper just needs to not go down. This seems to be a reoccurring trend for Team Secret at the moment, is having that split go badly. And now with the way that teams are situated, unless Fredo can make the mad dash across, with Deadeye guys here, as well as the Infinity,
So many city
Jumper's
endings
most
today.
likely not
We
getting
had
up
one
for a
in
little while,
Pachinki,
and
now
he
we
will
have one
not
in
be doing any
Raza.
grasshopper action over in that building. He's going to be firmly planted on the knees.
Paraboy gets knocked across the way as well. As Nova are getting guarded out, trying to get over the top there.
Okay, I'm gonna be uploading a video right now.
Genesis Dogma, but they're moving in.
So I'm doing like the video description and all of that.
They find the corner building here for Nova, and they've made it into Rozhok Main.
Oh, nice building, nice rotation by Nova.
Absolutely.
Good job from Nova. They take four players still on board. They're right on the edge, and might be decent. We'll see where this next circle actually centers up, but more than likely some of this city is still going to be in the circle. I think there's realistically, yeah, there's only going to be one massive detriment if it does happen, is if it heads down towards school side, and the rest of the Xavier just absolutely laughing. Now she takes down one from 4 rivals, gets knocked in the process though. Just as he was heading down, you got a bullet graze the top of his forehead, and that will send him down to the floor.
This is the chance though for Cryptics to try and get up the riverbank, but it's still not going to be easy with Sunan with the SLR under the bridge. Forcing out, extracting the toll from Cryptics as they try and make their way up. Covering that revival, they should be able to stay alive as a full 4-team or a full 3-team, as they only have 3 left now. Enigma Galaxy trying to move in from the south side, but Genesis Dogma slowing that approach and really curtailing this. 2 players left for Enigma Galaxy.
Honestly, I think that Genesis Dogma is starting to paint a big target on their back. Not purely just because of this game, but because of all of their games. They're probably one of the most annoying teams I've ever seen in any lobby. They're constantly on the outskirts, constantly on the edge of the circle, just taking shots towards people as they try and make their way in. If anything, just making the game difficult for people. Not necessarily getting those big points for themselves, but it does make me laugh. I really do like to see it from this team, playing with a very, very individual play style. You know, it's something I want to continue seeing forward.
Yikes! What is
Nor at the heels.
A team, speaking of teams being vexed, I mean, the team that's going to be most annoyed right now about this position is going to be Deadeye's guys. I mean, you saw what a commanding presence they had, but you look at that map, and it just does not seem like that right now. Rozhok Hill going over to Nova. You've got Tongjabao controlling the western edge. Team Secret with a massive swathe of Rozhok. And Deadeye's guys are confined to one corner of this town. It feels like they weren't there first, and they didn't really hold it out. Enigma Galaxy finally getting taken down by Genesis.
I like that push.
But I feel like this center circle
I like that push by
went
Genesis.
just too fast for Deadeye's guys to handle.
Yeah, and I mean, that is definitely the Jackal play there. You know, you know the heals, you know, the player starts to get a little bit tired, that team just gets worn down, and then suddenly they're on you like a pack of wolves. So very, very good stuff from Genesis Dogma. Yes, they still are right on the edge, but again, that massive master play that comes out in this game is definitely from Team Secret. Just an instantaneous rotate from the north side, gets a beautiful position, and then locks it down. They're able to get even able to get Jumper up in the process, so looking very, very strong at the moment. And I'm super happy to see it from Team Secret because they've been so cautious. And this game, they've really turned up the heat. I'm glad to see it.
Yeah.
Again, Scry just getting rattled by Deadeye's guys in their corner compound. I mean, sure, they were isolated to it, but they are holding it out pretty well. Stalwart into the river, down in the drink. And everybody's looking that way. MS Jomburi, they want to slow this one down. You have to be worried about 6 to 8 across the way. I mean, you have got sight lines there.
Oh.
Yeah, the Infinity's
The
taking
grenades
shots
do
from
like
Team
no
Secret. They're
damage
trying
in
to
the
hold
water.
off against Genesis Dogma once again. Just this frustrating team to play against.
Tunny, though.
I mean, they
Dude,
get
it's
onto the
always got
position.
Tunny
Yeah,
alive.
Exactly, God Tunny is just absolute maniac with that M4.
It's always got
Snissel's
Tunny
still alive
alive.
for Genesis Dogma. It was really a tough rotate for Genesis Dogma to get back into this circle. They had to make a mad dash and just hope to win a gunfight as they head in.
Tunny is holding it down. 3 players are standing for Genesis Dogma right now. Nova moving around the edge to try and cut those numbers just a little bit. Traded 1-for-1 on the knocks, but Nova have the backup there, and there's the flush coming through for the squad. Nova stay alive with 4.
Genesis Dogma, 5 kills so far. 2 alive. I mean, one's knocked, but Snissel should get Satar back up and running. Team Secret looking like a force to be reckoned with in this circle, with this split as well. So aggressive at this late in the game, but they don't really have much choice. I mean, rotating from these buildings to kind of coalesce with one another with so many teams around you and so centered on
The circle
Rosso,
shifted up
you
there.
would be basically
Yikes.
saying, hey, I'm here, come get me. If you even try
That's
and
a
make
good
that
circle for
rotate, you can't even drop the
STE.
smokes because that just kind of indicates the play that you want to make afterwards, and people will be ready for it. Deadeye guys, though, oh my goodness me, that is grim. And Stalwart Gaming into the water probably have a much better chance of it now.
They have been gifted that one, I'll be honest. A massive hard northern
So they're
ship
using
right onto the
QC
river.
today instead
Everybody
of
in these
King,
buildings gonna
I
have
guess.
to have an exodus
Rip
now.
King.
Everybody going to be positioning. Mr. Burry looking to move through Nova, get dunked down there. DX Xavier want to move first.
Oh, dang. STE got
6-8 just going down.
destroyed.
A couple of nades might have done it. Was that a team nade as well? 4 rivals see to it that they're going to go down. Now Stalwart a little
Oh
bit
my
further down
god,
the
that was a
coastline.
team nade
They'll
that
be
got them
happy
killed.
for
What the
position
heck?
They've been afforded.
STE throwing.
Now she just completely ruins the rest of his team there. I wonder if that's because he got knocked by a nade and then dropped his own nade on his teammates, and they were very much all together in that bottom spot. Tatar flies on past. Tong Jibao looking like they are in dire straits at the moment. Team Secret looking to take them out before they move from this position.
I mean, it's 1-for-1 on the knocks so far. Tong Jibao, there goes Infinity. Okay, got Tunny. Last player for the team is like, oh, you're fighting, okay, bye!
Oh my god.
Gets on out of there. Jumper still knocked, still close. Tong Jibao, all 4 alive, but they're isolated to one building. Well-placed nades could spell doom here. They still have to move
TJB
off this as well.
TJB
Jumper
can have
falling
4
back
alive.
through the
Same with
smokes,
Team Secret.
wants to regroup with the rest of the team as the shots continue to pepper on through. DRS to the coastline. They've got ahead of the game here.
Oh, never mind. TJB's getting
Beautiful nades
grenaded.
coming through from iShots there to keep Tong Jibao at bay whilst they get Jumper back up again. All the while they're tossing those
another grenade. That should be a push.
Those sight lines. Another beautiful nade from iShots, and now they're just going to push this one. This is a different Team Secret. I'm loving it.
Out through the windows, and Tong Jibao collapse under the pressure. Team Secret whisper death into the ears of Tong Jibao as they move on up into this next circle. They have a gauntlet ahead of them, however. Teams have started to fly through them. They've moved across. And God, Tunny's still alive, by the way, in the midst of all of that.
He just flew through, didn't he? I mean, like you said, it was like, you guys are fighting. I'm going to leave. Goodbye. Have a good one. I'm sure you'll do well there, Tong Jibao. You got it versus Team Secret. Team Secret's like, no, we're going to let you live for now, God Tunny, but Tong Jibao, they're next on our list. MS John Burry, take one not from Deadeye guys. Again, this is what I want to see from Deadeye guys. Right now, we're at 7 teams, 18 alive. So really not a lot of players left in this lobby. And again, this is that big chance for Deadeye guys. Starting on Rozok, this has to be the game for them.
DRS control the coastline now, though. 4 rivals. Well, the only team controlling this bridge, I mean, they have a good position, right? That's what we're sort of looking at. The question is, who can leave Rozok most effectively?
I mean, just taking down
Look at all
6
those
away,
cars.
I don't know if it was unlucky from Dao Shi dropping
all those
that nade,
cars
or it
in
was
the
a well-placed
freaking-
shot from the M4 that hits him
in the
and
water.
he drops the nade half-cooked, and it ruins
You know
the
if
rest
all
of the
players are
team
using
there,
it?
but
I
4
don't know.
rivals either way found themselves a very beautiful
Do
position.
I know
Next
Audrey?
circle centers
Yes,
up
I
towards
do
the
know
middle.
who that
Not
is
really
now
anyone's
following.
on it, but 4 rivals have the most time to play around with. Yes, there's planes in front of them, but a lot of these teams have to fight one another first, John.
The steepness of this coast is playing into, this riverbank, sorry, is playing into DRS's favor. They can actually start to shimmy up as well against 4 rivals and still be in this circle. Unless they
Oh,
get
you gotta
spotted
hit
out by
those.
Jaburi, that is, and taken down, but it's like they're holding their
Oh,
own
that
for
should have
now.
been a knock and a kill right there.
Moment though, 4 rivals just slowly skirting their way around the vehicles. They're finding more shots. DRS are just drowning under the heavy force that is four rivals. One goes down though in Appy, who will immediately drown as he slips into the water there whilst knocked. Unfortunate stuff. Mornay's going through, not quite far enough. Yalzen takes a tick of damage, but not too much.
Really to worry about, and in the car can start to heal up there. Team Secret trying to move through as well, but Chonburi slowing them down. One not
oh,
two
wow.
knocks. Rivals to slow that even
Ooh,
further.
straight
Team
through the
Secret
smoke.
Looking for those reses, looking to stay alive as best they can. But with 3 teams alive, they're down to 2.
2v2v2.
I'm not gonna lie, that was nice from Team Secret. They laid down the smokes, but behind the smokes there were Molotovs. Nemes Chonburi, they're just trying to fight through the fire and the flames, but they get completely cooked, roasted up. This chicken dinners are cooking. DRS, AJ sends a nade over the top side, but Team Secret still have a very good position, still within a compound as well, and they can start to shoot out at any players who have to make their way in. Right now, they've got all the sightlines in the world and a wall to play from.
Team Secret, you're right, they're in the edge of this circle. And I think this riverbank fight might just decide it all. Before Rivals' ground is shrinking, and DRS actually have more leeway here. Yalzen's still in it.
Oh, the zone went towards the water.
The Overwatchers.
Again, though, it's all about that early push down from north side into Rozhok, fighting off over many teams for a really good and calculated split in the center of Rozhok for Team Secret.
Erangel
Like,
zones
they win
are
this game,
so
it's completely deserved. Every single point they've been
toxic.
able to accrue. It's beautiful stuff. Next circle, though, shifts up towards four rivals' way, but they will still have to move over the coast. You can
DRS
see them
is the
initiating
real
those
soldiers.
smokes, allowing themselves a little bit more time, but how much utility these guys have left? They've had to play from the coastal side, so they've been so important. Team Secret, off the back of a couple of wipes, might have a fair few nades to play around with.
The circle shifts out towards that riverbank, and Team Secret will have to leave. The smoke train going to go bloomed a little bit early. You can see they are starting to throw out that cover, giving themselves that baseline of fire. This is exactly what Team Secret needed to do. Maybe they could place some smokes a little bit closer to that riverbank, but they're starting to just crawl around. They can pop some nades over the top. I really like what Team Secret are doing here.
This is smart. They're trying to try and deny all the sightlines. They might
You have to hit this grenade.
There's
no way you missed this one.
AJ
Oh, that's...
grenade, they're looking for that second place for
that
sure.
was a little
and
too
try
far.
to work with it from there. Lift takes
by Team
massive
Secret.
amounts of damage, but it's Jumper with the double. Sends this into a 2v2 now. DRS immediately, they scatter, looking for better positions. They go wide. Is this the right decision though? Versus Team Secret out in the open, this crossfire is beautiful.
They have 2 players, 2 versus 2. They have that coastline. Immediately, they know exactly what to do. AJ takes some ticks from Team Secret, trying to capitalize on it as well. I don't think they know, but he's low HP. AJ sprays down, it's even HP. Him and Jumper on the forefront. Yalzen looking for the off angle, and it's 1 to go down. Not for DRS. Only 1 for Team Secret is going to be finding the knock there. Yalzen around the coastline into a 1 versus 2. Things slow down, but he's up to bat, moving forwards, full HP behind his teammate. Tries to isolate the angles. Looks for the spray, but it's not going to happen. They're pushed back into the river from whence
Nicely played by Team Secret.
Secret take chicken dinner.
Team Secret, they got a secret of their own. They got balls of steals, these guys. Unbelievable stuff towards the end there, flying straight into Rozhok. And to be honest with you, our favorite part was the fact that they saw those smokes were fading, and they instantly just said, you know what? We're rushing this. We're going on this. When you take that crossfire, we see you moving out. We're going to isolate those 1v1s by getting up close and personal. But Jumper, towards the end there, takes a lick of damage, and then just decides, you know what? I'm going to heal. You deal with this one. I'm going to be in the back end, and then we're going to retake this fight when we're both nice and healthy. So, goodness me. Team Secret played that game phenomenally. Every single decision, every single little thing that happened during that match was crazy. And I do think it all comes from that mad dash into Rozhok to set up that 4-man split, which is not easy to do, even when there's only one other team in that location.
I can't even analyze anything from that game. It's just one of those city zones where wherever the circle shifts, good luck, right?
During league play, they have absolutely stepped up here, and I am very happy about that. I think that we expected more from them to start with, and they're showing us just why we had those expectations now.
All right, chat.
Very, very impressive stuff.
I need your guys' help to think of a video title
during this game. The Rozhok finish, though, was pretty brutal for a lot of teams moving in.
Yeah,
it was.
Still tired.
I'm still surprised by that ending there, because I don't know if it was a prediction.
Okay, I need help with a video title. So here's the video. It's 15 minutes long, and it's just yesterday's
the only reason like they're doing this kind of is
it's just yesterday's
like in this type of circle
segments where I analyze STE's rotation and stuff.
Chances are this is also
if you were here yesterday, I went over what STE could have done and what they were trying to do potentially.
So when the enemy team, this team to come, like,
and then also I analyze how STE fights a 4v4.
Why you don't want, like, we saw a lot of strippers like the to ignore people on each member of the Chinese team can play a different role at any.
Yeah. So I'm uploading this as a video. Do we have any suggestions on video title? #1 PL team STE strategies revealed or something? I think we could do, maybe we could do that. I'll just type that out for now. I hope they end today on first place, and I could just make the title #1 PMGC East team STE strategy revealed. How to 4v4 and play like STE, the PEL champs. PEL caster reveals Chinese teams. STE PMGC East. Strategies revealed. I think that's a good one. I think right now, because what's happening right now is PMGC, right? PMGC is trending, or it's like more popular right now. So I think we need PMGC in the title. So what did I just say? #1 PMGC East. ST, or what did I? STE. Having a plain title like competitive tips and tricks zone allows STE might get more views. Wait, what's the video? Okay, fights window. Okay, fights is here. Or fates. Did I say fights? I need more sleep. So the video is it's just a cut from yesterday's live stream where I did some STE rotation analysis and STE 4v4 fighting analysis, and they fought Deadeyes and like destroyed them. So the first half is them doing rotations, and I was like talking about how to rotate or what STE was trying to do, maybe potentially. And then it's just a 4v4, and I analyze how Chinese teams take 4v4 fights compared to like global teams, and how Chinese teams like their strategies just at a higher level when it comes to taking fights and stuff. Mortal's friend ZooTay explained. I think we definitely need PMGC in the title, though. We need PMGC in the title, because PMGC is like popping right now, right? So we need to take advantage of that. And then, so PMGC. PMGC close range beast 4v4 strategy. STE destroys DE and PMGC with 200 IQ Chinese strategies. That's a pretty good title right there. It's almost like Fates does this professionally. Alright, I think Fates has the best title suggestions so far. STE destroys DE and PMGC with 200 IQ Chinese strategies. How #1 PMGC East teams play? If they're #1 at the end of the day, but I don't know if there will be #1 at the end of the day. How many games are left? 2? If they're #1 at the end of the day, I can maybe use that title. Watch Chiffon stream of Chinese casters making fun of DRS. I'll pass. Pen his comment. Okay, all right. The best video title will get his comment pinned. Oh, wait, I pinned the wrong one. Wait, why? Okay, there we go. PEL winners STE destroying PMGC lobby. If I uploaded this video yesterday, it would have been better. But right now, it's like they're not first place right now, so I can't really do that. I think we'll just do it with this title. STE destroys STE. I want to mention the rotations part too, though. Should I? STE rotations and no, STE destroy. I guess we just do this. STE destroys DE. I think this is as good as the title's gonna get. The responses for teams for coaching, it's gonna take a while. It's not gonna be that instant because everybody's very busy right now with BGIS and stuff. Okay, we'll just go with this title. How did the beginning of this video start? STE? Am I seeing this right? E? One way you could work this circle that's pretty easy and it could give you a lot of kills, like the M-Death analysis side of competitive play. Okay, the center of circle's around here, right?
chances are the circle is
Is it
going to
just me, or is my mouth not synced in with the audio in this video?
The ending zone is going to be somewhere. So probability-wise, they could work up and fight up to around here, right? So I think the reason why STE also had one player rotate up here is...
Yeah, the audio is not synced. Oh, well, whatever. That's... Okay. I think we'll just go with this video title. PMGC East M Death. That's a good title, but it needs to be like clickbaity title, right? It needs to pop out, and I think Fates has the right idea. STE destroys DE, and PM like more people would probably click that compared to, yeah, we'll go with this one. PUBG Mobile. None of the above. Submit the rating. Next. Add end screen. Wait a second. What? Import from video? Why? How come the end screens? Oh, I just need to move it. Please choose a playlist. How do I choose the playlist? Oh, okay. And publish, I guess. You're the one that's crying. Wait, what's happening? Stunning Pros. Wait, what's happening in the chat between Stunning and Fates? Stunning Pros says, Fates, you want to demotivate the emerging team? TJB last place, let's go. Yeah, I know. My title, PMGC East M Death, could be series title. That's true. That could become a series title. That's a good point. I do plan on making more of these. So what if I did PMGC East M Death? STE destroys DE. Oh, hold on. Okay, so what if I did... Okay. PMGC East. PMGC East. I think Fate's title is better for like a standalone video, but if I'm going to be making more of these as a series, This is better. Fate's title is probably gonna get a little bit more attention, but this is probably better long term if I'm gonna be making more of these videos. So PMGC East M Death, and then STE destroys DE. I kind of want to mention the strategy or the rotation part. STE. Let me read the chat again. Let me see if the chat's saying anything. Are Chinese teams having device issues? I don't know. If people are saying that I'm saying DE is bad, that's not true. STE did 4v4 DE, and STE didn't lose a single player. STE only had one player knocked in the whole fight, so title is accurate. PMGC East and Death. STE destroys. Ugh, this is so hard. STE destroys. Do I really need this? Do I really? Hold on. Yeah, RC did 1v3 DE, and then the match we just saw, that one guy 1v3'd RC. You know, I think I'm just gonna make a playlist. I'm gonna stick to Fate's original title. And then, because I'm gonna be making mostly this type of content this month for viewer parties and analysis, since this is probably the only, or like 90% of the videos I'm gonna be uploading will be focused on this, I don't think I need to have the PMGC in Death. Like, I'll make a playlist called PMGC in Death, or PMGC East in Death, and just have all of them on here, right? I think it's probably better this way, because I'm just trying to get people to click and get eyeballs per video. I don't necessarily need to like promote an entire series of videos. Like, if each individual video does well on its own, then it works out. I'll just have it all like sorted under one playlist. I do like your playlist. Yeah, so I'm gonna PMGC East and I'll just call it PMGC East Analysis. PMGC East Team Analysis. PMGC East Team Analysis. PMGC East and Death. PMGC East Team Analysis. Okay, and then take that out. Should I add emojis? Your views are going to come from Nepal, so write STE versus DE drop fight. Why DE lost so badly? Cater the title more to Nepal. I get what you're trying to say. Don't use destroy, but outplays or outclasses. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. STE. Use outplays or outclasses. I like outplays. Okay, we'll do STE outplays DE. Okay, yeah, that's better. Okay. I think that's better. Don't use emojis as start a title. Okay, I that's something I did not know about. Okay, I'll do this. There. Okay. I'm gonna say hot drop. STE outplays DE and PMGC hot drop. Cause I know I know DE has also beaten STE, but it's a little bit different in a hot drop, right? Hot drop is more like just a 4v4. It's an even fight. So yeah, I think this is better. I'll specify it's a hot drop because you're absolutely right. Somebody's gonna say STE also got destroyed by DE and dropped by Miramar. Where's that video? Wait, actually, I missed that. That was today, right? I'll do a hold on. Has the match started yet? It has not started yet. Oh wow, we still have a lot of time. Wait, so they lost they fought today in Miramar in a drop fight? I must have yeah, I didn't watch everything. I must have been asleep. So that was the first game.
Infinity, right? You know, you've been here since pretty much phase 1. You had prime opportunity. 11.
Wait, STE also got destroyed by DE and dropped by a Miramar. Where's that video? Kind of question. Wait, did that happen? Did STE lose in a drop fight against DE on Miramar? It was in the first day? Oh, okay. If it was okay, well, I mean, I don't think the first day matters. It's since it wasn't a super weekend day.
Mela was very
okay. I think we're good. We're good. STE outplays DE and PMGC hot drop with 200. I think that's good. All right. Okay, thank you guys for the suggestions. Does Zoo Nation agree with everything? Yes or no? I'll make a poll. Does the Zoo Nation say yay or nay? Let's put it to a vote. Ask the community. Make a poll. Yeah, you're not defaming anyone. You're analyzing it, so don't care about haters. You got to be careful though with YouTube. Like you just got to be careful when you upload things. No matter what you upload or what you say, some people will find something wrong with it. So it's just better to be a little bit more on the safer side. Add hashtag BGMI Zoo. I have my tags already. I don't want to put it in the title. I think this is fine. Okay, we got 83% for yay, 17% nay. I think that's good enough. Add 1,000 IQ. I put 200 IQ. 200 IQ is fine. 1,000 IQ or 999 IQ is like just pushing it. The more hate you get, the more comments you get. Isn't it better? And YouTube would promote it. Not always. Just add hashtag no hate. I think this is fine. I really like the fact whoever suggested we change destroys to outplays, like that. I think that's good. I think that like lessens a lot of potential hate I might get from Nepal fans. Just put something in the pinned comment that DE did well against STE in previous fights. Ah, okay. Bates with the 2,000 IQ right there. Okay, how about this? I'll put it in the pinned comments like STE get their revenge after losing a hot drop. Yeah, I'll do something like that. Okay, let's go ahead and put this one out. Thank you, Fates. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone here, helping me out with this. Now, if you guys all want to boost up the views on this video, it is now published. Just put why am I so good at analysis. Okay. STE got their revenge after losing the first 4v4 against Deadeyes earlier in the week. Both teams how many points is Deadeyes at actually? I need a reminder.
Which was a big
They're 9th. That's not too bad actually. Both teams are strong in their 4v4 hot drops. Is that good? Why is revenge how do you spell revenge? Okay, there we go. SD got their revenge after losing the first 4v4 against Deadeye earlier in the week. Exclamation mark. Both teams looking strong in the 4v4s. Both teams look strong in their 4v4s. Add in brackets, Face suggested this title. I want to do BGIS watch party, but I need to get permission first. And getting permission is going to be kind of hard, so might not even be able to.
After playing basketball professionally, the love handles, the flanks are a hard place to get in.
All right, I'm going to give a heart to everyone that comments right now. Okay. All right.
Reason of
Okay. So I'm gonna try and do another analysis today. I missed the first like 3 games though.
Seen pretty well.
Was there anything interesting to like really analyze though? I kind of slept through the first 2 games, so yeah. Maybe we'll find something in the later games.
Yeah.
So Tom even got any health kit? Why? He's into the little compound.
So did a little bit. And phase do. You gotta know that.
Am I streaming on Trovo? No, I'm only streaming on YouTube for these.
We have
no, don't say it. Don't say it. Yeah, I was just gonna say, don't jinx it. Well, I know. Emma, sir.
Oh, you can't even really analyze this game. It's just a freaking pachinki zone.
Panic. They'll learn from ramping up to be very.
Like, there's nothing much to analyze here, I feel like.
I think of this.
Therefore, with
he's gonna find one. He knows where Presigo is.
You guys have met Lost and Lamborghini dinner. They got 25 points in total, so I don't want to knock them too hard. But I think there are some.
Cover as much land as possible to facilitate the rotation for. They were holding on.
Miss Chonburi.
Maybe something in the Myanmar game.
So black metal.
Love the fact that we could both relate to that.
Yeah, I do need to do match analysis of BGMI. I could do that. I just can't watch party it. So I think on my off day I'll work on a video in regards to BGMI.
It's great for a lot of teams, but it's unfortunately a little bit frustrating for Genesis.
For pointed out,
okay, we'll just find something.
Map.
We'll just find something here.
There. With this being over the top side, though, yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer, but you can see how fast these guys are flying into position.
Yeah, so DE is not dropping against STE anymore.
Towards the southeastern side, Team Secret all the way on the east, kind of picking up that DRS spot. Goodness me, Team Secret and DRS, they are such a similar team when it comes to those rotations. Deadeye guys.
Just make a good analysis of any BGIS scrim match.
On the northwest, Xavier
okay, I'll do that. That'll be the next thing I do.
Lamborghini looking for that Lamborghini peak onto Anas down below, but Anas leading those frags. You know, this last game could make something big happen. Nade goes over. It's very wide. Ooh, Anas peeks around the edge of it, but Travis to win out the day. There's an answering knock, but SK turns out in the open. Some damage sent his way. Stays alive for now. Anas flushed on out as well. Xavier putting the hurt on Rico Affinity Team, and unfortunately for Professor Tarzan, his prediction looking all the more shaky as they're down to 2. The spray is good,
I'm probably not going to do PMGC West. It's not as popular as PMGC East.
So maybe back in their favor.
Unfortunately, that's just how it is.
Towards, want to find their advantage. Checking up. SK Ton pre-fires the angle. I think they know there's someone there. Frankie looking to stick the res here as well. Not going to get it onto Lamborghini, but gets spotted around the edge of the corner and back up. For Rico Infinity Team, a Molotov to slow things down. We'll set this back on ice for the time being, whilst the Xavier looks for those resurrects over towards your boys Rabbiz, as well as Lamborghini, but SK Ton doesn't want to have any of it. Duck's got a really nice position here, playing off angle. I don't think SK Ton knows as of yet. They do walk back. Nade off in the distance will be one of their own, just to give them a little bit more time. The Infinity, you can see them off in the distance. They're quite far towards the north side, so they shouldn't be causing too much bother towards this fight, but looks like Rico Infinity, they are just looking to get the hell out of Dodge. They are just leaving now. They know that they can't hang around too long. The numbers advantage just not going their way. These reses will start to come through.
Hold on. I'm going to change the video title real quick. Yeah, we just uploaded.
Down to 2. Yet again, same story.
I'm going to add how
on the third Erangel of the day.
How STE outplays DE. I think that's better. Because then people know it's like an analysis video.
After this one, John. After this
and not just a like regular.
Still coming. We got Sandhawk for our 4th one on the East League here for PMGC.
How STE
got our circle, heads over towards that eastern side. Stalwart holding in boot camp.
of Reject just underneath the one.
PMGC
Zara's
hot
actually
drop
quite far off
with
the
two.
distance.
Okay.
You know, that's kind of that drop that
That's better.
You know, anticipates having to move towards that northwest island.
Because now when
this
people
one,
click on it,
you're still chill,
they're ready to
you're
expect
vibing, you
to
can
learn
move on down
something.
to the rest of your team, but very, very sparse drops here, and you can just
Your
see
views
the
on
caliber of play
S2G?
from a lot of these teams. Just
Wait,
the way
what?
that
Who?
they take space,
I don't know.
the way that they take
Is that a
ground.
team?
Here on Sandhawk especially, like getting that
I
information
think I've seen
early
that.
is just godly. Looking up towards
Wasn't
Infinity, though,
S2G
they've got
like
Gun,
last
Sunny,
year?
Uzi, Mela, Logan, all
That was
spread
a
out
team
towards
that
the
I saw
north side
last
of the
year,
map.
right?
We're still on board with Deadeye guys, who have just made that crossing on the eastern bridge, where 628 are very close behind.
They've only got the
Chat, hit those thumbs up, ring the bell, subscribe,
guarding this
retweet.
maybe a little
Thank
bit
you,
of a mistake
Norden.
if you want to
Appreciate
take this
it,
fight.
bro.
Unless you can get a clean kill here. Sunan just getting information. They'll know there's a team ahead of them now. The good news for a lot of these teams is that it's definitely going to be finishing on that Easter Island.
So it looks like these two teams might still fight.
River circles on this round of Sandhawk. So everybody can start to make those rotational paths, those movements towards that main island.
Just waiting for this one, the moment. Stalwart, though, still just chilling over here. I mean, that northwestern island, like you said, MS Chumbury, they're going to have to move on down at some point. I mean, heading over that eastern bridge at the moment, not the best of ideas, considering you already know the Deadeye guys moved down from that top mountain, and with 628 being so close to that area, perhaps you might want to go for a Painan push down towards the south, move through 4 rivals. Tongjiabao very central, as per usual. 28 limbs. Nice one, Nova Order. Good job, man. Hair's looking juicy, as usual. He's kept it similar, different color. You like to see it.
I don't think juicy is an adjective I would like use to describe.
Well, it's peach colored, right?
But even so, I feel like juicy has some connotations that I would not be happy with when describing hair.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's
got that juicy look. Come on, man. Don't deny it.
It's the
What
raspberry
are
flavor
these?
all over again.
These two guys.
Oh, actually, I was
S2G's
I was
number one in
working
the
quite
West.
late last night, so I didn't quite respond to this message. But
Oh,
I did get a message on
S2G.
Twitter from a very,
Oh my
a very
God,
cool fan who reached out and
And
sent me a picture
PMGC
of a
West.
slushy
I was
machine. I don't know
thinking
if they actually
East
went
for
to
some
it,
reason.
but did confirm, in fact, that
I was thinking of an
Raspberry East
Easter
balloon
team
job.
that was
Oh, there you go.
like
I'm more
S
up to date on
something.
this
There
than
was like
you
a
are,
S something
You
G
actually are. Your slushy
Eastern
lore is
team.
unreal
Okay.
at the
S2G
moment, but now
West.
Rejects have to lay down the law in front of Stalwart as they try to move up. But the moment
for
Stalwart,
PMGC
they're
West,
the
yeah,
judge, jury,
S2G,
and
okay.
executioner in this lobby for so long.
I thought we were talking about
To make
Eastern
this one
teams. I
happen
didn't
as
know
they
we
move
were
up the hillside.
switching
Reject, they're
the
cowering,
topic
they're
to
running back.
West.
They are going to be
So I was trying to think
away.
about an Eastern team.
Razzing past my window outside as well. Stalwart.
Yeah, they're playing
being
really
buoyed
good. Super
by
surprising.
potential.
We'll see how they end up in
Gonna go
after
there,
the
why keep it
after 3
low?
days though for
Stalwart
PMGC
really
West. They had a really good
performing
first
at
day.
the quality that we've seen from them before. Still early doors in this game and no flushes coming through just yet. Reject disciplined on this fadeaway, right? Duello had that forward
My
position.
stream's kinda
He's
delayed.
moving back. They're allowing Stalwart to move in towards them.
Yeah, I could call it carrying. I could also call it the bait and switch as they move on back, drop that Molotov down, get a fair few bits of damage through onto the Stalwart. Now they're in a bit of a precarious scenario where they're on this open side of the hill. They don't really have that cover from the ridge side. They have to drop the smokes, which are starting to dissipate now. Stalwart in a slightly awkward position. Top tries to move around the corner, get back down the hill. And Sarah, a player from earlier on, he's that one with the off angle. They do spot his location, no action, just waiting for him to peek out his head just a little bit. And there it is.
Oh.
QB's head makes it look very, very easy as he
That
flings that kill up.
QBU.
In the brushes as well. QBU, cracking shot across the way, but trying to
Okay, I'm speeding it up
Central.
because somebody's saying my stream's delayed.
so known for right now, but Attacker
All right.
not even going to have to back off Rico Infinity's team. Remember, this is just a duo that remains from the Fight in Paradise Resort for Rico Infinity team. I'm just trying to stay alive as long as possible.
Tongjiabao holding very central. Once again, like you said, John, these two players could quite easily hold off
Panda
Rico
Express.
Infinity team, but with the way that Rico Infinity team has been playing compared to Tongjiabao, I would kind of have my money on Rico Infinity. Oh man, it is Stalwart just slowly picking off the guys from Reject.
2 down already. Sarah bleeding out. Ragey was trying to reposition.
Dude, Stalwart's just too good.
Really going to have too much luck there. Rico Infinity do spot Xavier across the way, and Attacker's going to know all about it. Xavier moving past, getting through on that rotation, very, very central to this next circle, and they are going to try and get a little bit of the zone here. Looks like they'll be in luck there. Rico Infinity team not in the shape to be going for that contestation. Only 2 players alive, 4 rivals as well. look at us start to move on in. A team that has had a big impact so far in this Super Weekend.
I'm gonna hold on.
Nakam right now trying to get out of the blue, but Nick McGalaxy very close by as we head back over to that main island.
S2G. I could have sworn there was another S2G.
G'day, guys. Obviously, heading over this way, Xavier just zooming past. I believe they do take one
like an Eastern
kill on
team
their
or
side, though. But they do have this crossroads, which is a very nice position. It's one that is coveted by a lot of teams, but we get that shift down towards the south, towards Quarry. Awkward position to play in. Most teams like it to hold around the side. I like this from PMGMOBILE. They've got 1 player, 2 players down towards Quarry side in those little buildings that have overlooked, so they should be able to get the rest of the team back down again. And I think that realistically, it's just scouting purposes, still having that 2-man towards the north side as they start to group up on that compound itself towards another bit of a building split. So very, very nice stuff from PMGMOBILE so far. But again, it does feel like PMGMOBILE get themselves into a good position, and then they die. And that seems to be how the game goes. And I really don't want that to be a recurring trend going for the future. Surely
maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Where's my cat? My cat's still... My cat's staying with my ex-girlfriend.
How you deal with these angles. And I think that's one of the main things that
the cat is not here.
Struggling with at the moment.
That S2G was of which region? I don't know. I feel like there was another S2G or something 2G or S2 something in the east.
Finally leave from their position on those northern compounds as well to head down south.
Do you want the clean feed? I'm okay. This is fine. I'm not actively like casting or talking, so
last Erangel game,
the English casters are good background noise.
Hopefully they're going to be able to start to accrue those points even further here. You can see 74 points total so far in this Super Weekend.
Isn't there a Malaysian S2G team?
In these last couple of games.
Last couple of games,
SMG?
As well,
maybe I was thinking SMG.
And I think being able to have a good run
Malaysian
in those
S2G.
It's quite chaotic running over towards Rozhok in that center compound towards the actual city itself. It's difficult to play around. So I mean, all these teams, maybe struggling a little bit when it comes to those rotations, but certainly putting on a masterclass how to play this game. It's fantastic stuff overall. 628 on your screen for just a bare second over towards that northwest side, trying to move their way down. Genesis Dogma taking fights, but it's fights all over the moment. Deadeye guys. On my map right now, I see Xavier, 628, Stalwart, and Rico Infinity team just surrounding them.
Okay, let's just forget about it.
Just having an overlook on this one, but Nova, they've got themselves a scuffle with Cryptics. At the moment, they are on the better side of it, having taken down Marshall on the western edge of Quarry. A couple of these buildings and these warehouses. They're not going to push for it. They're not going to push over the Cryptics. They know they've already taken our player down, and that gives them the massive advantage.
Just leave it now.
How much does it pay for casting? I'm not going to disclose that information.
As we move through. For Nova at the moment, they've got a better position towards
S2K. Oh, maybe I'm thinking is S2K a team?
It was really only a matter of time before teams start.
Casters are background noise. Oh, you guys know what I mean.
Now is the third parties coming through. One does go down. Daoshi, Sunan though finds an instant kill. Those headshots coming through, crispy, clean.
STE.
Now looking over towards
STE fighting DE still
outside angle, but
so they didn't hot drop on each other, but they both rotated from similar positions. So not too surprising they're fighting again.
Guys, they're going to be backed off. The Xavier pretty close by on this one, 6-8. They're looking at crunch on in, and this is
and they get the revive
that you were talking about on the northwestern edge that finally came to a head.
Yeah, realistically, I think the only team that might third party this one is Rico Infinity team, but with only 2, I imagine it's just going to be pot shots from across the way. Xavier, on the other hand, probably much more.
I like how that one player didn't go for the revive because it might mean he might get knocked
there is a compound directly in front of them, but with Uzi being that forward scout for the Infinity, potentially there's opportunity here.
There was if that player driving the car was any slower, they wouldn't get that revive, and that'd just be how it would be.
Say this. You know, you got to keep
the player that was half HP was not going to run over, even if it. Like, it's just a little bit risky, but they're not gonna just get knocked, and then potentially like have the whole team wiped, because then 2 players are knocked.
To try and snarf down, but There's going to be resistance there. Nova.
Global teams are
still in this next
pretty
circle,
good at that
still
too.
In a little bit of a fight.
I just remember last year,
Looks
too
for a
many
little bit of
teams
a
would go for revives that would cause the entire team to die and lose the fight. I think last year we saw Team Secret do that a few times. Team Secret would go for revives when it would like cost the entire team fight and they would die.
Nades now from Lazy
It was a Vikendi game, Team Secret versus 4 AM.
By the looks of things, and they are bombarding now around the rocks. Water has to flee.
But the Chinese has always been really good at that.
So SNK hits a
They
nice
don't risk
one,
going for revives, even if that means that player is going to get
the Molotov through. I do feel bad for Order in that
killed or bleed
situation
out.
because every play he made there could have been magnificent because he hits the drop shot after he comes off the wall.
I can disclose how much I make for casting. There's no contract
then
about
he goes
it
for the sick little
that I can't
pre-fire.
disclose.
No one walks out. And then goes for another nade that looked like it would have been insane. And it kind of
There's a Nepali team called SG. Maybe I'm thinking about SG then.
He's just been extremely unlucky that scenario. And although it doesn't look great on the big screen, I can tell you
that's how team
Order
entry should be.
Knew what he was doing. He just
Order just got
pixel unlucky. Let's put it that way.
Rushed down. Order played that pretty well though. He backed off pretty quickly, but
one way goes the other.
The Molotov just caught him.
6 to 8, suffering. 2 players down. Try and pick up the pieces on the northwestern
Why is
side.
Vikendi not included?
Plenty of
I just don't think it's as good as a map to
from this northern side. They've been pretty slow
to
playing
have
on this edge. As Reject look
like
for
it's
more
too
against
slow
MS
in the
Strawberry.
beginning.
This is all the
I
way
think
on
that's
the
why they
western
took it
side.
out.
Reject actually moved a little bit further down south, competing for this hillside.
And I think the game gets too laggy on that map.
Still
Maybe
going strong here. Yes, they lost Sarah earlier on. This is the guys from Stalwart who had a bead on actions, just such a damn good player. But MS Chonburi coming to loggerheads versus Reject at the moment. Duello off from the backside, trying to make this one happen. Nade heads over the top, but he gets out of the way just in time. MS Chonburi can now go for
the
this
Malaysia
resurrect.
team
This is
is
a very strong
R2K.
position though for Reject to hold. MS Chonburi
Okay.
right on the edge with the circle closing in for rivals now. Nigma Galaxy.
How did he miss all the
Kamodi
shots?
takes a couple of shots. Nigma Galaxy kind of falling off a little bit here in the Super
STE
Weekend.
fighting
Can't
STE again.
get back to that one either. So they are going to lose their player, Hamodi. No luck there. Nigma Galaxy want to move forwards, but Lord, playing out in the blue, it's zone 3, it's survivable, and you know that the 4 rivals are here. Guarding these sightlines from out in the blue could prove to be a pretty disastrous thorn in the side here. 4 rivals are being guarded out. The
Asking
ship is
people
up to
how
the
much
north
they make
side,
is
it's on
like
about dead
asking girl
center
her weight.
in this next circle. So quite a way to go for these two teams.
Well, Tong Jabal, the Magnet, back in session here, pulling that circle right over towards them. Haven't really had to move at all from their spot. Yes, they had fairly clean 2-2 split towards mid in the game, which they
I was missing you, ZooTay. I'm here now.
Abused, which now they're in a very, very good spot. Rabbids tries to make their way in. I think the Infinity did find beads onto DXavier, but it's 6-2-8 going up against Stalwart. Just 2 of them, though, versus the players on this side, and Stalwart is not to be messed around with.
Trying to get the edge shots there, but it's not going to work out. Scry able to get this flush as well. Infinity slowed down. An action.
Please lower the background voice a little bit.
Yu Yang gonna fall there as well. Reject moving across as MS Chonburi tried to pace it past them and will outstrip them on the run. The western edge. But unfortunately, Nova gonna be able to take some as well.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But I've
though,
said
right?
on stream before, I'll tell you guys
we're gonna try
at some point,
but if you try
maybe
in the vehicle
during a live stream or something, how much the casting pay is.
They're going to take shots. Luckily, they did get Pop into a decent position, and Jasper's out wide too. So now Reject.
If you guys really want to know, I'm sure there's YouTube videos.
Move down the hill, trying to get off the naughty step here.
Like, how much do casters make?
Quite able to lift the foot up.
There are YouTube videos about that.
Not just yet.
That'll give you guys a decent, like a starting point.
This fight out in the blue between Nigma Galaxy and
because I feel like
look at that, Lord.
the reason why I would share that information with you guys is because
Nigma Galaxy, it's 4 rivals.
Like regular jobs, right? And this is more so for the benefit of
everybody crunching around this.
Not just letting you guys know how much I make from casting, but like it's more so for the benefit of the esports ecosystem. So the way I see it is,
it's a nice shot over towards Lazy Boy.
Other regular jobs like being a teacher, being a doctor, being an engineer, working at restaurants, whatever.
Getting that double spray down. I mean, that was
all
pretty
that
nutty
information
down
is
the
very
corridor, able to
public.
do so
Like
much
how
against
much,
Cryptics and actually gives no
how
little
much
bit of
like
breathing
those
room.
people make, right?
Divine can move
And
around
it's
the
good that that
sidelines.
information is pretty public, because then it gives you an idea
Tongjabao,
of
though,
if it's something
center.
that you might want to
No one's
do,
looked at him at all.
or
I think the compound
how
they're
much
holding is a
money
winning compound.
you can expect
Also,
or ask for.
You know, if I'm Colaris,
But
I
with
know he's in the back end, he's
esports,
watching.
because
If they
I
don't
still
win
think
this
esports
game,
is pretty new,
it's just,
a lot of people
it
just
is
don't
it
know
is
at
like
all. Like,
that death sentence for
can
them,
you make
because
money
this
from
is another one of those
casting?
games where it's like, you come
How
off
does the
Dead Eye
pay for
guys
casting
on
work?
Rozhok, now you come here
How
where you
much
picked a very nice
should people
compound.
ask for?
You should
Stuff
win
like
this.
that.
You
So a
really
lot of
should
people
win
get
this.
taken
The
advantage.
Infinity have a very good spot now, though, with this R-shift up towards
They
the
get paid too
northeast
little.
side. Mela out off in the distance, and realistically,
And also a lot of people don't even
Tongjabao needs
know,
to start
like,
finding those kills, not see,
hey, I could actually do
break
this
out
as
towards the
my
rest of the
career or
circle
my
and
job.
find those points, because
Right,
it
and
would be
they don't know that because they
diabolical.
don't know how much the
Looking at
pay
right
is.
now, I've only won a lip. To go out now after having
So maybe
such
if
a
that
sick
information was
position
more public,
and just have one kill to the name,
more people might be interested,
the pace here.
and etc.
7 kills so far in the game.
And I
3
think
players
overall
alive.
it's just
They're doing
better
well,
for
playing
the
on north side of this
ecosystem.
quarry. They have quite a decent route
For
of
that
ingress
information
building,
to
in
be
front
more
of them.
public.
And the teams on the western side really
I'm
are
putting
a lot
college to
slower
be the
than they
next
are.
glitter
Big Infinity
explosion.
made it quite far as well, but they're finally coming up against something that may
Yeah.
be too hard to deal with. And across the way,
But
yeah,
I will
it's
say
quite
it is in
there.
general
Has to
rude to
try and
ask
find some
people how
cover.
much they make, right?
Stock might have to move
That
themselves.
is a general rule. It is rude to ask
Dismissal
people how much they
to move
make.
around. Satar has the car, but so very low at the
I just feel
moment.
like when
Team
you guys
Secret,
ask
they're
how
taking
much,
shots
you
towards
know,
their way.
do you make
Rejects finally
casting,
go out,
I
but
think more so
6
you
eliminations
guys
is
are
nice.
curious,
Team Secret
like,
coming off the back of a hot game. That's a
like,
quick
how much do
rundown there. The
casters
team
even get
shots
paid?
are
Like, a
fire
lot of people have
coming
no
through from
idea.
Team Shot.
Oh, Team Secret looking to try and hold it down on
This
the
should be
south side.
Infinity's
They have
game.
got the forward
Infinity is
position.
probably going to end
Genesis
today
Sovereign
in
are gonna
first
have to
place
push through
overall.
that player if they
Infinity
want to
got
get
a
on
really
in,
nice
but
circle.
Team Secret taking heavy punishment in the meantime. The circle's going to shift up towards the Infinities yet again, so another trek in their way. PUBGMOBILE will have to move now fully as teams on the south side get eliminated. It's going to be Team Secret.
Okay, I
hold
should
out
pay.
for
Okay, I'm gonna pay a lot of
Attacker
attention
here takes a
in
knock
the
as
last
well.
game.
Team
So
Secret just got ice shots
last game we
remaining.
got one more
know
Aaron
what
Gill
ice shots
game.
can do on Sandhawk.
I'm gonna pay
Just cashing mines back to last
attention
PMGC,
to it,
getting
so
some of the
maybe I
last
could do an
kill,
analysis
through
breakdown
Sandhawk
of
out
something
in the blue after
interesting that
healing for so long
happens.
and taking the entire chicken dinner. I know this guy can play from the blue indeed. Might not be a chicken dinner here, but at least a high placing will be beautiful for Team Secret, and they'll keep that momentum going, especially on Sandhawk, where things are so unpredictable. Just like that from Jasper taking a shot down towards Stalwart. DRS though as a 4. They are belly down at the moment, slithering through the grass, trying to get towards Infinity's position. Right now they're right on the edge of their compound at the moment, so not super safe for very long.
Nice. I like that by Infinity. That player backed off at like the perfect time.
iShots actually has a decent position for this angle, right? He has some oversight on this next circle. See him across the way. PUBGMOBILE a little bit further down. They probably have more cover here. Starting to move in.
Oh, TJB got the circle though.
Looking for this rock, which is basically their lifeline in this situation. Color that thing red and white because it's pretty much the rubber ring that gets thrown out to the boys. This is a great circle for Tongjabao. Yes, look, I don't want to say they were unlucky because they were lucky for so long. And this is now a circle that's winnable, and they have to make something happen. The Infinity are playing from uphill, so Tongjabao at a slight disadvantage. Looking for that first knock would be great, but the nades are already coming over the top. Mela quite low. That is a gross little Molotov. Sends them back. Bamboo is burning.
Forest fire there for Tongjabao, but they're only going to have to shuffle. Didn't get the knock. Looking for more nades, looking for more presence here. The Infinities, they know this position now. They know exactly what's going on here. They have to be worried about these hillsides. The shift.
Oh, he needs to aim just a little bit higher.
Still in it. Maybe not to win it, but certainly to do something here. Nades continue to bombard Tongjabao. They're down the hill. They're suppressed from so many angles.
Yeah, And they're still on the edge of the circle as well, so they've got to move up. There is a rock in the distance, but how do you make that mad breakthrough without the Infinity finding you? And that's it. Sir goes down. Uzi opens it up. Now we're into a 3v4, but remember, DRS are off in the distance. They're biding their time. They're off the back of a second place. Could they be looking for that chicken dinner? The sneak from the side. Look at them all coming in. The Infinity have no idea.
And there's the spray starting out for Gyalson. Looks for the forward position there on Uzi, but not quite finding the knock there. Bamboo did go down in the meantime. Staying alive as well.
Oh my god, eye shots!
Look at a play. Spoiler finds one.
Oh, eye shots just saved Infinity right there.
Just stopped DRS dead in their tracks. The Infinities potentially gifted it.
Oh my god, Team Secret eye shots just saved Infinity.
Eye shots once again. Like we said, this guy
Oh,
comes up
maybe
clutch
not.
when he's the last solo out
Maybe
in the
not.
blue for Team Secret. Gets 2 limbs towards the end there and a 4th place. Bloody hell, Team Secret be clapping that man on the back because he just does not let up on Sandhawk. Molotov's now around the corner. DRS in a precarious position.
Okay, now, yeah.
Down the floor. There's no way Gyalzen can step up to bring him back into the game.
Oh, good grenade.
With 4 on board, but
It's
AJ
Tunny,
hits
too.
a cracker from
Oh,
the side.
shot in the back.
Finds it.
Okay.
Logan takes a tumble.
DRS could
Infinity's
still
down
win
to
this.
2. God Tuddy is eliminated as well.
Oh, it's a
2
2v1
versus 2
though.
now. Mafia Ninja not resable, but the spray from Uzi brings it down to 1. AJ in a 1 versus 1 as a teammate's fallen. Uzi has lower.
Oh, it's a 1v1. Oh shit, I didn't even notice.
AJ runs forwards down the hill, but he can't quite find it. And it's the Infinities to stay alive. They will take the chicken dinner, finally leveraging that position, and it is the Infinity win for the final Sandhawk of the day.
Congrats, Infinity.
The Paul, you got to be a little bit disappointed there because, right, you come up the back of 2 second places. It could have been a chicken dinner both times. Honestly, though, AJ, he has
DRS got 2 second places in a row, though.
That man is so confident in those final moments. He just did not give a damn.
He's so close for DRS.
But I really do think that Uzi should have lost that fight, but he played perfectly around the side of that rock. He was looking just as solid as he hit those shots round the corner, just ducking and diving, jiggle peeking, Ferrari, speeding. It looked good. It looked really, really good towards the end there. And the Infinity, yes, they got that shift up towards that top side, but dealing with Tong Jabao was made much easier after DRS came into the mix.
And Tong Jabao really didn't do a lot that game, other than their macro movements, right? They went to the compound. I think they had 2 kills towards the final circle there in that standoff, and then went down. I think I didn't quite catch if iShots or Tong Jabao went down first, but still.
iShots, yeah, the Tong Jabao came 3rd.
Okay, well, yeah, but even so, I feel like that's not going to be too many points. They might bump up a little bit, but it wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't super impressed. But Team Secret again.
Have you watched my latest
got the Infinity as well,
YouTube
starting to stand up
analysis video?
Oh, John,
on
there's
STE?
one thing you said during that little segment there from yourself was just that
I'm just
they
gonna
went to the
put that in my
compound.
pinned comments.
That's basically all Tong Jabao did that entire game. They went to a compound, round quarry.
A headshot.
That's all they needed. And then they just went from there. And again, that's that circle look coming into play. Just take center, see what happens with it, see what you can make do. No one really challenged them, and it works best here on Sandhawk because if you can take center early, like you do have teams clashing.
Star Wars
around the side
Esports
of you, the majority
really
of that time, so people
is
aren't
pushing
gonna be able to
the
get too close
DMR
to you.
meta.
But when it comes to crunch time towards the end,
They're
there, the
actually
Infinity's
so
coming
good
down
with
from that northern
DMRs.
side, dealing with the Xavier, getting into position, holding that compound, having Mela wide, so they were prepared for any shift that came through. Yeah, that is certainly a deserved win from the Infinity. Some nice movements coming through from them. DRS, I really do think they could have clinched the win at the end, but unfortunately, Uzi is just too slick with it.
AJ was about to do a
going on.
1v4.
What can you say? Very good stuff.
Oh, he got all
Love
3
to
of the
see it.
knocks? Damn, dude. That would have been sick.
I feel like the Infinity as well, they had a pretty...
You know why Chinese teams, especially Nova's, playing so passive?
Massive hard shift up to a compound. That
This is what, day number 2?
It
Right?
really would have been disastrous. Which
All I gotta
to me
say is just
makes me
let's
more
just wait
frustrated
until
for the teams,
like
in that final circle, right?
more
It
another
felt
week
like,
is played.
those opportunities
We saw
there
this
for
happen
DRS
before.
were
Last year,
won rather than
Nova was very slow to
not
start.
to take away from
Same
Infinity,
with
they did very, very well to be able to.
I
win
think
this
4am wasn't like
Yeah, I think that
you know first
again, iShots
like top
really
3
puts
after
a
the
nail in
first week
coffin for the
either.
guys on DRS
Maybe they
towards the
were. I
end
can't
there,
remember.
Just completely ruining the day. But I think that regardless of what happens in that situation, the Infinity, they choose a really good spot there on Sandhawk, and it's great understanding of the ground because they're playing downhill that entire time regardless of what happens.
Yeah, very nice stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll see after another week.
Take the chicken dinner on Sandhawk. We'll head back over to the desk.
It's still very early on.
We really have to stress the importance of a couple of teams here. I mean, first of all, the Infinity, the fact that they finished 15th overall in league play and are now sitting pretty on top, #1 in the Super Weekend. I think they've crested 100 points, if I'm not mistaken, or really close to it. It's such a testament to how teams can turn around, I guess, their play in just a matter of what they had one off.
Yeah, DRS would have won that if it wasn't for iShots.
Like, what the heck? I don't know what's going on within this team, but like they have been playing so well today, as we heard John and Blank say, 2 back-to-back second-place finishes. I don't know what's going on in this lobby, but I'm loving it.
Yeah, I think that if DRS get a win eventually, I think that the YouTube chat is going to explode literally right now with some DRS support. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. But man, we talked about this at the end of the league play, right? For Infinity, how this team, we expected them to be a lot higher up. Sure, they qualified is great, but in the Super Weekend, we need to see the rise from this team. We need to see some chicken dinners from this team. This is the Infinity I expected at the start of this PMGC. They're finally playing on that level. They are a scary team given the opportunity to close off these games, get an extra 25 points at 88 before. So I can confirm, Jason, and now are the first team to hit that 100-point bomb in the PMGC, and you know they're going to try and rack up as many more as they can.
I mean, you're hoping that I'm trusting your math here, but I did the own calculations
you know
in my
Fair
head,
enough.
and you are indeed correct. I do want to say this, though, Tarzan, as we kind of talk about them a little bit, is like consistency is really hard to have. We've seen Reject do it on Miramar. Infinity yesterday, on the very first Sandhawk of the entire event, finished 4th place with 1 elimination. Like, we're seeing some consistency out of this team, which, again, going into next week with Sandhawk being such an integral part of the map pool is a good sign.
Very, very good. I think there's a very good read by this team on that end game just now. They know this main road that separates Quarry and Barn is a bit tricky, so they move to the Barn side first because there's some relative high ground and see whether
Is CRS not playing well today? They got 2 second places in a row, right?
Side if need be, but that's
last game, yeah, they just got 2 second places in a row. They're doing good.
That is the strength right now. They know what they can get from that position, and they won't really leave that until they get something.
We got 1 more game left.
Oh, our second page here. By the way, really quickly, TJ beat Max, as you predicted, to win the match. Actually did really well, too, able to get a good amount of points. So did Stalwart, though, with 9 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. So a couple of teams really sneaking away some points. But as we get into the second page here, what stands out to you,
Why is
Max?
TJ passive?
I mean, for Rivals, a little bit of a letdown, but they had a good day. So you know what? They can have a break.
TJB is just not playing well.
I expected actually this game to see a lot more from Cryptics. They had a very strong entry point. They got some really good fights at one point, I believe.
They're probably just not in
Nova. They got Order.
They're probably not mentally confident at all right now.
The way they pushed away Nova Esport, which is not a team that you push that easily normally, but they just got rid of them super quickly. But unfortunately, they showed their back for a quick second, and you saw, I believe it was Duello from Reject that just got the perfect double spray and just closed off the fight. And the circle was not in their favor too. So I think just things accumulated to make it really hard for Cryptics. But the way they approached the game at phase 2, phase 3 was a really good way for them to get into the circle. So it was a good attempt, but unfortunately, as I said, I don't like Quarry. If they could, I would just like them to fill it up with cement and get rid of Quarry altogether. But itself, Quarry is just not fun to play, and Cryptics definitely suffered the wrath of that circle.
Okay, so I mean, if you're going to say that, you need to justify it, right? You need to justify why is it so difficult to play from Quarry, and why, especially in the zone shift we have happened there, why it was so frustrating.
Because you just don't want to play in Quarry itself, right? If you go down in Quarry, teams are just going to be able to spot you out so quickly. Did I say Quarry? Okay. I feel like I come from.
No, I like the start of it. It's like, we got to give me reasons.
Chinese teams have ping issues.
Playing in Quarry. I was like, okay, that's not a good.
What happened to your overpowered Chinese teams?
Because you don't want to play.
It's literally the second day.
As much as you possibly can, and so that means you've got to try and wrap around. And because you've got so many strong positions, not close to Quarry itself, but mainly thinking over to the eastern side, you're going to be spotted out by.
It's literally the second day of Super Weekend.
Secret, you had Infinity, because you have so many eyes on positions like that, and you have to go for the wide wraparound. It just makes it so complicated. So that circle, when they were playing Cryptics to the west, and then the circle went up northeast, just got really tricky for them. So unfortunate to see. But hey, Newsy, I mean, we said it, Tarzan. We wanted to see Newsy potentially be MVP at some point in time, and gets over 1,000 damage. Hell yeah.
I mean, that is to be expected. Like, this guy
and
can't
I never said other regions don't stand a chance against the Chinese teams.
Very, very good spot, and they know it because
the Chinese teams have won like 2 or 3 years in a row.
I mean, Sandhawk's very tricky to play, right? So whatever they've done that game that was good in macro, they need to have a lot more creativity as well to adapt to what's coming up.
I can just hear Kalaris. I know he's not here right now, but 1,077 I had to fill it in because no one else was doing it for news here at the 7 Relations up against Scry from Stalwart Esports. A name we haven't really talked a lot about actually as of recent times. I mean, Top, Action, Pika were typically the 3 that have been saying out quite a bit, but we can't forget about, you know, in the first day, Scry, he performed. He's just been a little bit quiet, I'd say, the last few days. But then again, so has the whole team of Stalwart Esports been a little bit quiet, at least today.
Yeah, when you look at Star Wars, everyone has their own role.
You just think Chinese are out of league?
Not only is IGL, but sometimes
no, they're playing League right now, Tanu.
Nutty. We've seen the reincarnation of players such as Sulke or even Gonzo from last PMGC,
Are
which is really fun to see.
you blind?
But especially Scry.
They're playing right now. They're in the league.
Always is there to find those sneaky off angles and give opportunities for your team to not only get those kills but also get strong positions. So Scry has been doing amazing. But as I said, my math skills, despite not being always on point, actually very rarely being on point, they are indeed over the 100-point bomb, and they were even in first place without a singular chicken dinner. So that win here has allowed them to start create a little bit of a buffer. They're going to feel even more.
I don't know if Chinese are having ping issues. Everybody's probably having some sort of ping issue because it's being played online.
After we finish this first week of Super Weekend, can kind of give us like a predicted bubble of what we expect to be. I don't know all the situations that surround if he's able to make one and what conditions need to be met, but the Infinity right now, I mean, they're setting themselves up for success. Like they can almost just coast through the rest of the Super Weekend at 113 points. I mean,
isn't the performance of Chinese teams this year similar to PMGC last year? They didn't really perform that good in the beginning. That's what I remember.
Into the first 2 days of the Super Weekend.
I know for sure Nova didn't do good in the beginning.
I feel like any pressure you had on
Nova even missed one of the Super Weekends.
It will help so much, right? They kind of just
that was last year. Nova missed one of the Super Weekends because Paraboy went to go do a fashion show or some sort of model fashion thing, so Paraboy didn't even play that week.
And that we will bring Sanhok in.
And then they didn't qualify either.
Chaotic, I think, like with the possibilities with those 4 extra teams as well, and they are also quite like some of these hot drops, so that is going to be quite interesting to see.
Well, Max, looking down the rest of the list here, I'm trying to see anything that really stands out. I mean, I'm looking over towards Enigma just a little bit. 19 eliminations, 27 ranking points. But again, TJB, for me, they've been a little bit of a letdown. Like, I'm not seeing the fierceness out of the team anymore. You know, Attacker was such a prevalent point of TJB in the league play, and they're bottom of the table when it comes to eliminations.
I mean, when you look back at before this game, there was a pretty significant back. I'm not exactly how big the gap was, but there was a big gap between 15th and 16th. So the fact that they got a 3rd place this time around with quite a few kills allowed them to close that gap, so they could, with another potential strong performance, catch up and push out of that 16th place. But when you start falling that much behind, the good games almost just don't help you out that much. They just help you to get a little bit closer to that 15th position. So Tongjabao, this is a good one, but as John and Blank mentioned also during the cast,
too early to conclude. Yeah, we're like 2 days in. We still have one more day, and then we have like two more entire weeks. And then we have the finals and then the grand finals.
A gap that was created between 15th and 16th that you know there's a lot of teams that are going to.
Do you think all 3 Chinese teams will make it to the grand finals? So
BGMI
it's
right
top
now
9.
The first team to get kicked out if they don't make it next Super Weekend. So
top 9, I think. As bad as TJB is doing,
to make sure they're somewhat safe for the finals.
Yeah. And it's actually a really good point. I mean,
I think when it comes to the finals for PMGC East,
I
feel like TJB could make top 9.
Whereas if you're at the top, like
I would feel more comfortable in saying 2 out of the Chinese teams, 2 out of the 3 Chinese teams will make top 9.
Well, they won the finals.
Why is King subbed? I'm not sure. Oh, I mean, Nova's not doing well, so they just subbed out their 4th player.
But, you know, Newsy was such a standout player that maybe he'll get my vote coming into the fan favorite vote, which is still going on for you guys at home. We have until December 27th. So you have, well, basically a month of time, 23 days left to go. Make sure to get your votes in. And when you do, you can get yourself some various pink level permanent items during the course of this PMGC league. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. Make sure you get your votes in. Max Ben, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who would you vote for right now if you were to put your vote in?
Hold on. Tanu said, what happened to your overrated Chinese team, Para Noob?
What about you, Tom?
What happened to my overrated team of Nova? Hold on. What happened to Nova? What happened to Nova, you asked? This isn't even complete, but... Nova, PUBGM, accomplishments. Is there a better page that shows all their accomplishments? Nova Esports. Second place, first place, second place, first place, third place, first place. You can let Tanu say whatever he wants. He's just making himself look like an idiot, and I think chat's enjoying it.
Something playing cover from there onwards wasn't peak as well, but it was about maybe in fighting shape, right? Infinity fought their way through here. DRS just maneuvered their way through, and that can cause a little bit of difference in their readiness to fight.
And then it was down to that 1v1, and you had AJ versus Nuzi. The fact that Nuzi had the control of that rock allowed him to hide 50% of his hitbox basically behind that wall, so it made it really hard for AJ to hit the shots, and he went for the bloom spray, connected it perfectly. So Nuzi was meant to win the fight. He won it in really great fashion, so big heads up, Infinity able to finally get their first win here. Good to see.
I wish I could hide 50% of my body with this winter weight, making it a little bit difficult to do so. We were talking about rewards earlier, the fan favorite vote. We can get some various level pink items. Also, we have another thing you guys can do to get some rewards. If you're watching within YouTube or within the in-game esports center, you get some tokens that you can redeem for PMGC permanent items in the PUBG Mobile Esports Center. Plus, over the course of the event, there'll be 2 more boxes coming up as well for you guys to get even more rewards. So we're just trying to give you everything you possibly could want here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, even Maxman's going to be giving out a ton
I am
of
talking
UC
about the
Instagram.
present. They hardly doing well, and you said Chinese tier 2 better than PMGC. LOL.
For follow and trying to win some stuff. But as we see here, we're going to be heading to the final match of the day. I just want to say I was totally kidding. I don't think he actually is giving away UC. But you can still follow him anyways. But we got Aaron Gill coming up as the final match here of day 2.
It's literally been,
what?
We're about to be 9 games in out of a total of 45 games and 3 super weekends.
But I also feel torn, right? Because I want to see the teams who have been struggling, like TJB, who were able to win the first match of the day on day 1 and day 2.
Okay, there's a total of 3 super weekends.
Step up, MS Trumpard. There's a lot of teams I want to see.
Let's bring out the calculator.
We're obviously going to find out when we get into this game.
Yeah,
we're currently
Galaxy's another one that I think we pointed out quite a few times, Jason.
9 games done out of 45 total
which is
super
not
weekends.
A positive thing to say, unfortunately. So Enigma Galaxy, if
we're
there's a game where
20% of the way
in, maybe not chicken dinner, but at least get a little bit more of a confidence boost entering the 3rd day of the super weekend. Would be good. So yeah, Enigma Galaxy. Get one, please.
You want to just start saying like right now this is this is the results that will
without one. So this would be a big change if they can close out a chicken dinner. But you know what? We have to wait a little bit more time before we can find out how they will end up here in a final match.
Let's look at something. Hold on.
Final match of the day going to be kicking off.
Let's look at something.
PUBG Mobile fans around
PMGC.
the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South
Korea, to find
forget the past.
League matches.
This year, show the world you've ascended.
Week 1.
Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever.
Week 2.
The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West.
Week 3.
Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top.
Week 4. Korean makes a comeback. No, isn't 4, but I mean, just like
now or never. Push your limits and surprise us.
Like I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Tanu that he actually has a brain and he really believes what he's saying with his brain. And he's not just a troll that there's no point in talking to. So that's why I'm like responding to Tanu, because I believe he has a brain. And if he has a brain, maybe I could show him that judging the Chinese teams right now based on 9 games as compared to judging Chinese teams based on their past 3 years of experience makes them look really stupid. So hopefully I can make him not look as stupid anymore, so he doesn't embarrass himself in the future when it comes to other maybe real life things. So hopefully I could help out Tanu. Alright, so you could look at Chinese teams and their experience in the last 3 years, or you can look at their performance in the past 9 days. No updates on me coaching. Yeah, so maybe Tanu doesn't have a brain and he's just a troll and he just wants to hate. If that's the case, then oh well, you know, I wasted my time. Tanu's just gonna be a troll. But based on the way Tanu's talking and acting like he has a point to make, I feel like Tanu does have a brain, and so maybe I could show him that his way of thinking is incorrect.
Play around that vision. The damage is good, but eye shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snap.
Tanu just started watching esports today. Oh, okay. Well, now he knows. Just ignore him. I mean, right now I'm like, I find it entertaining, and hopefully, like I said, what I said was true. Maybe he has a brain, and I can show him his judgments are incorrect.
Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy,
but if he's just gonna keep like trolling, then I'll just ignore him. Like I ignore trolls because there's no point in talking to trolls. Why is Norden giving hate comments that Indians are uneducated? I didn't see whatever he said, but I literally just spent the last 5 minutes talking to you, Tanu, about what's your response to what I just said, Tanu? I just spent the last 5 minutes on stream talking to only you. Do you have a response to what I said in the last 5 minutes? Or are you gonna ignore everything I said because you realize you have nothing to say back to me, and you're gonna try and talk about something else that's unrelated to everything I just said? Oh no, Tanu isn't destroying the whole Indian image. He's literally like, all he's destroying is his own image. I'm not gonna associate Tanu with like the rest of India. I don't even know if Tanu's Indian. It seems like Tanu's Indian. I'm jealous of Tanu. Please talk to me too. Look, sorry guys. I'm talking to Tanu because he needs it. He needs the attention. He needs help. The rest of you guys in chat, obviously, you know, can understand the difference of 3 years of performance of Chinese teams versus 9 days of performance in Chinese team. This Tanu guy thinks 9 days is more important than the past 3 years. So I'm trying to help this guy out. All right, I'm trying to be a good person here and help Tanu out.
You might have missed it. We're into the last match.
That's why I'm talking to Tanu. The rest of you guys are blessed to not be in a situation
Gentlemen, I don't know what
where
to
you
really
think
talk about
3
here in
years
terms of what
of
teams are gonna perform and what
performance
teams will let
doesn't
us
matter
down.
anymore,
We've
and
had
it's
such
all
a
about
mixture
the
throughout
9
the entirety
games
today, but one thing
of
we have seen is
performance.
the
Did I say
Infinity
9
being
days? I
as
mean 9
consistent as
games.
ever.
It's been it hasn't even been 2 full days, actually. If I said 9 days, scratch that. This guy thinks 9 games is more important of a performance than the past 3 years of performance.
Tarzan, they haven't got a chicken dinner yet. I want to see a win coming out from these guys.
It's not just them. I feel like, Max, we have to talk about
Alright, so like Tanu needs the attention, Tanu needs the help in the chat, okay? So please don't ban or mute Tanu in the chat.
Style or timing, so I do want them to go out with a huge bang in this last game.
Alright, is Tanu still here? Or did he just
YOLO.
disappear?
Wait on them.
I mean, again, like I think ending off things with a bang is obviously ideal, but at the same time, I think you got to keep in mind, like, it's not like you have to win this game to qualify for something. It's not like you have to get like top 3 for this match to qualify. I feel like long term is what most teams should be thinking of. Like, how can we improve this match? Like, what's the one thing in this day maybe we can improve on if you obviously worked out like the hop jobs? Like we were talking before.
Yeah, Crypto did crash really hard today.
Going from day to day and match to match, you should really just focus on like the day-to-day changes, and unless there's like a hot drop where you're like, okay, maybe we just.
Is Tanu gone?
But I think that's for me like something I really.
Maybe Tanu went to go think about what I said and realize, you know,
talent as well, in general, just to kind of continue that upward momentum. It's a marathon.
That
I've said it a million times, and I'll
he's
keep saying it
wrong.
more than a million times. You got to continue to perform, continue to get better as the tournament plays out. which
Tanu
is
got
really tough
reduced to
do
atoms.
when you're playing against the best teams in the world.
She is a girl. Oh, well, I mean,
Okay.
girl or boy.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no, it is a very great, like, important thought. I think people actually very undersell this type of mentality, and the reason why we sometimes like hype up teams for having a bang is because we sometimes don't believe they have all the mentality needed.
I timed him
to
out. He was
withstand
spamming.
things
Oh, okay,
when
so
the
Tanu's
momentum's
timed
down.
out right now.
And right now, it seems like maybe Chinese teams in the past have done the best when they have maybe a whole know, period of disappointing results. Then they still find a way back. Like, but some of these other teams.
Now we have to
they're like
defend our
light
Chinese
houses,
teams.
right? If
I'm not
they
even
don't start
saying
with
Chinese
something
teams
good,
are the
they don't
best.
start the day well,
Like,
it's very
right
easy
now,
to
right
break
now,
them
they're
down.
definitely
Don't
the
get us
best
wrong.
coming into the
We want to be
tournament
wrong
because
sometimes,
for the
because, like,
past
we
3
want
years
to
they
bounce
were the
back, but
best.
it's not very easy to do.
But I'm not saying they're going
I
to
mean,
be
at the end
number
of the
1,
day,
2, and
it's
3.
as you say, Jason, it's a marathon.
Most
right? And
likely,
the prize pool is not going
if I had to
be
pick
given
a
out at the end of
team
these Super Weekends,
to
right?
be
The
number
important
1,
part
it
is
would
to
be the
top
Chinese team,
16
just simply
prize
based
pool and
on
everything out there to
performance in the
qualify for
past.
the grand
Like,
finals is gonna
who
be
else
at the
would
league
you
finals.
pick?
So you have 3 weeks to basically train, right? And if you just keep using a playstyle without changing anything, without trying anything out, I think it's
And
just
I'm
a
definitely
waste of
going to
the amount of
rather
time.
bet
So
on a Chinese
are
teams
trying to adapt
based
day
on
by
their
day. I think
performance
are the
in the
teams that
last
at
3
the end
years
will be the strongest teams going
versus
into
their
the league
performance in the first 9
Yeah, like you
games
said, you got
of
3
a
weeks
Super
to train,
Weekend.
and hopefully, if you don't have one of these already, you got 3 weeks to buy yourself a 1+9 here, our sponsor here at PMGC, for all the teams to potentially improve their own gameplay with its flagship performance and its immersive 120 Hz display, and not to mention the hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. 1+9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and hopefully for these teams, they can climb the leaderboards, because some of them have fallen a little bit behind, especially when we look down towards the bottom of the table.
We're on to the last game.
Developing. But now with about 30 seconds to go before we head into the match, gentlemen,
Okay,
Max
I'm going to pay
prediction,
attention
hit
to
me
this
up.
game.
Oh, wow,
I'm
okay,
not
I
going to really be reading chat
because
because maybe I could do something interesting to analyze. If there isn't, then I guess
they are lacking some gas. I feel like we need.
we got
you know,
nothing
some
interesting to
flashy
do
plays
then.
from them. The ideas are there. The big splits are there. Not always working out. So I want some big game from them. It's almost like we've forgotten the last time that they got double-digit kills, eliminations. But yes, I feel like they can do that.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if they can do just that here for you, Tarzan. We'll be heading into the match here with our commentators, John Allen and Blank, to take us into it.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be getting back into Erika. We had one before in the third game. It was the first one of the day, but we covered one on the third that was Team Secret dominated. This time around, are they going to be able to repeat that performance? Blank, we're on to a Western Plain path.
We are, yeah, and this is a bit of an awkward one to play around with, especially with how we said before, western side a little bit barren. You know, you got STE that goes down towards Primos, you know, players that drop towards Gatka, but most of the teams are heading towards that eastern side. You know, Stalwart, the other STE in the lobby, Love Novo, they're going to head over here straight away in the Infinity doing similar things, so they're straight out going to get their rotations in early, and they're looting in early. It's a beautiful place to be. We know that
Tanu says it was a prank.
At the beginning of the game, John, there's so much loot over that side. You can get looted up nice and early. You got all the utility you need in that early game. And right now, no one's challenged them on that eastern bridge to come across. And I think that's the massive thing for these teams. Goodness me, Stalwart are actually dropping out early into Sosnovka, but they're grabbing vehicles. I think they're just going to head out of here, leave the Infinity alone.
Could, yeah, or swing up that eastern bridge and just get out of dodge fast, but Novo potential still there. It all really depends on where this circle falls, and as it pops on your screens right now, it's not a massive impetus to leave that military island, but it is still a little bit of a chivvy on.
All right.
Yeah, it's not
I'm gonna personally time out Tanu because I'm more disappointed that this guy was just trolling rather than actually, you know, like. If Tanu was serious, I'd be less disappointed because sometimes, you know.
Great idea. You're going to be slightly slow. Get into Novo as well because it's such a hectic area. There's so many places to hide around.
If Tanu was actually serious, because I feel like then I didn't waste my time.
Pushes onto them with the McLaren in hand.
But if Tanu's saying it was just a prank the whole time, then I just wasted my time explaining that to the person.
And should be able to get some guns because of it.
And I'm more,
given the fact that they've now managed to
I'm more disappointed that I just wasted my time.
Right, I don't think that the Infinity are going to want to chase this one in here. They're just going to be losing out on looting time themselves and potentially at the cost of a couple of their players.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that that was the best play in the world, but at least you can get a little bit of presence here on Sosnovka, which is...
You know, like, I actually thought Tanu was being serious and that I was going to be able to explain something to someone.
So this circle...
But apparently the whole time he was just pranking.
It shouldn't be too much of a problem for a lot of these teams because they're already in location, good to go. Genesis Dogma down towards farm, playing a very similar split that Bigatron has employed throughout the entire...
You guys know what I mean?
Funnily enough, I was actually heading over to
Bigatron's
Instagram page to check out what they've been doing, and Hi Boy,
I don't know what to compare it to.
Alien face that he's got filtered on Instagram, so you know he is still repping the red aliens.
It's like you're trying to help out somebody, right? You're trying to help someone out.
I mean, they're probably watching the games.
And you spend all this time to help them out, and then they're like, "Just kidding, I didn't need the help. I already."
See how these teams play. Get ready.
Like let's just pretend like homework, right? It's like somebody doesn't understand a math problem, so you help them with their homework. You spend like all this time helping them with their homework, and they're like, "Just kidding. I already finished it."
Egg to the flower here.
Yeah.
He's looking good.
It's like, what's the point?
Who's the water in this dough?
Why did you just waste all our time?
He's been doing too hot, to be honest with you.
But he's been hydrating the team.
Hydrating the team, that's for sure. Perhaps he's more playing scout, playing support. Maybe that's why the numbers aren't so great. We was discussing it with Kalaris in the back end. You know, he's been crunching the numbers, been doing the analysis. You know, we get all that cheeky little juicy tidbits.
No, Tanu's not more important than the match. There's just nothing happening right now in the match.
Look at this SLR shots, just nails the first headshot.
Yeah, that was nice.
Absolutely insane. I see why you call him the egg now. He is absolutely egging.
Yeah, I mean, he cracks the opponents like nothing else, so put it that way. Reject, though, Regiosio, just grabbing a few bits of loot down towards here in Ferry Pier. Again, another team that was able to drop out nice and early alongside 628. And I think...
There's nothing to analyze, so I'm just going to talk about Tanu.
They've got a quarry split going on as well as Primos too.
Honestly, though, I don't think Tanu was pranking or trolling. I think he just didn't...
like this, you know...
I think he just didn't know what else to say anymore, so he tried to pretend he was pranking or trolling.
Heading your way, and you can really divvy up that loot for yourself, especially when you're down in Primorsk or down towards Quarry, where sometimes the loot is a little bit sparse and maybe not enough to hold all 4 players on that team. So this is going to be a great start for 628, and again, they're a flexible team. I like the way they get into those circles, rubber band. Like, you know, getting around, getting places, snapping back into place when they need to. It's good stuff. I do like 628's playstyle.
They've done pretty well for themselves overall. I mean, they've sent themselves into 3rd place overall. You can see 88 points there off a think we've had 9 games played now so far. It's not quite bumping that 10-point average, but near enough as makes no difference. Still a little bit behind the 4 rivals. Circle, really not indicative of
Infinity's
any
probably going to be
particular
first
location
place
right
at the
now.
end of the
Teams on
day.
the north side of the river probably looking to move to a position south or ready to move south.
TJB is
of
going to
this river.
continue
So
being
that's
last.
Team Secret, that's
Nova's been
Cryptic,
dropping
that's
down
Infinity teams.
slowly.
For the Infinity, you know, being a whole 23 points ahead of anyone else in the lobby, I mean, that's coming off the back of that big win over there on Sandhawk, doing extremely well. And now potentially one of these top 3 teams, top 4 teams even, with Team Secret just trailing by a small amount.
The DP.
6-2-8. There's potential here for them.
He had a
DXM
level
moved all the
2
way across,
vest.
though, obviously not being able to drop towards Lepovka. They've got much more priority over towards here.
The DP is still too OP,
hit some
man.
shots over towards Deadeye
But
guys who maybe
the
weren't
DP
expecting
is
it
like
so
more
early. A lot
rare
of
to
times
find
they
in the
have roles
game,
that
so I
alter
guess it
themselves for
balances out.
such a long amount of
But
time.
the DP is
But
still
DXM,
too
they
strong,
will
even
dip out
after
of
the
there,
nerf.
reposition. They know that their location is now compromised, and the boys from Deadeye guys will be watching that. And I think that's smart. I think for anyone in this lobby, like, you know they're good. They've got good gun skill, and you don't really want to be continuing to peek one angle because you're more than likely going to get Frankied, get SLR right to the skull.
So I see some people
PUBGMOBILE
saying,
actually moved a little bit earlier than they normally
Chinese
do, and
teams
they're
are
heading
having
towards
ping
the gap to split
issues,
from
or
Nova.
Chinese teams
As
are
of
hiding
6 to 8 moved a
strategy.
little bit further in. This is probably the most pressure that Nova have felt in this.
My thoughts on that is everybody's having ping issues.
And given where the circle is talking about, just see the center, and they have moved towards it, so it's expected from them. But I'm interested to see what 6
I don't think.
Look at a challenge out. God, Tuddy.
I don't think anybody's hiding
Railings
strategies.
there, but not before taking the knock. They're gonna have to look for this.
I
It is very
think-
resible here. Having dropped down to the floor, it's fully in cover from this
I think
hillside, but
Chinese
it's a question
teams,
of
or
speed.
certain Chinese teams like Nova and TJB,
That's exactly
are just literally struggling right now. They're
Yeah,
just
but Stalwart,
they're
they
just having a hard time,
completely send it
and they're
forward,
going to
get a
try and
better
adapt
position,
and play better
honestly,
as the
moving
days
over this
continue.
open ground
That's
here,
it.
a little bit rough at times. You got teams watching you, but with
There's
that
no
res
real
coming through, this is
excuse
a nice
for
reposition
them
come through from
or
Pika,
for
getting the off
anybody's
angle onto it,
performance. If
and
a
moves
team's
back
doing
out
bad,
again.
it's literally
For
because
Nova,
they're
though,
trying
like
their
you're saying,
best,
Tarzan said they
and
don't
they're
wanna
just
see
getting
these
wrecked.
crazy splits so much, and I think with the pressure that's currently on them, they have brought it back together again. And that's good. That's nice. I think for Nova, they probably should coalesce a little bit more with the amount of teams that are currently surrounding them. This is just
I
cool
wish they
for
could show
Stalwart.
the
Not
map real
only
quick.
are
I
they
want to
taking
see
a knock, now they're
SD's
shooting out the wheels of the
positioning on
vehicles
this
whilst
trap.
they're left out in the open.
Team Secret challenging up against Cryptic.
Yeah,
Top front
Chinese
is Rico
teams just
Infinity
need a
team, but this
time
time
to adapt to the other teams in the lobby, and then also to adapt
that's
to
Stalwart.
to
sent
adapt to
back their way from an
TPP a
offense.
little
He's
bit,
managed
and
to
then
sneak
also
his way
adapt
out.
to the global
Put the cat
zones.
amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, boys making it work. Scribe moves all the way up straight away, though. Just means he's on the rundown. He's hunting for Newsy in this situation, but can't find it. Once again, this guy's showing us why he is on the top of the leaderboard with the rest of his team. Scry just a little bit too
Infinity.
overconfident on that push. Hope to go for the 1v1. When you don't win those 1v1s, it all goes sideways for you.
Oh, low.
Not on top at all.
He's rolling down. Pika has the angle here. Does he want to give the position away? Is it known? That's the question. Another player from the Infinity moves on past. Now he's going to stand up and look for some
they
shots.
100%
Definitely got
saw
spotted
you,
by
bro.
Logan
No
there.
way
He
they
must
didn't
have
see
done.
you.
There's no way that Pika gets away with this. The Infinity have to think
Oh,
about
they didn't
when
see
they
him?
move as well, because you can see the zone that is shrinking currently on
He
them.
even got up.
Do they want to stick around? Pika still
The Infinity
spots,
looking
top gets run
savage
down.
right now.
Confirm that action as well. Takes a tumble on the opposing hillside. So it's just Pika.
God. They're just clearing teams at the moment. To be honest with you, if I'm Infinity at this point in time, I'm most likely looking to head towards that eastern bridge and push through there. Knowing that the playing path was so much on the western side, they can be pretty certain that Genesis Dogmans move further into the circle if they're paying attention.
They
to
found him.
spots. Pika goes down. God Tony also takes a knock, but it's not enough.
Oh yeah,
The
spam that
shooting
box.
goes right on the body as well. I mean, they were unhappy
That
with the
is-
way the Stalwart came back
that's
into
well
that one,
deserved.
but the Infinity, you know, they chase it with the beginning.
STE is a
they're ready
strong
to finish
fucking
the job
team.
towards the
Infinity
end.
just
Again,
clapped
this
them.
Eastern Bridge, probably the best bet here for the Infinity going forward, with a bit of extra loot coming through from Stalwart.
I like that box shooting. I approve. I approve that box shooting.
Towards Pachinki Hills.
That is a
in the
team you should
meantime,
celebrate killing, because
General
that's
moving
not an
pretty
easy
close to
team.
Pachinki, with this next circle coming through. Kind of makes sense. Reject on the south coast. Going to be a little bit further away from the thick of things. They've got Pachinki Fields to their north, and that could prove to be tricky if it does shrink towards those positions. But if it heads out east, I feel like Reject are in a pretty solid spot.
I think for this situation in particular, where you know there's going to be a lot of teams on this western side, pushing up towards Pachinki would be a bad idea. So for Reject to just hold this one on back, you know, it's kind of smart. See there, shots going over towards Deadeye, guys. They just about make it away. Team Secret also taking shots over towards SK Ton. Gets the wheel, the vehicle spins out, and Fredo will be putting a spin on SK Ton. He just completely doesn't know what happens. He's dizzy after that one.
It's unfortunate. Infinity team keep losing these players on these early rotations from Severny. They're getting played right now. They're going to have to adapt something in the game still to come. In the Super Weekend, they've still got one more day in this one. Deadeye's guys find Lord over the top, but they've lost 2 players already in this game. Not ideal, far from it, in fact, on the northwestern edge of Pachinki.
And this is exactly what one of these vertical playing paths does to these kind of teams. You know, at the beginning of the game, a lot of them like to space themselves out, get as much information as possible, get enough.
Infinity performed better than Zeus and Huya Cup, right?
Here, when so many teams drop in a similar location,
I think
you are
so.
see an 11-minute mark with 56 players still alive and 1 team already out.
Infinity stopped playing earlier than Zeus, if I remember correctly, because Infinity had another tournament that they needed to start playing for. But while they were both playing, I think Infinity
58 points, though,
did have better performances, or at least like stronger highlight performances than Zeus. I don't remember it too clearly.
In that first league play, we were almost dead.
But Infinity was a team that could
and
fight
they
the
get
Chinese
by
teams in
the skin
Huya
of their
Cup.
teeth. But here they're still putting up results, and that's important. We get an Eastern shift, disgusting. No one wanted to see this.
All of those teams on the western side of Pachinki right now are sweating. You got Tongjiabao, you got Nova, you got the remnants of Deadeye's guys, and even actually Enigma Galaxy, who are in Pachinki North, are going to have a tough time of things, getting across those fields, having to funnel themselves both down north and, well, up north and down south, depending on where they want to go. Those fields proving to be a very big obstacle. Nobody on Potato Hill right now, which I find interesting.
I think no one's really been in a position to take it, to be honest with you. Most teams still making their way into the circle at this point in time, John. Team Secret, though, they've been chilling on that northern side at the moment. You know, they can move down from Severny. They're going to get the eastern side of the circle as well, which I know should be fairly safe. DRS, though, once again, goodness me, they're going to be holding out from Team Secret. Just basically the same team at this point in time. The real soldiers, more like the real Secret here. They're making it happen. Team Secret, though, they'd love to take the position away from them. At the moment, these two teams definitely vying out in that little rivalry going on between the team, clashing lightning forks between the eyeballs.
That sounds painful. I don't want to have that.
You know, like in the cartoons, we got the lightning strikes that going across, we're like staring each other down. That's what I'm talking about. You know,
everyone avoids Potato Hill because that area is a bloodbath. That is true.
It's like, you know, it's a universal thing. That's
but is it anime?
Super Weekend is 3 days.
It's also anime.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Max knows.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. But you make anime references at me, they're going to fall flat almost every time.
Look, dude, I'm going to use your own line against you. If you don't know, get to know. That's all I'm saying.
Is that my line?
That's your line. Use it all the time.
Oh, fair enough. Well, happy about that. Fredo, happy about that as well. Marshall takes a tumble out in the open. Cryptics get curtailed there. On the back foot, you don't want to be stuck out here. El Chapo looks for shots as well. Fredo isolated, but Jumper deals with it. Handles that situation. Lickety split.
Cryptics got picked apart.
Yeah, Cryptics have deflated just like that wheel on the buggy, going down all the way to 45 points. Similarly, this is a sad time for Stalwart too. 80 points going down early in this final game of the day 2 of the Super Weekends. It is unfortunate, considering the kind of performance these guys have put on so far. We were really thinking that these guys are.
Do you know if everyone's using the same device? No, I don't. I don't know if everyone's using the same device or not.
And I think a lot of times it comes down to them thinking that.
Who was the best team this year in PEL overall?
Just small little pugs barking at the big dogs. Louder, but
like if you want to consider the whole entire year.
very easily taped to the lamppost. You know, very much up high.
Unfortunate news for them. Hopefully they'll be able to expound on their bite and see if it can become as big as their bark. That is a big south shift on the circle flank.
I don't know. I didn't really.
Down south.
I can't really recall the entire year. I feel like Weibo Gaming would be for the entire year.
It's going to be such a crucial part of the
or Nova. Weibo Gaming or Nova.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been one hard shift
I don't know.
after another.
I can't really answer that right now. I'd have to look at some stats and
These teams
stuff.
have been really running the gauntlet, and I'm talking about swinging axes. I'm talking about rolling little tubes you got to run through. And not easy. I mean, that's kind of like two very separate things. You got rolling tubes, which is slightly not too dangerous, a bit more of a nuisance. Then you got swinging axes, which is more like 4 rivals looking here in the lobby. Very, very dangerous indeed.
Look at this crash in the bottom right going on. 6 to 8 trying to roll up on Reject, but 3 of them have dropped in the meantime, and Reject are down to 1 as well. It's very bloody right in the middle of this next circle. Spray down first with the off angle. And
what a
deals with the
spray!
situation. Very nice stuff. Reject, they are bruised, they are battered, but they still hold out for now.
Honestly, Sarah has been a ridiculously good player for this team. You know, I was tuning into some of their streams from Reject as well, and just love it. It's like it's just so much Hidari Himiki. You know, they're just constantly calling right on their side, and that seems to be the majority of the comms. Love to see it. I'm sure
look at
there's
this
a lot
split
more
by
going on, but I don't
Infinity.
understand Japanese perfectly, unfortunately for them. Infinity, though, on our screens, looking at Team Secret. Once again, fast movements from them, and you like to see it from this team. They're really speeding things up, and this is a good change. It's really altering the pace of the game for them.
How is Infinity 4 alive with this type of split?
In this scenario, they're going to be chiming on in with a couple of frags themselves. Infinity, all 4 alive. Team Secret, looking pretty healthy as well. I think they have all 4 alive. As high shots is on
Dude, look
the
at this.
off angle
What?
here.
Infinity's cracked.
Mr. Burry have a tough time, but Mela is in real danger.
This is a crazier split than what Chinese teams do. And it's working.
He's struggling. I mean,
well, it's working in the sense that they're all alive still.
Over the ground at the moment. Yes, they came up from Sosnovka, but they've been awkwardly trying to find a way in. Lazy Boy gets blown up in a puff of smoke and a ton of shrapnel.
Not a fun way to
Left
go.
Singed on the field. Yeah, not fun at all.
Just a scorch mark now. Pure carbon. A nice nade in the side there from Mela, but I don't think it found what he was looking for. Not quite just there. Certainly a little bit of damage. Actually, it might have done. Look at a little bit up high as well. Knows there's a player on the roof. Counted out with a nade to boot, but why getting these knocks just yet? Shots low. Mela takes another tickle. The Team Secret don't want to push forwards. They know there's off.
Handle him. Just handle him.
Team Secret should know it's just one player right there. It's not like there's any other angles I could really.
Just see.
Team Secret is like a little bit
peeking out there. It's kind of more the Centurion hat.
You're literally standing on this side of the roof, meaning nobody could shoot. Nobody's shooting you from the right side. Just push them.
Oh dear, that's a lot of bullets used. Has to go for the weapon swap. Mela finally taken down. Uzi looks to try and get some retribution, but will not find it. Team Secret, all 4 of them.
Just push them from the wall side, or use your own smokes to block off his supporting. Like, yeah.
Yeah, this is really good for Team Secret. You know, things could have got very awkward for them because they've got to fight through MS Chamburi. There are many members from Infinity, so now they can start to move back up to the eastern side that they know they cleared earlier. Potentially an opportunity for Enigma Galaxy here with 3 players right on the northern side of the circle. You know, they've not been having the best time of it. We know they're good players. Infinity's trying to rock up, but to no avail. This is beautiful stuff from Team Secret, working hand in hand with MS Chamburi.
Very, very split for the Infinity, and they're going to pay for that. They try and regroup to a building, and they do actually manage to get 2 of them there.
RC's popping off right now.
Jimmy just across the way from Nova, still standing. In the meantime, Tong Jibao having a tough time with things, trying to cross out into the open. Reject holding that off as well.
RC just destroyed
Very
2 Chinese teams.
On that
They beat STE.
Side. Galaxy on the north. They're suffering heavily as 4 rivals rock up on their position.
Enigma Galaxy going to take 1 knock there.
And I think they killed TJB as well.
Shortly afterwards. DRS, though, off in the distance, ready to pick up those kills. I think for Tong Jiabao, they've gone over to a very popular shack. There's so many vehicles over there that people are trying to crash upon. I don't know what's in there. Maybe a Glacial M41, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Now their forward position completely deleted. And last player standing for PMGMOBILE now. Can't really get center in this scenario. Jimmy, meanwhile, has managed to get center. But
this could be a big game for DRS.
Players right on top of him now. The 4 rivals are in. Do they know he's here? Have they cleared this building, or was that knock coming through it? They're definitely going to know about it now. Nade's starting to pour down. There's the burn as well. 2 players downstairs. Jimmy looks for the nades around the side. Repositions them, forces them to scuffle. Holds out again.
Yeah, what we need right now is Jimmy things. We really do know there's magical Jimmy things coming through right now. Team Secret, but the hurt onto Freak. He's in the vehicle. He's got taken down. 4 rivals very happy to share the building for the time being.
Look at all these colors on the screen.
They don't want to lose a member versus Jimmy, so they're happy just to hold on to the bottom side of this building for the time being. Team Secret got a 2-2 split. To try and garner as much control as possible. You see towards the bottom of your screen there, Genesis Dogma taking a fair amount of damage coming through from Rico Infinity Team.
Team Secret sneaking their way through the undergrowth as well towards Uzi, who has vision here, could spray down, but no, it's not going to happen. A beautiful shot coming on through
the
into the window. The
pre-nades.
nades answered.
Good cover by Team Secret, though. They take out Infinity.
One is going to fall down. Fredo can get back inside, can get that heal off there in the zone. So
no, I've not gotten permission to watch BGIS yet.
Still have a problem to deal with. It's Jimmy.
He's still upstairs. This man is the problem,
Oh,
honestly.
circle.
The players in this lobby. He is a serious player to contend with on Nova. Doing a lion's share of the work for them when it comes to those clutch moments.
RC still has 4 alive, dude. This is going to be a huge game for RC.
Down below DRS, trying to throw nades down towards Rabbit's side. See if that water can hold the tide.
So good. We're seeing it twice. Xavier and DRS as well. Trying to compete for the hillside.
RC could win this game. I feel like RC's on fire right now.
Pushing to get summited there.
RC could get 2 wins today.
Trying to hold it out. People going up and down. In comes Team Secret now towards this fight. The top of that hill in the fight across the way for Xavier is going to go their way, and they will take control of the top side of this hill, but they're going to have to descend soon.
I think soon is going to be the aim of the game here, coming down those steps. But you're not coming down the steps from glory, coming down the steps to
Jumper
glory.
could see Jimmy, right?
Jumper looking over towards that position. They found this very nice spot within the circle. It's one of the most important compounds here, but Team Secret, they still need to remove the boys from this actual compound. And there being 2 teams in it makes things slightly awkward because they're not playing for one another, which makes them unpredictable. DRS still in that fight between them and DXavier, but DXavier, they're currently weathering the storm with the vehicles being massively handy.
Certainly are. Oh, another nade instantly gets the re-knock there. Pop moves forwards into the firing line of Fredo. Team Secret dispatch yet one more pretender to the throne. Really standing up tall here on these Erangel games. Nima last standing for DRS now on the northern side as we flick back over there.
Accident.
Gets the heal. Duck pushes forwards. Xavier have 2 standing. If they're not careful, Nima might deal with it. Hang on a minute. It's Ragey to be able to slow things down as well. Chiming on in. It's Nima to stay alive on the north side. But in comes Team Secret, finally capitalizing on this standoff. Do they know that Jimmy's upstairs? They'll see that flush. And it could prove to be all important that Jimmy is there.
Team Secret.
Well, I mean, they get a team wipe, so they don't know there's anyone else in this building. They think it's finished, they think it's done. And already Jimmy finds one. There's another on top side. He looks for the other, and he will clean it up. Jimmy doing the Jimmy things here.
Oh my god.
Is gonna make sure
3v1v1.
Be going their way. Nova hold the center. They keep themselves alive with the one lone ranger.
This should be RC's win still.
3 teams now stand. Reject.
It's looking a little bit tricky for RC though.
For DRS and Jimmy. Last for Nova. Ragey moves up to the building with Jimmy inside of it. Nima looks for the shots, but only wants the finish here. They know he's in the building.
Need to clear this boy out. He's caused so much mayhem across the map. Finishes out Zara. Nice nade from Reject.
All right.
Will finally
3v1
push Jimmy
should
out
be
from
over.
that position where he was
Nima also doesn't have zone. GG's. RC's win.
Reject, they brought the jackhammer specifically for Jimmy. More like the Jimmy hammer in this situation.
You got to feel for Team Secret in that scenario as well. They did so well to push in from the south side, but there's no way they could have known Jimmy was there after that crash.
Well, You do wonder why
GG's, RC's win.
Floor realistically, because you'd want to be holding top floor with nades, maybe one underneath. So it was a bit surprising that they were both down there. Again, it's hindsight. It's a very difficult thing to identify in the situation. But I do think that just running up the stairs like a madman was maybe not the right play directly into the face of Jimmy. Now, Reject, they have got a beautiful little setup here versus Nima. They gifted him that win versus DXavier, but it's time to bring back what is owed. And what is owed is that chicken dinner over towards Reject.
They are looking good for it right now. Nima looking for those angles, but they know exactly where this guy's playing. Not in this next circle. Reject have all the cards in their hand. Pocket aces, royal flush for somehow.
I think Nima's just trying to get the kill on Duelo.
Way in. It's going to work out. Duelo actually sticking out in the blue.
He's not even going to give away that point. Nima, of course, isn't going to give away a point.
Likewise, they'll start to heal off. Only the first aid there. Nima spotted, takes a tickle of damage. There's no way he can out-heal the blue now. Will fall down.
Oh, they got the kill.
And it is going to go to Divine as well, so they get the extra point. It's Reject to claim the chicken dinner.
DRS got second 3 times in a row, yeah.
Reject have been on a tear all day. You know, we were talking about how I wasn't super impressed with this team, but they've really brought it back with a massive comeback here.
Hat-trick second, yeah.
Overall,
there's still one more day.
And showing us exactly why they are a force to be reckoned with here in PMGC.
There's still one more day.
Japan is back on the map for us here, and I'm loving to see it. You know, I was talking about Hidari and Miggy, but these guys have definitely got one thing right today.
Nova's just laughing in their POV.
Impact, but I still can't help but feel for Team Secret. They did so well in so many of those scuffles, but you know what happens is Jimmy things. What can I say? What can I say? And that gave Reject the opportunity to know that Jimmy was there. If it had been Reject crashing in, they would have had a similar performance potentially.
Yeah, it's a little bit downhill. Again, though, we cannot take away. Yes, Team Secret, they had that one chicken dinner, but they have been in that top 5 so many times all day today, and it felt like something really turned on that third angle. Like, that was just some crazy business that came through from them. It was almost as if someone just put the metal to the pedal, and that's how we went forward on that one.
All right, Max. We'll be.
It's got to happen.
It does have to happen. It does have to happen. Infinity again. It felt like they had some good fights in that one. They were just drawn short when they were spread too thin on that south side into this Erangel, but still should be okay with that game. Should be okay with the points that they were able to accrue. PMGMOBILE, again, not quite living up to the standard we came to expect from them, certainly from their previous tournament performances and from the games that we've seen in that league play, but it's not going to go their way. Cryptics, again, cut short. There's a lot of teams that feel to be falling before the hurdles they feel they can get to.
Yeah, 6-2. There going down once again versus Reject. I mean, honestly, it's been some really good games all day today. It's been very, very exciting overall. Love to see it. Jimmy, the work this guy has done is absolutely insane, though, for the tier in that last game there. And I think that for Nova, yeah, coalescing nice and early was beautiful stuff. And it was great to see, and I think that they had a better chance of it. But again, it does feel like Jimmy in those last situations, a lot of time for Nova playing as a solo
The DRS
team.
clutched up that second place.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff right around the corner. It's a perfect predict as well.
Yeah, it was really, really well handled there by Jimmy. I mean, he let iShots go a little bit.
Well, you switched to iPhone 13. If I buy the iPhone 13,
he knew there were other players coming in, right? He was
right now, I don't really have the money, because I have it all in
Jimmy
crypto.
Does a lot of damage to Team Secret,
Crypto is not
Reject
doing too good right now.
And finish the game out as well. It'll be Reject taking the final chicken dinner.
My boy Jim.
We'll see.
Look at him go, able to pull off a fantastic.
We'll see what happens with crypto. I'm currently very invested in crypto for the next
However, as we did get
year
to
or
see
so.
Reject closing out the game, and it answers the question of, is Miramar the only battleground they can play? Well, we finally got to see a win here on an Erangel.
Yeah, finally we were saying, okay, Miramar doing good, but you have in 50% of your games, every single Super Weekend, there's going to be these Erangel games. We need to see some kind of success on this team on this map, and they get it right there. Sure, it was a rough circle. We had a lot of hardships. It went over to the east, then south, then east, then south. It got really tricky for a lot of the teams, but as they like to do, they play edge here, Tarzan, and they just get a big scope of what's happening in the fight. Jimmy, or your boy Jim Jason, as you like to say, completely obliterates Team Secret, and they get involved at the end.
Jim.
You call him Jim. That's it. Okay, it was your boy, Jim.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well,
I back
but
off.
with Reject, I'm gonna buffer it a little bit here, guys. But Reject though,
I want to see the overall
how
scores.
They love playing that segment on the map before. We do sometimes say if the circle eventually ends in where you drop, some teams don't know how to close it out, right? But Reject played that Western farm very well. They
I
controlled
think
the positions.
Japan should be up there-ish now.
From one to the next and got kills. And
I think
they were
Japan's in
playing
the
very nicely,
top
almost like
6 now,
pushing
maybe.
teams away whilst taking some kills.
I
So
curse
that is a
Crypto.
very good game
Oh
from
my
them.
gosh.
I mean, to be fair, there's a good game out of quite a few teams too. I mean, DRS.
Who's this?
That's
That's
three
Professor Tarzan,
second-place
the Asian
finishes
guy.
in a row for them. Another 16 points to add to themselves. They were in about
Yeah,
fifth
Professor
place before this.
Tarzan.
They might move up
He,
the rankings quite a bit after. And look down the list, 4Rival, who's
he
having a great
used to
day
coach
today.
a team.
Them and the Infinity have been able to get another 10 and 6 points
I forgot what
respectively.
team
So
it
we're
was,
seeing a
though.
lot of consistency.
The team
out
didn't
of three
really
teams in
go
particular
anywhere
so far
big.
today.
Like
Hey,
he,
for Rivals,
he
especially, I think
didn't
their
coach
average
like a
points right now, if you
big
check it out,
popular
would be
team,
over
but
10. Of course, that's the case for Infinity. We saw
Yeah.
they hit the 100-point mark earlier, so it's great to see. But for Rivals, that's just
start a
I would
cafe
say there's
instead.
chicken
It's
dinners
better.
if they can. I keep saying it right because I keep repeating myself on this point, but it's so important because if you can
PMGL really
find
improved
those little
Japanese
issues, you
teams.
get
Yeah,
potentially towards the end of the
PMGL
these
this
games, and
entire
actually are
year
able to find chicken dinners,
definitely
maybe
made
not
the region
consistently, but at least
stronger.
increase your odds
Let's
of
see
doing that
how well they
significantly.
do for
That
the
would
rest
be
of
potential
the
difference between
for
you not
the
making it
rest
to
of
the
the
grand
weeks
finals and
though.
making it. So I think for Rivals came out, at least for me, this event as the big surprise, the dark horse so far.
Yes,
So we'll see,
PMGC is hardcore
second page,
mode.
I mean, Tongja Bao, they were able to close off that gap here, Jason, last game on that Sanhok, able to get himself a 3rd place, but now they get another bad game. They're going to start losing that that point difference that they were able to reduce after that Sanhok. So yeah, Tongja Bao is just up and down and just not looking good.
Well, not only them, to be fair, it's been all down for Stalwart Esports today. I mean, that's the team I thought would come into this one and do well. And their best placing they've had is like 6th place over the course of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Which team is Japanese? RC.
it's
RC is
very,
a
very
Japanese
hard. I
team.
mean, to be
They
fair,
just won the
tried
last
something
game,
new,
and
right?
they
It's
won.
like they usually
They
go
won
to
2
Novo,
games
then
today.
they take that Eastern Bridge. They tried something new. They go past the island.
There's
tried to
map
approach
stream
the
on
Western Bridge,
Facebook?
clashed
Oh,
with Infinity
okay.
and realized this change did not work at all. They just got completely demolished.
Yes, I'm
right? So
doing
something
analyst
else
for.
to consider, I think. I feel like
Oh,
I would want to
MVP
see them
is
try that
okay.
again, but in
I
a
thought
different
MVP
approach.
only goes to the
Newsy,
winning
back
team,
again?
but I guess it's
Look
different.
at this, man.
He's popping off.
popping
I mean,
off.
great to see.
Jinx.
What's happening, Jason?
TJB only got 2 points today? Wait, really?
Too long now, Max.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now. It's weird. We'll see. But,
Wait,
yeah, almost
TJB
60%
really only
contribution
got
to this
2
one.
points in 5 games?
We talked about it, Tarzan. We had a conversation
There's
before
no
the
way.
show started. You know, who do you think is going to be the MVP, blah, blah, blah. And you did point out Newsy. And I think you just need a little bit more time to get that experience to be a little bit more used to this international stage lobby. And
Ugh.
now I think he's feeling a lot more comfortable taking that early game fight versus Stalwart.
I know
we just
I
mentioned
already
now,
said
and
I'm
he's
gonna
going for
stop
very
hating on
pivotal
TJB,
positions for
but
the team. He is the one trying to put the team
so
in a good
disappointed
position a
that
lot of
they
the time, so he's the one leading the back
invited
forward, and great
TJB.
action. I mean, you don't get back-to-back MVP for no reason at all, right? This guy is absolutely shredding it.
Yes, and
Oh,
you know
Fredo.
what? Like, important game
With
for
the
Team Secret as well.
666.
We know that they were playing a bit slow, making these wide rotations in a clockwise manner, entering the south.
Newsy
of
looks like
farm,
Captain
and they've
Jack
got some very
Sparrow.
Nice mid-late game
What happened to
spots from
BCR?
them
They
after
didn't
the congestion
qualify.
was too much, but I do
Only
love
2
that
points in the
that
last
after
game, not
that,
the whole
there's a
day.
huge
Oh,
boost
okay.
of
I
points for
thought you
this
meant
team
2
as well.
points for the whole day. I was like,
Yeah,
there's
I
no
mean-
way.
I
Jason?
think part of the reason. What's up?
Oh yeah,
was
they
trying to
got
help
3rd
out.
place
I
in
don't know,
Sandhawk. What am I talking, dude? I need
No,
more
no, I was just
sleep.
Feels a
thinking.
little bit stuck.
I need
I
more
was just
sleep.
thinking, I mean, I feel like in battle royales in general, it's so hard to just be consistent, right? To, like, for Newsy's case, be the MVP multiple
I
times,
am
be
most likely
back-to-back.
not
It's
going to
very
view a
difficult to do
party
so. But I
the
think it's really
league
a
days, by the
testament
way.
to, like, how good
Our
these
season's
players are when
6th
they
now,
can't pull
yeah.
things like that
Hey,
off.
I guessed it.
So
I
you
was
can
like
pull things
top
off.
6.
Infinity have been able to take
And they
and
are
maintain the number
top
1
6.
position at 119 points. But Team Secret, honestly, didn't expect to see them climb up to 2nd place considering how things were going for them in league play. And then DRS as well, moving up to 4th at 98.
Yeah,
4
it seemed like they
rivals.
didn't like
Super
Jason when I
consistent,
said that
by
they
the
were going
way.
to die first on
50
on
elims,
Miramar. That got
50
them real
rank
riled up.
points.
So 105 points. They're really looking good. Really good split also between eliminations and placement points, so they're feeling really comfortable in this lobby so far.
2 points the whole day. There's no way.
Make it right
ZooTay
into
bars.
the top 16 at the end of the tournament. So the focus is going to be onto the second page here, and we still have not seen Nigma Galaxy here, Tarzan, budge whatsoever. They've been
you know why
remaining in that
Madtoy
14th
isn't playing for
position
TS
all day.
now?
Same for Tong Chao Bao. Like Chonburi's jumped up a little bit, but Nigma Galaxy.
Nova always laugh when they die. Why? I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, it's not just them. Nova we want to see Nova coming strong. I mean, they've got 14 points like from that last game, and that is half the points they got from today. Like, in a way, you know, it's almost unacceptable, like, for a team with that caliber of play, with that level of expectation, resources, you know, all the awards on different fashion and gameplay. Like, this is now this.
All
They
right.
need to hold this down. Like, they are that team.
Okay.
Represent the region.
I don't think there's anything to really analyze. Maybe I'll go watch some BGIS and see if I can analyze something happening in BGIS. I don't know. But I'll see you guys later. I got a hour to rest before I need to get ready for PMGC West. Yeah. So I will see you guys later. Take care. Have a good one. And bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Hope everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or good night. Peace.